Officer Piper, I would swear you in again. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I was alerted. I know, Mr. Freeze, you're going to start your cross-examination, but it's my understanding the state would like to reopen its direct examination. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Ms. Cunningham talked to me. I have no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Freeze. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant Pfeiffer, I just had two additional topics that I wanted to discuss with you. When you went out to the area of Kunow Implement on the evening of March 22nd of 2021, there along 270th Avenue, how would you describe the lighting conditions, if you recall?
On the initial night,
Yes.
it was just becoming dark.
Okay. Were you there well after dark?
Yes.
And then as far as lighting in that area, is there any type of street lights in that area after dark? Well, are there any street lights, or is it a rural area that you only have the natural lighting that you would see at night?
It is very rural. There was no lighting near where I was.
Okay, thank you. Additionally, after the Laceer Comanche was recovered from the pond, did you direct a firearms trace to be conducted on that firearm?
Yes, I did.
Explain.
I submitted the serial number to our gun investigation unit. And at that time, Detective Nathan Thomas of our gun unit submitted it to the portal where those trace searches are done for serial numbers on firearms.
Okay. How does that process work?
The serial numbers are tracked in the ATF database based off of the 4473 ATF form that is filled out when a person purchases a firearm from a FFL dealer.
And so before you take that a step further, if an individual goes into a business to purchase a firearm, what does that process look like?
So you have to present your identification card of who you are. You complete the 4473 ATF form, which has a long list of questions. They cover your status of if you're a felon, addicted to controlled substances. There's many questions, but they're of that nature to basically see if you're capable of possessing a firearm. That firearm, although filled out electronically, it is stored locally at those each FFL dealers. The information regarding the serial number and the purchase with very limited transaction information is then forwarded to the ATF. So upon making these e-trace searches for serial numbers on firearms, we obtain very aggregate information, and it results in the location of the FFL dealer that last had a recorded sale of a particular firearm. From that point, investigators would have to respond to that particular location to obtain a physical copy of those forms.
Okay, so then the last point of sale, if a firearm had been acquired legally, is that where the documentation is going to be located?
Yes.
All right. In this particular case, were those steps followed for the Laceer Comanche with the serial number 184998?
We were not able to obtain the form. When the trace came back, Agent Pessman from the ATF had informed us that the shop in Iowa City, Iowa, who had handled that last recorded transaction had gone out of business in 2014, and the records were being moved to a different owner of that store. It was relayed to me through emails and through Agent Pessman that there was records that they believed were lost in a flood that took place in the Iowa City and Cedar Rapids area, and I believe it was 2009.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I previously provided counsel a copy of State's Exhibit 155. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to use State's Exhibit 155 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 155?
Yes, Exhibit 155 is the results of the E-Trace for the Laceri Comanche 238 Special Revolver.
Okay. In this particular firearms trace summary, does it speak to the issue of the wholesaler or retailer no longer being in business?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And does this apply to the gun that we're talking about?
Yes, it does. The serial number depicted on this trace form is 184998.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 155.
No objection.
That exhibit will be admitted.
The state has no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Cunningham, if you could just hang on to that for a short bit, I want to use that. Detective Pfeiffer, looking at State's Exhibit 155, that indicates that this Laceri 38 revolver came into the hands of the dealer in November of 2007, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, the firearm that was tested was a Laceri 38 Special Comanche revolver, right?
yes, sir.
And you have no records, no reports that this firearm was ever stolen. Is that
Correct.
true?
Correct.
You inspected the firearm, you saw a serial number, correct?
Correct.
So the serial number was not obliterated.
No,
No one ever reported this firearm used in a crime prior to this one, correct?
that's correct.
So the signs that we look for weapons being previously used in a crime, filed off serial numbers, stolen firearms, things of that nature, those weren't present here, were they?
No, they were not.
Okay. So for purposes of this record, this firearm was legally possessed up until the time you ran the check on April 6, 2021, right?
There's no information to say otherwise.
Was a llama revolver ever recovered in this investigation?
I don't know one off the top of my head. Do you have a location or anything more specific?
No, I'm just asking in general. Do you know what the firearm brand llama is?
I have not heard of it, no.
Okay. Now, why was the FBI brought in on this investigation?
In the initial phases of this case, there was members of the police command and administration busy trying to figure out where resources were going to come from. We were in a time of COVID staffing issues and dealing with staffing shortages within our own local agency. There were powers that be from well above my pay grade, and they began reaching out for the best advice early on while I was still out in the field. And upon my return to the office that day, I was informed that the FBI was contacted by police command, and they were going to be responding on some sort of level.
To the best of your knowledge, did the FBI get contacted because of the resources that they have that perhaps local police did not have?
I believe that's part of it.
And the protocol and the testing equipment they may have that local or state police may not have?
It's possible, yes.
Is it fair for me to say that when items are sent off to the FBI crime lab for testing at Quantico, that we're sending items for testing at a place where, frankly, we have the best of the best in the country?
Yes.
Okay. Were you the point of contact or the liaison between local police and the FBI?
For many things, some of it existed in the upper command ranks of the agency.
Did you inform the FBI that Breasia Terrell was in that Impala?
In the initial phases, yes.
Okay. What evidence did you have that she was actually physically inside that Impala?
Just statements
From who?
from Andrea Culberson.
And what did Andrea Culberson say allowed you to conclude that Ms. Terrell was inside in that car?
So as far as being directly inside, I don't recall her being specific as you're saying. The inference of her standing next to the car, and then at the same time Henry Dinkins left, she was no longer standing by the car, and Henry Dinkins and Breasia Terrell were both gone, as well as the maroon Impala.
Okay. So that was the leap in logic that you made, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now you understand that because of that inference, that assumption, the FBI did not do certain tests on the inside of that Impala, correct?
which tests?
For DNA.
In a matter of it being a car that you would be familiar with, certain forms of DNA would be appropriately in those areas.
Well, assume for a minute that Breasia Terrell, we're trying to put her inside that Impala. You would want, first of all, in your training and experience, to be able to place her inside that car, would you not?
I would.
And if we don't have any eyewitness testimony or statements that absolutely put her in that car, we would want some physical evidence to put her in that car, would we not?
We would.
And if she hadn't ridden in that car before, DNA evidence would be helpful to put her in that car, right?
It would.
So, are you now aware that the FBI did not test that car for any DNA evidence apart from blood and semen?
I said I'm not sure what forms of substances that we're getting at.
Sweat, tears, saliva, skin cells, any form of DNA.
So in my experience of collecting DNA, there are a few bodily fluids that retain, I guess, the DNA integrity far more than others.
So we don't try?
I don't know with specificity what the FBI did in their methodology for their scouring of the vehicles and then the testing processes they did. None of it came from our direction.
Okay. Well, you read the reports from the FBI, right?
I have.
And those reports said we did not test for DNA other than blood and semen, right?
Yes, I do.
Did it ever occur to you to communicate back with them and say, why don't we try for other types of DNA now?
With them being the experts in the standard of it there, it was all left to them.
Okay. Same thing with trace evidence. What's trace evidence?
So with respects to trace evidence, it can be different samples of hair, it can be skin flakes, it can be a multitude of different things expelled from the human body.
And once again, if we don't have eyewitness testimony or some other testimony that puts Breasia in that car, trace evidence can be very valuable, can it not?
It can be if it's possible to be used, and we have a very low to no success rate of trace evidence being developed with the profile.
Okay. So once again, we don't try?
That's on the FBI. That was all part of their investigation.
Well, you saw the reports from the FBI that said they didn't test for trace evidence in that Impala, right?
I did.
Did you think to maybe call back your contact at the FBI and say, hey, maybe we should be looking for Breasia Terrell's hair, skin particles, something else?
I had several communications with our local agent, Cameron Smith, about things that I felt were missed through a couple different processes by them. And they remained at the level the FBI left it at.
So the FBI decided not to test, is what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay. You testified you sent certain items off to the DCI to be tested for bleach, right?
Yes,
So I can assume that the DCI at least has the capabilities to test items for the presence of bleach, right?
yes.
Is it fair for me to assume then that the FBI has the same capability?
I would imagine so.
Did anyone ask the FBI to test any item that was sent there for the presence of bleach?
I don't know specifically what's in all of those reports. Their evidence requests were made and completed by FBI agents.
Would you have preferred to see items tested for bleach if you would have made those requests?
Yes, I would.
That's because the assumption is that Mr. Dinkins killed evidence, DNA type evidence, physical type evidence with bleach, right?
It's a possibility.
And would you agree with me, being the kind of case agent in this case, that we have no evidence that bleach was used anywhere in this case?
Correct. There's no signs of it being revealed in any sort of test.
Okay. So just to summarize, we have no DNA at all putting Breasia Terrell in that car, right?
Correct.
You okay?
I think so.
We're all just.
No blood, no semen connecting either Breasia Terrell to Henry Dinkins or vice versa.
Correct.
You were involved in some interviews of this young boy named DL, right?
Yes.
Now, by the time you were involved with interviewing him, how many times had he been interviewed prior?
I had him in a vehicle ride with Detective Hammis. And I believe at that point, he had had 2 structured interviews
Okay.
prior to that.
And you reviewed those interviews prior to taking him on the ride?
I had summaries given to me by the people who did them.
So the summaries you were given in the interviews prior, he had not talking about any bloody machete in those first 2 interviews, had he?
There's 2 different things there. I guess you're asking if I can clarify it.
Sure.
I had information that he saw a machete and then it was wiped off.
Okay. But you have information that he made that disclosure to Detective Hammis, right?
Yes.
And you also had information that when he made that disclosure to Detective Hammis, she dug a little deeper into how he knew that, right?
Yes.
And he told her that he was told, DL, by an officer downtown about the bloody machete, right?
I don't remember the exact contents of that one.
Okay. Well, Detective Hammis, when she interviews people, she reduces that to a report, right?
Yes.
And she's a good report writer, right?
She is.
Very thorough, right?
Yes, she is.
And if that's in one of her reports, we can rely on that as likely being true.
I would.
Okay, and we can talk to her about that, and we will. He also, DL, talked about Credit Island. Did you go with him to Credit Island?
On the day that I was with him, yes.
Did it turn out that Credit Island really had any relevance to this investigation?
Not with respect to the overall discovery, other than the phone records and video shows they were in the area of Credit Island.
Did he talk to you about Henry going fishing there?
No.
Did he tell you that Henry got out and there were 6 people there?
At Credit Island?
Yes.
I don't recall it if there was.
Okay. But that'd be a detail that, had he told you, you'd likely remember. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
You'd want to know if other people were present, and you note that, right?
I would, yes.
And how did it happen that DL wound up north on 61 going toward Clinton?
The area north of Scott County is an area that I wanted to explore for purposes of his memory recollection. I'm referring to DL. Based off of the cell phone ping at the Comanche, Iowa, which is adjacent to Clinton, just on the south side of it.
Okay, so DL didn't direct you that route. It was officers having knowledge of phone pings, taking him to the north side of Davenport, heading toward Clinton, right?
Yes, and in a full aspect of that, when Henry Dinkins and DL left the apartment just after sunup that morning, they were together, leaving there by statements of, in totality, how we came across DL later that morning, and by Andrea Culberson saying that DL left with his father in those early daylight hours. And then vehicle surveillance shows the maroon Impala traveling north out of the city of Davenport and goes by a couple different highway cameras. So that creates that distance north where DL would likely be in the vehicle, and is going towards the direction of the Comanche phone ping that we had knowledge of by the time that took place.
Well, sure, and I understand all that. But what I'm saying is this little boy didn't say, hey, we need to go north of town toward Clinton. It was officers who put him in the car and started heading that way as the basis for going toward Clinton, right?
Correct.
And DL had no memories of going out toward Clinton on 61 until you guys start driving that way, right?
Correct.
And at this point, this is the third time he's been interviewed. He still hasn't said anything about going to Walmart, has he?
I don't believe so.
Right. Now, as you go north toward Clinton on 61, you seem to put some stock in the fact that he makes a comment in passing about you need to keep going when you turned east toward Clinton, right?
He did make that comment, yes.
Why didn't you keep going?
For me at that point in time, I knew of the Walmart and I knew where the phone ping came from. And I believe that to be something that would be the freshest for a memory recall event to get in an area that would most likely be factually rememberable.
Well, because he's told a couple different stories at this point, you'd agree, right?
Different, yes. Some things not flowing.
Right. So at this point, you're having a hard time figuring out what he's saying that's credible and what he's saying that's not credible. Is that a fair statement?
Mixed with confusion, yes.
Okay. Did he tell you he fell asleep in that Impala at any point in time?
I don't recall if he did or not.
When he got him to the Walmart, did he have a recollection of going to Walmart?
Yes, he did.
So it's that point in time when you drive him to this Walmart, he says, oh yeah, I remember I was here now, right?
He did.
And it was at that time he says, oh yeah, now I remember playing with Dad's phone, right?
Yes.
But it wasn't until then that he coughed up the information about the phone and saying very specifically, I took the battery out and put it back in because I was worried about getting in trouble, right?
Correct.
Now, did you interview him after that ride at all?
No. I mean, there's conversation in the car, but as far as an interview structure, no.
So after Breasia remains were found, you had a conversation with Aisha Langford, right?
We had several, yes.
Well, you had one where you told her that there was a break in the case and then finally that Aisha had been recovered, correct?
Breasia.
I'm sorry, Breasia, I'm sorry, right?
Yes.
And you told her that Breasia had been shot, right?
I did.
And you did that just with Aisha in the room. Is that fair?
Aisha was there. I think she had one other family support person. I had also reached out to our advocacy partners who had been with us a couple different times and looking, I don't know if they were there at that moment or not, or just on their way.
Point is, DL wasn't in the room.
He was not in that room. He was in his bedroom, which is just next to that area.
DL is a precocious young boy at that point, right?
Yes.
Kind of rambunctious.
Very.
Okay. Did you get a call from Aisha in the weeks following that disclosure, but before Mr. Dinkins' arrest, that DL now had new information?
Yes,
What was that information?
he had been saying that he saw his dad shoot his sister.
So did you take a report on that?
We met with DHS, who filed a report on it, and we had conversations about that.
With DL?
And Aisha together.
What DL tell you?
He said that I'm paraphrasing a little, the gist of it was he had looked back and he made some motion of bang, bang, bang of some sort. And it was his dad shooting his sister.
Did you put any credibility in that?
It was very low to no to me,
Why do you say that?
based on the fact that he heard the conversation that I had with his mother. I had no other ways of corroborating what that was at that point in that phase of the investigation. And there was nothing else to go off of at that point to rule that statement credible or uncredible.
Did he at any point talk to you about being at the scene where supposedly he saw his dad shoot his sister and have him pour bleach on the bushes?
The conversations that I've been a part of, he talked about being there and seeing his dad go down into the wooded area to use the bathroom. And he had this machete with him. And when he came back out of the woods, he wiped it off and put it back in the trunk. And that was the best details that I heard from him.
So he said he wiped the machete off in the wood, or had to come out of the woods, not at Schmidt Road?
From my recollection, it was wiped off as he was putting it in the trunk. And then they had later driven that morning down around the Credit Island area, came back to the motorhome, and then it was transferred from the trunk to the inside of the motorhome.
But he never said anything about his dad getting out of the car on a gravel road and pouring bleach in the bushes.
I do not recall any of that, no.
If that were testified to here at trial, that'd be the first time you heard it.
Yes.
So there was discussion about this machete and your vast knowledge of the city of Davenport maintenance. Have you ever used a machete?
Yes.
Have you ever tried to cut a less than 1 inch round piece of brush or twig with it just by smacking it?
My only experience with it is tall, I call it weed grass, tall straw type material is all I've done with one.
Did you inspect the machete in this case?
I did not look at that one up close. It was packaged for evidence processing.
In your view of it, though, did it appear to be still sharp? And
From the pictures I saw, I noted to be one that I had not seen before. It was serrated on one side and then had a ground knife edge on the other.
didn't appear to be one with heavy use.
Not from what I saw.
So I'm just trying to picture how this physically would have been accomplished. First of all, as I understand it, where Breasia's remains were found, that's where she was killed. Is that a fair statement?
I don't know that anybody can discern that.
Okay. So Mr. Dinkins would have had to be armed with a gun, assuming this is true, that she was killed right there, have a 10-year-old girl with him, keeping her under control, and if the state's intimation is right, chopping branches with a machete to get through the brush, right?
It's not the theory that I necessarily view with it.
Okay, that's fair. And when Breasia's remains were found, the 4X T-shirt was still, the best we could tell, on her body?
Yes, with the exception of probably being tugged by animals and things like that.
And the bra was still on her body?
Yeah.
And the shorts were still on her body?
Yes.
So she had not been even by animals, rodents, birds, whatever, disrobe?
No.
Okay. And the results of testing on those items, when they were sent to the DCI lab, no bleach was found.
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you. Sergeant Pfeiffer, you keep being asked questions about no bleach being found. Is that actually an accurate statement relative to the submissions to the DCI lab based on your review of their reports?
I guess with respect to which piece?
Well, for example, with the passage of time, with the exposure of clothing to the elements, does that pose difficulties in being able to test for the presence of bleach?
Yes.
And was that a factor in this particular case?
Yes, I was told that it would be a very improbable amount of potential that bleach would be still detectable after the seasons of rain and snow that had happened during the time that Breasia's body was in the elements.
So is that testimony that we need to wait and hear about from the criminalist who did the testing?
Yes.
All right. Now, Sergeant Pfeiffer, did you have a chance to visit with any of the FBI analysts from Quantico to speak with them about whether or not they even had the instrumentation to test for bleach?
Yes.
Okay, and let me ask you this. We've had a FBI analyst who has come in and testified about that particular topic. Should we rely on the testimony of the FBI analyst who spoke to that issue here in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right. And have you ever worked in a laboratory setting where you do any type of DNA analysis?
No.
Have you ever worked in a laboratory a setting where you do any type of trace evidence analysis?
No.
Have you ever worked in an FBI laboratory setting where you would test for different types of products, such as the presence of bleach?
No.
All right. So as far as the individuals who could speak to those issues, who are the individuals' testimony that we should rely upon for that?
The FBI criminalists and the criminalists from DCI.
Certainly. Taking that a step further, when items of evidence are submitted to the DCI laboratory. As a detective, over the course of your 2 decades in law enforcement, have you made a number of submissions to the DCI laboratory to ask for items of evidence that are tested?
Yes.
Now, do you have a laundry list of items that you would like to have tested when you do submissions?
Yes.
But does that necessarily mean that the criminalists are going to test everything that you have requested?
No, they can be particular about certain areas of closing, and there is a quantifiable amount of evidence that they have a standard on, and then variances can be authorized.
And so then therefore, do we need to rely on the testimony of the criminalists or the analyst who would speak to those issues and identify what items of evidence would be valuable for purposes of any type of testing that they do?
Yes, we do.
All right, now let's go back and let's talk about DL. You've been asked a lot of questions about things that DL had stated. Did you ever sit in on the interview that Detective Obert did of DL on July 10th?
No.
Okay. There was a transition from Detective Obert to Detective Maureen Hammes on July 10th, where she then did an interview of DL. Can you speak to that issue and why the child then was subsequently interviewed by Detective Hammes?
Other than a particular skill set, Detective Hammes is a certified child forensic interviewer, and she had many years of experience interviewing children. In our local Scott County trauma team, we had not always used forensic interviewers. At one time, the Davenport Police Department did a lot of those forensic interviews in-house. And so oftentimes Detective Hammes is tasked with some of those events, especially when they're rapid and evolving.
Certainly. And speaking to that topic, when the initial complaint came in, was the initial complaint ever viewed as an investigation of DL as being a child who had potentially been sexually abused or physically abused?
No.
All right. And so then at the initiation of the investigation, as far as what the perspective of law enforcement was when they started that initial conversation with DL, what was law enforcement trying to accomplish?
At that particular phase, law enforcement was trying to determine who were the people around, when was this child last seen, and were there any other dynamics taking place in the household leading up to this event?
Okay, so within that context then, in speaking with DL, was there, and I don't know if you would know this, but was law enforcement just trying to identify anyone that Breasia would have had contact with, and just a simple timeline of events as they played out?
Yes, we worked on developing a timeline that would show even when the video game system was logged into, I don't remember the game they were playing at this point, but to try to establish the events that they had described playing.
Okay, let's talk about that particular subject matter. During the course of interviews was information provided by Andrea Culberson that both children had been playing video games at her residence.
Yes, there was.
And then while the children were present at her residence, did she have some type of gaming systems that at least one of the children had been using?
Yes, they did.
Okay, so was that gaming system yet another mechanism that was the subject of a search warrant and then processed to determine whether there was evidence which would confirm those reports? The children were playing video games.
Yes, I had one of our investigators conduct a search warrant with the video game platform to verify the internet connectivity through the IP address of that device logged into the server that the game was associated with. I don't know the particular names or platforms of it off the top of my head today, but those results came back and they did corroborate the fact that they were playing the game during at least the 9 p.m. hours that was explained.
All right. Was the perspective of law enforcement changing as we proceeded from the morning of July 10th through the evening of July 10th?
Yes,
So the initial perspective would have been what?
that Breasia woke up and wandered off.
Okay. And then as the day is proceeding, Mr. Dinkins is interviewed. Aisha Langford is interviewed. We've got the initial interview that Detective Obert has done of Detorius. Andrea Culberson is interviewed. And then we go to a more structured interview of DL. Do the dynamics of the investigation change?
Yes, there's a considerable amount of physical evidence sightings that are compiled early on in the evening hours of July 10th.
Okay. And then so by virtue of that, does that change the complexion of the investigation and then decisions made about doing a different structured type of interview with DL?
Yes,
All right. Now, did you sit in on any of the interviews that Detective Hammes did with DL?
I did not.
Actually, Detective Hammes, would she be the best person to speak to about any statements that DL had provided to her?
She would.
Okay. And then I'm just going to ask this question. It's a very simple yes or no. Were you aware of DL making statements to Detective Hammes about his father having taken bleach down by the water?
No.
All right. So is that a topic that we should talk with Detective Hammes about?
Yes.
I'd like to discuss with you the theory about the use of the machete and discussions we've had about brush that was located near the area of Breasia's remains. You were out there. Just based on what you saw, the brush that you noted had those clean cuts. What was the physical placement of that brush relative to the skeletal remains?
Directly over the area where
Okay.
the remains were.
And so with you seeing that brush with those clean cuts over the top of the skeletal remains, just based on your experience as a law enforcement officer, what did that suggest to you?
That branches were cut while they had full foliage on them and used for concealment of her body.
Okay. Another topic of discussion. DL was how old at the time of this incident?
7 or 8.
Okay. For a child of 8 years old, based on video surveillance footage that was gathered, was that child taken to a number of different locations when he was with his father?
Yes, he was.
And was that verified through video surveillance footage?
Yes.
Now, recognizing that the child was taken out of Scott County to Clinton County, would they have had to have traveled some distance?
Yes.
Okay. Recognizing that the child then was brought back to Davenport down along the area of Credit Island and 743 Schmidt Road, was the child taken some distance?
Yes.
Okay. For an 8-year-old located in a vehicle, typically if we think of an 8-year-old and their stature and their ability to be able to sit high in view out of the windshield, does their size tend to restrict what it is that they're able to see?
Yes, it can.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review that video footage from the Walmart where Mr. Dinkins is pulling out and we can see that child sitting there in the front passenger seat of the vehicle?
Yes, I have.
All right. And then just based on your observations, if you could give us a perspective of that child and his size relative to what would be his perspective related to the dash, looking out the passenger window or even looking at the windshield. Speak to that topic if you would for me.
It's probably an unfair camera angle. These are higher mounted cameras, so you're looking down at more of a bird's eye view into that windshield. But you can discern that there is a smaller person with a white shirt on that remains in the passenger seat while Henry Dinkins goes inside.
Okay. Are you a father?
I am.
And then, of course, when you think about your children at that age, did you have any of your children ever sit in the front seat of your vehicle at that age?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, I think it's very relevant for purposes of perspective.
Sustained.
Okay. Have you ever been in a vehicle with a child that age?
I have.
Okay. And when you stop and consider the size of a child in the front passenger seat, would you agree with me that their ability to be able to see out is going to be completely different than your ability to be able to see out?
Yes.
All right. Now, as far as going to Clinton, was Mr. Dinkins inside that Walmart for a significant period of time? And when I say significant, more than a minute or so.
Yes, I believe it was maybe 10.
Okay. And based on the video surveillance footage, was that child then inside that car the entire time?
Yes.
All right. With an 8-year-old child being in a vehicle, are you able to account for that child's movement around the vehicle?
Not on the inside of the vehicle.
All right. So, just when you think about various circumstances, the typical, human, I guess, evaluation of an incident. You've got an 8-year-old child in the vehicle. So just by saying that you've got an 8-year-old child in the vehicle of a passenger seat, is it natural just to assume that that child just sat there and did nothing else?
Objection, calls for speculation.
It doesn't call for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. Speaking to the topic of an 8-year-old, Do you have to consider the possibility that child may be moving about that vehicle?
You could consider it.
Certainly. So let's go back to the topic of DL and the question of various statements that he made. With every statement that he made through the course of various interviews, did law enforcement take that information and use that as a basis for evidence that they searched for throughout the entirety of the investigation?
Yes.
And with respect to the child's statements, was there either physical evidence or video surveillance footage that was captured that corroborated what that child said?
Yes.
Okay. As you know, a detective involved in this investigation, by the amount of independent evidence that was collected that would corroborate details provided by this child.
Objection irrelevant and immaterial, whether or not he was surprised.
Your Honor, this goes specifically to questions that counsel had asked the witness to suggest that this child was making statements all over the place and you couldn't view the child as credible.
The objection's overruled.
So as far as being surprised, I don't know that's the right phrase for it, but
Go ahead.
the statements were verified by all of those different comparisons of either optical viewings and surveillance or physical evidence recovered based off of statements made.
Okay. With any investigation, when individuals make statements to law enforcement, what does law enforcement do with those statements?
We try to fact check them, and I'm not surprised when people tell the truth, but it has to be verified as much as possible to come to some conclusion of if the statements are valuable or not.
All right. Okay. One final topic of discussion involves counsel's questions to you relative to the discovery of the skeletal remains and the clothing there about the body. Counsel asked you whether or not the child was disrobed at that point in time. Do you recall that question?
I do, I'm sorry.
All right. With Mr. Dinkins being down in the area of 743 Schmidt Road, prior to the 3 o'clock hour, when Andrea Culberson woke up and discovered Mr. Dinkins gone and Breasia gone, can we account for what happened inside that RV when he went in and stayed for a period of 10 minutes on 2 separate occasions?
No.
But do we know that Breasia is not in that apartment as of 3 a.m.?
Yes, we do.
And so is it significant that Mr. Dinkins, in his interview, never mentions being down in the area of that RV and Credit Island between the 2 and 3 o'clock hour?
He never mentions it.
Okay. Is it significant then that based on time elements, there's a vehicle entering on Credit Island and coming off of Credit Island during that 2 to 3 o'clock time frame?
I believe it is.
Okay. Is it also significant that after Andrea Culberson saw the child standing there by the passenger side of the Impala at 3:30, she sees Mr. Dinkins leaves, looks out, the vehicle's no longer there, Mr. Dinkins is no longer there, and Breasia is no longer there. But we have him up at the quick shop at 3:30 to 2 a.m. where he's making purchases and purchasing gas and leaving at 3:38 a.m. Can we account for what would have transpired between that time frame and then when he showed back up at the apartment prior to 5:50 a.m. to pick up Detorius?
No, we cannot.
Okay. Now, was there evidence that was gathered in the course of the investigation that would have tied Mr. Dinkins to the location where Breasia's remains were recovered before 5:50 a.m. and after that 3:38 a.m. time frame on July 10th?
Yes.
And that evidence is what?
Jared Brinks was driving to work on that morning of July 10th, and he came forward and described a subject jumping up in the middle of the median on Highway 61, adjacent to the Kunal implement. And Jared Brinks pulled over, offered assistance. He described this individual matching the description of Henry Dinkins, and that he was stuck off the side of the road. And Jared Brinks put him in his truck, drove him over to the location where the maroon Chevy Impala had gone off the side of the road a little bit. Jared Brinks explained that he hooked a chain to the front corner underneath the Impala, hooked it to his truck, pulled it out. He said that the individual offered him $100 for that, which he said he didn't receive. And he drove off and went to work, which he works down here southwest of Davenport in a little town called Buffalo.
All right. Was Jared Brinks' cell phone then submitted to the FBI lab with our special agent, Richard Fennerin, doing the processing of that cell phone to identify its location during the early morning hours of July 10th?
Yes, it was.
All right. And was that phone located hitting off cell phone towers in that area after 3:38 a.m. and before 5:50 a.m. when Mr. Dinkins came back to the apartment?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And is that testimony we're going to be hearing about?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Sir, the clothing of Breasia Terrell showed no evidence of being sliced with a machete, did it?
None that could be detected, no.
Showed no evidence of being cut with any sharp object at all, did it?
No.
It was all intact, right?
For the most part, yes.
And it had no blood on it, did it?
Not that was detectable.
And that's a fact that was not corroborated of DL's, was it?
I'm not aware of him talking about her being bloody in my interactions.
Okay. Well, the machete would have gotten bloody somehow. We can assume that was from Breasia, right?
I don't have that information to provide.
Now, the investigation and interviews of DL, it's very important to keep them pristine and just very, very untainted, right?
As much as possible.
But you'll agree that his story that he was present when his sister got shot came directly from you.
I believe so.
Okay. You mentioned something about it was important in that first day to kind of understand the dynamics of what was going on in the home in response to counsel's questions about DL. Expand on that for me. What do you mean?
So, and not in a negative fashion is my context of that. Anytime there is an event in a household, especially if someone runs away or there are circumstances where the dynamics and the composition of everybody that's home changes for some sort of reason, we try to isolate and separate those people to try to get the best feel for what was the temperature of the evening. Were there arguments between the adults and did that scare kids and make them go hide? That happens sometimes. Were there just other arguments, or was everybody just having a great time and it's just completely unexplainable? And so that's what I'm referring to by trying to capture that.
In the dynamics in Henry Dinkins' household leading up to the evening of July 10th was everybody was getting along and having a great time, right?
Yes.
Counsel talked about the DCI report and the bleach. The fact is there's no bleach detected, right? I don't care the reason.
Right.
And council talked about you submitting things for all these years to the DCI, and perhaps they don't test for it. It doesn't stop you from submitting items, right?
That's correct.
Your job is to collect evidence and ask to have it tested. They do what they want, right?
Correct.
And you may think something that's relevant and you may want it tested, but they do what they want, right?
By their standards, yes.
Right. So that's what you did in this case. You thought bleach might be there, and they thought for whatever reason, they may not find it, so they didn't test for it on certain items, right?
Correct.
In fact, they did test the white bottle that they thought would contain bleach possibly, and there was no bleach in it.
Right.
Okay. What we do know for a fact, however, is that the DCI, our Iowa State Criminalistics Laboratory, is someone you deal with regularly, right?
Yes.
Weekly?
Yes.
What we do know is that all the evidence that was sent off to the FBI crime lab was sent off to them within maybe a week or two of Breasia Terrell's disappearance. We can agree on that.
Yes.
And it was back in Davenport PD's possession, I'm going to say no later than October 1st, 2020. Can we agree on that?
It'd be close.
What prevented you or anyone else at Davenport PD from sending off that evidence that wasn't tested for bleach at the FBI, assuming for sake of argument that the nation's top crime lab can't test for bleach, okay? Sending that off to Ankeny, like the cuttings from the Impala, for instance, and say, hey, DCI, we think we should test for bleach because maybe Henry Dinkins bleached out the inside of his car. Sending it off to the DCI and saying, please test. What stopped the Davenport Police Department from doing that?
Discussions with the command staff in our ID and Evidence Bureau. They took a position that they were not going to re-examine things that were sent to the FBI, whether there was a conflict or they were not tested. The two entities were going to be responsible for their own independent results and not cross paths. Not a decision of mine, but that is a decision that was made at that time.
So up the chain.
Yes, sir.
So you're telling me that we didn't have a test for bleach from the FBI, and someone up the chain at the Davenport PD says, we aren't going to test for it because we don't want to step on toes at the FBI?
Semantically, that's close. What was decided is that what this lab determined to be factual in their examination was going to remain at that lab, and that we weren't going to pin different lab technicians against one another.
Even if it wasn't tested for, that was the decision?
But those are those labs' decisions to do what they did.
Even if they weren't requested?
I have to rely on what their expertise is.
And I don't mean to come after you because it wasn't your decision. I'm just kind of befuddled by this. That's the decision, right?
That was the decision.
Council talked about Jared Brink a little bit, so I have to talk about Jared Brink a little bit. Mr. Brink's deceased, right?
He is.
He was asked to identify Mr. Dinkins out of a lineup, right?
I don't know that part of it off the top of my head.
Do you know if he was able to identify Mr. Dinkins out of a photo lineup?
What was relayed to me at that time was his recognition of the Bolo news article that was sent out.
Did he recognize, or do you know that he indicated that it was a whole different time of year that he pulled this vehicle out of the ditch?
No, I don't know that.
Do you know that he indicated the vehicle he pulled out of the ditch had a big dent in it?
No,
And you've seen the Dinkins Impala he was driving many, many, many times, right?
I have.
No big dent in that Impala, is there?
No.
That's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Give me a moment.
That's just
One moment, let's go.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as, or previously introduced as State's Exhibit 142-1. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
142-1. Okay. Sergeant Piper, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 142-1. Look at that for a moment. I just want to reorient you to a question that I'm going to ask. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Your Honor, may I publish this exhibit?
I took
You may.
Sergeant Piper, I just want to make sure there's no confusion. Was there a white jug that was sent to the DCI laboratory for testing to determine whether they could detect bleach?
From which, from up here?
At Kunow Implement.
No, because of the size of it not being involved.
Are you sure about that?
Well, no, if you have something that's different, there were several different bottles throughout the course of this case.
All right, so
I could be
here's the thing that I
confused
just-
on one.
Sure, let me just do this. Okay, going to 142-1. For purposes of our written record, again, what is this exhibit?
So this is a printout that is generated from a evidence documenting practice utilizing the total station crime scene detection
Okay,
process, which takes different plotted points from a known datum point. So there's a point selected, and then everything is so far from that point to the piece of evidence.
all right. As we look at 142-1, on this diagram generated from the total station by Sergeant Mayer, do we see an item identified as a white jug?
You do right here, you have number 1.
All right, thank you. And then, of course, what was that believed to be when it was seized?
A 1-gallon container,
For what type of product?
bleach.
Did it have any labels on it at that point in time?
No,
What created the impression that it might potentially be a gallon jug for bleach?
that it resembles a bleach jug.
Certainly. And of course, what was the size of the bottles of bleach that Mr. Dinkins purchased from Walmart at 7 a.m. on July 10th?
I believe they were 82 ounces. They were less than a gallon size.
All right. At any rate, do you know, and just yes or no, whether or not there was a white gallon jug submitted to the DCI lab to see if they could test it for the presence of bleach?
Not my recollection that that one was sent.
Okay. And then should we just go ahead and rely on the criminalist and what we have relative to chain of custody that would speak to that particular issue?
I would.
Okay, thank you very much. And then Sergeant Piper, the other topic that I want to talk with you about, and then we're going to question their findings, and then we're going to submit things to the DCI laboratory. Do you rely on these experts who work in these fields for knowing what they're doing and making determinations about the presence of evidence or the lack of presence of evidence?
Exclusively.
Certainly. And so then are you going to keep sending things to one laboratory after another laboratory after another laboratory, hoping that you're going to get a different result?
No,
Have you ever done that at any time in your career?
no.
I have no further questions.
On exhibit 142-1, there were 2 entries in green. I believe one was a shirt and one was a pair of shorts that had nothing to do with this case. Recall that?
Your Honor, I think counsel he's mischaracterizing the record in terms of the items that were located out there, outside of the remains.
I don't know that that's an objection or not, Mr. Freeze, but I'm going to ask that you rephrase your question, please.
You were showing exhibit 142-1 just a moment ago.
Yes, sir.
There was 2 green dots outside of the immediate area of the remains. You saw those, right?
Yes,
One was a shirt, correct?
yes.
One was a pair of shorts, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. That is a mischaracterization of the record.
I believe Ms. Cunningham may be correct in regards to the shorts.
I'll rephrase. The second one was a shirt as well, right?
Though the green dot's correct.
Okay. What relevance did those two shirts have to this investigation?
So you're talking about two shirts away from the body.
Right.
Based off the size of them, they were not relevant at that point.
Were they seized?
Everything was collected.
Were they tested?
I do not believe those were tested.
From the presence of two shirts out there, we can assume that at least one other person had been out there at the scene prior to Breasia's remains being found, right?
I wouldn't make that connection, no.
What other connection can we make that two other shirts were near the location of Breasia's remains other than someone else left them there?
In August of 2020, there was the derecho storm that went through that area that had 80 to 90 mile an hour direct line winds, and there were trees damaged in that area and debris blown into that area. And as you know, wooded areas are kind of a catch net for things that are just blowing across open fields, which is that area.
So is your testimony that derecho possibly deposited two shirts there?
I think it's very possible.
Very well. That's all I have.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Ms. Cunningham, if you could wait one moment, please.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Thank you for everyone's patience while we addressed a technical issue. Ms. Cunningham, I understand you'll be calling in another witness, but we're close to the 10:30 hour. And I would like to make a record of our bench conference during the witness of David Baker. And I think that would be a good time to do that at this time. And then take our mid-morning break, and then we're not interrupting a witness within minutes of them beginning their testimony. We did have a bench conference during David Baker's testimony. I believe Mr. Waters was asking a question concerning convictions, and it was discussed during the bench conference that essentially Mr. Waters was not going to ask specifically what he was being incarcerated for. He was essentially trying to elicit if he obtained any favors in exchange for his testimony in this case. And that was his initial question to start going down that line of questioning. And based on the explanation, the state had no further objection. And the court agreed that that would be proper questioning. but any questioning as to his actual charges would not be appropriate. Mr. Waters, is that a fair summary of that discussion?
It is, Your Honor.
And Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We'll be in adjournment for approximately 15 minutes. We'll reconvene approximately at 10:40.
Okay, and here's the idiot with his idiot hairstyle. Sorry, I've got a frog in my throat. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. I've got the video on Harry. Oh, sorry. Okay, here we go. Yep.
Family have scoffed at speculation of peace talks between King Charles and Prince Harry. Reports have been circulating that the King and his youngest son would meet in mid-September, coinciding with the end of Harry's Invictus Games trip to Germany and the King's return to London from Balmoral. However, sources now say that's unlikely due to time constraints, with the King due to visit France a few days later. Buckingham Palace insiders say that while the King is up for burying the hatchet, Prince William is not, with Will still disgusted by the disclosures Harry made in Spare. With the anniversary of the late Queen's death less than a month away, is it time for both sides to end the rift? I mean, of course it is. Of course it's time. You know, everybody would want this
No, I
rift.
don't want
Yeah, we
You
would.
want, because we don't have nothing to
Keep
do
the
with
rift
that.
going. No, absolutely, keep it going.
It's
Because
good,
people
it's good for
genuinely-
business.
Yeah, no, well, one, it's good for business. Also, two, people are genuinely fed up with Harry. They really are. You know, he's done terrible things to his family. He's shown no remorse for it. He hasn't apologized in any way, shape, or form. He hasn't changed his attitude to his family, who he once called racist, and he called his father.
But would you like Harry to go sort of cap in hand to...
No, I'd just rather not see him anymore. I'd rather he stayed away. I'd rather he
But do you
stayed in
think that's
California.
upsetting for Charles?
I don't think
To
so.
be estranged from his
I mean, it can't be pleasant,
youngest son.
but you can't forgive people who do that kind of thing. I mean, if you have friends who do that,
Fathers
you
have
would-
forgiven a lot worse.
Yeah.
some have, some haven't. You know, it depends on the father. I don't think it's for us to say what he should do, but I don't think he should do it.
I personally, I don't think people are that bothered whether Charles forgives him or not, whether Harry
Yeah.
goes back or not. Plenty of
Yeah.
families have fallouts and never speak again. He hasn't spoken to his kids in about 2 years.
Um,
This is how it goes.
Only four.
Yeah. This is life.
just after they were born.
But, and I
Once
think,
too.
I think Harry needs an apology from William after William smacked him in the face and
Oh,
his
no.
necklace. And I think William needs to get over it.
Oh,
If
come on,
William's
Phil.
going to be the new future king, right, after Charles is gone, it's going to be William in charge of the country. Show some decorum, show some leadership now and say, I'm the big brother. I hurt you emotionally.
No, but
Let me apologise to you.
Harry's dissed their two wives. He's dissed Camilla and he's
Yeah.
dissed Kate. That's a big
He's
problem.
behaved unbelievably horribly, and I don't think he deserves
Also, there's an
any
elephant
kind
in
of
the room
comeback
here.
at all.
Megan, what do we do with Megan? Okay, so he goes on his knees and begs. What are you bringing the Megan with you?
What's wrong with Megan? What did she do?
I'm sorry.
What did she do?
No.
How long have you got?
She clearly.
I mean, you know, show's over.
What's
15
wrong
minutes.
with Megan? Look, at the end of the day, it wasn't. This wasn't an independent decision. He didn't just. He's been in the royal family his whole life. If he really wanted to leave, he would have met before he met Megan, right? The issue was he felt as a couple that they as a couple weren't supported in the royal family for whatever reason, and they made the mutual decision to leave. So it wasn't just, he didn't just do it by himself. himself. You can see he got quite teary-eyed
Yeah.
when he had to give up a lot of his patronages and all of that. The reality is that pair are better off on the other side of the world,
They
where
are.
the rest of us don't have
Better
to.
off
Does,
out of it.
does anybody? I mean, I would love to say this is the kind of thing that keeps me awake at night, worried about. But I genuinely, I care more about how ravioli
Do
is
you
made
care-
Yeah, there's
than
another
I
reason.
care
Hang on.
about this.
There's another reason why he should never be welcome back to this country. Look at his hair, right? He's done something weird to his
Yeah,
hair.
what's going on with the hair?
Well, if you check his hair, right, his hair has suddenly got darker
Okay.
and thicker. Now, it's not necessarily what you might call a
He
weave,
looks like a vampire.
but that does not
A
look like the
weave?
hair that he had. It looks like Russell Quirk, to be
So
honest.
this is a new.
After we had the hair transplant.
He looks like
Completely different
he looks like a vampire from Twilight.
Yeah.
But
and
also,
look at that.
this is
It's
a
a
photo
different colour.
shoot. So on the right, that's what he actually looks
Yes.
like, and on the left
Yeah.
is what
Like a
he's
McDonald's
a
ad.
new photograph,
he
a
wishes he looked like.
biography photograph that's been released
Well,
of him.
this is his photograph for Better Up, another organisation that he has gone inside and completely wrecked. 100 people were fired from Better Up, and they're all going, well, why is this guy getting paid 6 figures for doing what exactly? Chief Impact Officer. The main impact has been to fire a load of people who used to work for the company.
And,
It's like-
and get
it's like,
Harry some
Well
new
done,
hair.
Harry. So now he's got hair that is not his, grown out of his head, different colour, different style, different shape. The guy's a fraud. And if you wanted to know any
Oh
more,
my
about
God.
that,
He didn't.
there it is.
It's a
He didn't-
magazine. It's a
yeah, he
shoot.
didn't do
There it
this.
is.
It's a shoot for
Exactly.
magazine.
He didn't do
This
this.
happens all the time.
Oh,
Whether,
what, you think they've done it by
whether it's David Beckham having his hair filled in, whether it's any female model having touching up of things, having the
Some sort of-
cellulite taken away and having the hips added, all that kind of thing. This is completely normal.
okay.
Yeah.
Now
Anyway,
I've got a
No,
theory
this is a
about
man who
this.
only does what he wants to do, who would tell
Good.
them,
Do
who
what
would
he wants,
tell
that's what he
them,
should be doing.
right? So he should tell them, make me look completely different, change the colour of my hair, make me look as if I've
Why
got
don't
more
they
of
change
it.
the color of his
You
skin
think
as
that's
well
what
and
he's
call
done?
him
So he must have done
Tyrone?
that because he only does things that he wants to do, and he doesn't give anybody permission to.
I
change
have got
them.
a theory about this, and I've had it backed up by our beloved makeup artists.
Oh, yeah.
So nobody sitting here right now, but there are some in this building who occasionally
Oh, snap.
guests, I think. There's this thing called hair fibers that the makeup artists use.
No, that doesn't do
it
that.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
I'm telling you, it doesn't.
How would you know?
Because I use them.
You cannot shame this man.
And it doesn't make my hair look like that.
You
It
cannot
does
shame
some
my
people.
crew.
So
No,
just in case you
incorrect.
don't know, you spray the stuff. And
What
it's
is
like
this?
little magnets, sort of thickening stuff, and it temporarily thickens
Not, yeah,
men's
you'd
hair.
have had to use half a ton of it to get that.
I think that's what they've done. I think they've used half a ton of hair fibers.
He looks
I
like
think
something
no.
from
Very
Twilight.
abrupt.
He looks like one of the main characters from Twilight.
I
Seriously.
actually thought it was a hat when I saw it.
a
Look,
little,
bear
Assumed
skin.
a
it was some
little
kind of
beret.
Bear skin.
little cap.
All right. Well, as ever, Mike and I are disagreeing about Harry's hair.
Okay, that was amusing. Okay, let's, for the purposes of keeping an eye on things, we'll go to the law and crime flagpole while I do some looking. Well, I was just amused by the Harry is a sparkly vampire character from Twilight. That amused me. There's a new video out from the Royal Grift. The first part was really fascinating on the London Scoop saga. So I encourage people to go check that out because that was really interesting. Okay. Oh, let's take a look at this.
For Red is now there at that FTX. He's been introduced as part of the investigation. He's the person that I'm your explosives expert. I'll get you what you need, but I'm never going to deliver it to you, actually. That's how they made sure that Adam Fox wouldn't get any real explosives. Okay, well, he's up there with Adam Fox. And you all know the Elk River Bridge. And that's a picture of Adam Fox under the Elk River Bridge taking a picture of the support structure. And this is from Undercover Red, who took a picture of Adam Fox taking a picture of the bridge. And this is how serious Adam Fox is. At just about midnight on September the 11th, 2020, he's climbing around underneath the Elk River Bridge trying to figure out where he put his explosives. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how these defendants ended up conducting surveillance on Adam Fox and Barry Croft, with Adam Fox and Barry Croft on Birch Lake here in Antrim County. What they didn't know was that the Elk Rapids Police Chief, Dave Centella, lived 3 doors south of the governor in her house on Birch Lake. And in fact, when they went down the street here, they actually drove by Dave's house. And it's a location they passed on their nighttime surveillance.
Well, here's some fireline numbers, you can signs up there.
Okay. Again, you can tell a lot by what a person does. Okay. Actions speak louder than words. And, Eric Molitor, I've told you a little bit about what his contributions were to this plot of Adam Fox and Barry Croft to kill our governor and the state troopers protecting her and anybody from the Elk Rapids Police Department or the Antrim County Sheriff's Department who came along and tried to stop him. Okay. And these men were about serious business. But that wasn't just enough for Eric Molitor, because Eric Molitor actually wanted to go down the line of succession, if you will. In the state of Michigan, just like in the U.S., we have a governor, and if God forbid something should happen to a sitting governor, then the lieutenant governor is there to step in, much like the vice president does. That's part of our Constitution. And after the Luther FTX in September of the nighttime surveillance, he's trying to figure out who the sitting lieutenant governor is. And I suggest to you that the evidence is going to show you the reason he's doing that is because once they get done with Governor Whitmer, they're moving on to the next one. Again, these men wanted to be the deciders. Okay, at the end, they wanted to be the ones who made the decisions because they had the most guns and they were willing to use violence. Okay, almost done here. Let's look at the Knoll brothers and their actions. They traveled to the new Founding Fathers meeting, Bill did rather, down in Dublin, Ohio on the 6th of June. They practiced operational security. They were religious about it. They attended the Wisconsin FTX. Remember, Barry Croft and Adam Fox were there too. And they trained in Cambria with both. They went to the Luther FTX again, where Croft and Fox were at, and members of the Wolverine Watchmen. This is the 3 threat streams coming together. Okay. The nighttime surveillance, it furthered the plot to kidnap Governor Whitmer, and it furthered killing law enforcement, which they weren't afraid to do, and it furthered the idea of the demolition of the Elk River Bridge. They were going to be operators on Adam Fox's team. Okay, they were supplying themselves. Molitor's actions, he covered for Fox's work shift when Fox went to Barry Croft's new Founding Fathers meeting down in Dublin. Knowing what he was going for, you heard the audio clip. He practiced operational security too, and was very adamant about it. He participated in the daytime surveillance directly, armed with a gun. He came here to Antrim County to help Adam Fox surveil the governor's house during the daytime, and took the slow motion video that I showed you, and also proposed refinements to the plan of how they were going to attack the governor. He went to the Luther FTX. He provided that radio frequency detector to scan participants, and he scanned people himself. He acted as a medic in those 2 environments I described. He also provided his RF detector to Adam Fox for the nighttime surveillance. And finally, he was acting as the medic on Adam Fox's team. So let's real quickly look at providing material support again. I think at the end of this trial, you're going to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that these defendants provided that material support to Adam Fox and or Barry Croft in the ways that I've described here for just a little over an hour. And they knew what the plan was about, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't like they gave somebody $100 because they looked like the guy was down on his luck. They knew what Adam Fox and Barry Croft were all about. They knew that those two individuals would use that support to help them plan for the attack on the governor and her security detail and anybody else who responded right here in Antrim County. There's no doubt that this was going to be an act of terrorism. Felony firearm has only two elements too. And again, that they possessed a firearm or that they committed the crime of providing material support for a act of terrorism. And when they did so, they had a weapon. You've been very kind, very patient, listening to me, and that means the world to me. I thank you. Not a word I've said is evidence. I've shown you what I think is going to be some of the evidence in the case. I mean, there's going to be north of 200 exhibits here. We're going to move through them one at a time, one question at a time, one answer at a time. We're going to respect your time. We're going to try to get through it as efficiently as possible. And I'd ask that you pay close attention. And when we return here for closing arguments, I'll be asking you to return a guilty verdict. Now, it's not required, but if the defendants want to make an opening statement, they can. And I ask that you give them the same kind attention that you've given me this morning. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. We're going to take a short break. And while we do that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you some menus from which you can select the lunch that you would like. And so we'll go take a short break. While you do that, I'm guessing it'll just be a quick one, 5 to 10 minutes. Obviously, feel free to use the restroom, all of those things. And the other thing is, when Mr. Gardner or anybody else knocks to see if the jury is ready to come back in, if one of you could just let us know if somebody's in the restroom, what we're looking for is if all 18 are ready to go. And so if somebody needs another minute, just let us know that so that way everybody can come back in. Okay, thank you. All right, so jury.
No, that's a courtroom. Okay, it sounds to me like they were possibly doing opening statements on that. That sounded really fascinating. No, I don't know. It's been going on for 2 hours plus. And it looks like they are going to lunch break over there, so.
Okay, you can see it. The record can reflect that the jury is out of the courtroom. Let me just start with obviously, the attorneys have the option of giving a statement or you can reserve it. Let me begin with you and have to go on this one.
Christine Nunzio, intends to do an opening this morning, Your Honor.
And Mr. Side.
Judge, I'll be reserving.
Mr. Burnett.
Yes, Your Honor.
You'll be giving this one?
Yes.
Ms. Nunzio, I would begin with you. I'm not holding you to a time limit. My thought would be to release everybody for lunch and to have the openings for you and Mr. Barnett after lunch. I don't want you to feel constrained, and I want everybody to pay as much attention as possible. So, any objection to that?
No, I agree, and I thank you, Your Honor. I don't want the jury thinking like, oh, we gotta get to lunch, I'm hungry. So I really appreciate that consideration.
Okay, Mr. Barnett, and you should have. So what we'll do is give them about 5 or 10 minutes to get their selection for lunch down. My thought would be to have everybody come back ready to go at 1 o'clock as soon as you all prepare the opening, so you shouldn't get long to lunch today. And so we'll take a quick break. I would like to see the attorneys in chamber.
Okay. Yeah, this guy over here, his shaved side head and his hair going down the back, he looks like a horse. Okay. Let's go back over to our flagpole. We should be coming up on the end of the break here, so let's see. Oh, they're supposed to get started at 10 instead of 11:30 in Las Vegas. So we'll be back in court by then. Oh, here's an update on Maui. Let's look at that.
People unaccounted for after the historic and devastating wildfires in Maui continues to change, with officials now saying it's between 1,000 and 1,100. Now, it's been 2 weeks since the wildfires began, and the death toll now stands at 115. At a news conference on Tuesday, the Maui County Police Chief started, as he always does, with a plea for patience, prayers, and perseverance.
Every single structure or area that's been damaged by the fire is being and will be searched for human remains so that we can recover our loved ones. I've said it before, I'm not going to stop saying it. We are going to do this right. We're not going to do it fast. We cannot be in a rush to judgment. Once the search is done, I can't guarantee, nor can anyone say that we got everybody. We're going to do our darndest to get it right.
And we'd like to welcome back now Dr. Robert Mann, one of the leading forensic anthropologists in the field. He's an adjunct professor of anatomy and pathology at the John A. Burns School of Medicine at the University of Hawaii. Dr. Mann, thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning. So you are helping to identify the victims who have been recovered from this disaster area. And when we first spoke last week, you said you're trying to help families find resolution. So how is that process going?
Well, I think it's moving along about as well as anyone could expect. The teams are still out doing the search and recovery. We have very large teams that are still working to examine, identify the individuals that are unaccounted for. It is a very slow process, but as we see, the more that we progress with this, the more time that we spend doing this, the assumption and the hopes, of course, is that we're going to recover more individuals and that we're going to identify more individuals.
So we just heard the police chief say this isn't going to be a fast process, but the team's doing everything it can to get this right. What can you tell us about the teams working right now?
Well, I was on Maui last week for 4 days, assisting at the morgue there at the Maui Police Forensic Facility. As the police chief just said, it's very difficult to know what the actual numbers are. And it's very difficult, and nobody can really project what the outcomes are going to be. But the other mass fatalities that I've worked, they have followed pretty much what we are seeing here. It is a very slow process. And I say it often that what we have is, as scientists and as first responders, there are protocols and procedures that we follow. So this is based on many years of experience, and we're going to do out. We want to go and we want to do the most thorough search and recovery identification that we can. We want to be accurate and we want to be absolutely correct about this. But we have a lot of methods that are being brought to bear to be able to make the identifications. And I think one of the really new things, of course, in all of this, and it's going to aid immensely, I hope, is going to be what's called rapid DNA. And so a lot of identifications that could not be made years ago, 10, 20 years ago, without medical records, without dental records, without fingerprints, we didn't have the DNA. And there's new developments in technology in DNA, and that's helping tremendously.
Well, I'd like to dig a little deeper into that. And of note, only 104 families have come in to submit their DNA. That's a lot lower than other major disasters. So why do you think that's the case? And what message do you have for the families?
Well, excuse me, early morning here. Again, we all know that it is a slow process in from start to finish in all of this. What happens sometimes, of course, is you can recover a body, you can recover remains, and you can make an identification. But if the individual, the remains are incomplete, then the goal typically is to go back to the scene, go back and continue the recovery and look for more remains. And so even if you perhaps may identify somebody initially, you want to make sure that you can recover and identify as much of that individual as you can. And that sometimes takes a second look, takes a third look. And that's what, to my knowledge, that's what the teams are doing. So as an individual perhaps is examined and identified, they may say, well, there may be more there at the scene. They alert the recovery teams go back and they will continue their search. So it's not something that you can go in one time and get everything at once sometimes, because it's such a large area to search and it's such a complex scene. So sometimes it takes 2 and 3 searches to find the individuals.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider.
It looks like they're coming back in. They just stood up. Dinkins appears to be enjoying himself. He's laughing it up. Oh, looks like they're not standing up. I mean, some of them are standing and they're just kind of yakking it up around the defense table here. Let's take a look over here. That's okay, Jojo. Having a tidy up is important. I was working on that last night. I've got a lot of ways to go. Yeah, Indiana, the bit on the fire is very troubling. I saw a post by, was it Crime Scene Illuminated, who said there wasn't that they were blocking roads so that people couldn't escape, and weren't allowing independent fire investigators at the point of origin where the fire started. I don't know if that's true, but it's disturbing to hear. Okay, well, while we're waiting, I'm going to take a quick look at Twitter.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Yep, it's Adam Wojciechowski, A-D-A-M, Wojciechowski spelled W-O-J-C-I-E-C-H-O-W-S-K-I.
So exactly like it sounds, huh?
Just like it sounds.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a deputy with the Clinton County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you worked for the Clinton County Sheriff's Department?
6 years.
Have you worked anywhere else in law enforcement?
No.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and the training you've received for your position?
I have a bachelor's degree from Ashford University, and then I have also a master's degree in business from Ashford University. I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in 2017. Like I said, Clinton County Sheriff's Department is the only place I've worked since then. I was assigned to road patrol right out of the academy, and I've held that same position ever since.
What are your duties as a patrol deputy for the Clinton County Sheriff's Office?
It ranges for everything from handling day-to-day calls for service, serving civil papers, interviews, traffic stops, normal patrol, things like that.
And were you working in this capacity back on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes.
And what shift were you working that day?
That would have been night shift.
What hours does the night shift cover?
So we work 12-hour shifts, so it's 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And at some point, were you dispatched to the area near Kuhnau Implement?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have been dispatched to that area?
Approximately what time? No, but it was right around the time I did come on shift. So I think it was around 6 p.m., maybe 7 p.m.
Sometime between 6 and 7 p.m.?
Yeah, I think so.
And do you know why you were dispatched to that area?
Originally, it came out as a call for service for a possible body that was found.
Now, are you familiar with the area near Kuhnau Implement?
Yes.
Do you know the approximate address of that area?
Not the approximate address. The area where the body was supposedly found doesn't really have an exact address, but it's between 212th, 218th Street and 270th Avenue. It's just right off Highway 61. It's visible from the highway on the east side.
So you knew where to go when you were dispatched to that area?
Yeah, I knew exactly where to go when they said that it was at the pond just south of Kuhnau.
What did you observe when you first arrived at that location?
When I first arrived, I met with the caller. There were two gentlemen that were down there fishing that called in that they had found possibly a skull, possibly a body.
And do you recall their names at all?
No.
Does the name Brandon Rogge sound familiar?
Yeah, Rogge. I think it was like Rogge or Rogie.
And when you arrived, where were they located?
They were standing up on the road.
Do you recall which road?
Oh, yeah, it's 270th Avenue. It's a gravel road.
Now, right next to you here, it states Exhibit 41, and there is a pointer on your left as well. First of all, you're familiar with what's being depicted in States Exhibit 41.
Yes.
What is it?
It's a map, a location of Kunau, and also the wooded area to the south where the body was found.
In March of 2021, what was the vegetation like in this particular area?
Yeah, so the vegetation in March is, it's obviously very light, just tree branches, some heavy, thick bushes.
Is it like that all year round?
No, in the summertime, springtime, and then like late fall, it's pretty thick in terms of leaf coverage, foliage. Like the satellite picture is shown there, you can see like really well. In the summertime, you wouldn't be able to really even see the pond.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 42. Once you made contact with the callers, describe for us how you would have proceeded at that time.
Well, once I spoke with the callers, I told them to stay up on the road, which would be right around here. And then I walked down this path, because that's what I said where the body was located, right about there. So I didn't obviously want them to go with me. I wanted to try and preserve whatever was there. When I located the area where they said the body was, I did notice that there was a human skull sitting up, what looked like to be on the chest of the body. And then there was some black hair coiled up right underneath the skull.
Now, you had indicated with a pointer your path of travel, just for the purposes of the written record. Did you point to, it appears to be two different driveways?
Yeah, so this driveway here it's pretty much vertical. It's kind of like a ramp that people go off of, I think, with ATVs. You can kind of notice how it's even a little, like it's a little tighter. It's not like a car would go up and down there. And then this one here is still pretty vertical, but you would need like a SUV or a truck to get down there.
And the first driveway you were talking about, the way this is depicted would be...
That one?
Yes, is that, I guess, the southern driveway on this road?
Yep.
Okay, and then the first one, the one that you actually walked down, that would be the northern.
That one.
I'm calling it a driveway. Is that what you would refer to it as?
Sure.
Okay. So you had walked down that path. Is there a reason you didn't drive?
I didn't want to get stuck.
Were you in a department-issued squad car that day?
Yeah, I was in a Ford Explorer, but like I said, it's still pretty vertical. And I was also thinking from a preserving the crime scene standpoint, if I drive down there in a car, I don't really see what I'm driving over. I prefer to walk.
Had the people you met with directed you to the general area where they believed they had found a body?
Yeah, from the road, they stood over by the driveway, as you said, the northern one, and they pointed right for me to go. One guy actually kind of walked a little bit with me, and then I excused him to go back up to the road.
And again, with the pointer, can you show us where then you would have walked?
I would have walked right down this path and then into this area here. You can't really see it again because of the trees, but there's actually a rock formation right here, kind of like a 15-foot wall. Originally, this area was an old quarry test site.
And so once you got to that area, I believe you said you did see a skull.
Yes.
Were you able to determine if it was a human skull or anything along those lines?
Yeah, I determined that it was a human skull just from looking at it. I probably got within a few feet and kind of stood over it. 4 or 5 feet, I'd say, is about the closest I got to it.
And you also observed some hair.
Yes, I observed some black curly hair.
Do you recall observing any other skeletal remains at that time?
Yeah, like I said, you could kind of see the chest, and then I would think part of like a leg. And based on what I was seeing and the size of the skull, I thought that it was a small body, possibly a child.
Do you recall seeing any clothing at that time?
No. Excuse me, I did see a flip flop to the right. I believe it was white or pink.
Based on the hair, were you able to make any sort of determination about the ancestry of that hair?
Based on the curliness of the hair and the way that it looked, I thought that it could be an African-American type person.
Were you familiar with a missing child case out of Davenport involving Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
Now, back in July of 2020, had you assisted with any of the searches in the Clinton County area?
Yes, I was assigned to like the southwest area down by the Wapsie.
And so when you arrived at this location and you're observing these skeletal remains, and you've already testified it appeared small, like a small child, what were you thinking at that time?
I immediately thought that it was Breasia Terrell.
So at that point, how did you proceed?
Well, at that point, I told dispatch over the radio that it's confirmed to what the call for service had stated. I didn't say over the radio that it was a body. I didn't want people that use scanners to know what was really going on. I wanted to keep it quiet. So I told them that had been confirmed. And then I used my cell phone to call dispatch to notify my sheriff, Bill Greenwald.
Once you notified your sheriff, then how did you proceed?
So then I immediately used some police tape to kind of make a quarantine safe zone around the scene.
And approximately what size of, I guess I'm going to call it a perimeter, would you have?
Yeah. So I used like I said before, there's that rock wall to the north. I kind of used that as my northern base for the perimeter. And then I made a horseshoe going around the trees, maybe like 40 feet away from the body in all directions. I went all the way down to where the pond's located on the southwest, and then I went to the east and then back up to the north.
What was the purpose of doing that?
To preserve and to keep people out.
While you were doing that, did more law enforcement arrive on scene?
Yes.
Do you know which departments those law enforcement agencies were from?
Yep, so some more deputies had arrived from our department, and then also the Davenport Police Department. Clinton Police Department also arrived to help with the perimeter. Several DCI agents arrived on scene.
Once you established that initial perimeter, what was the rest of your involvement there on scene?
The rest of my involvement for that night was to do a log to keep track of who came and went. I did that for a few hours, and then I was told by my sheriff to pass that log off to Davenport. So then they became responsible for tracking who came and went. Like I said earlier, our shifts are 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. I stayed on scene till midnight, and then another deputy came from midnight to 6 a.m.
Now, you've testified that you're familiar with this particular area.
Yeah.
Is this a well-traveled pond?
No.
Is this an area that, the roads are, I guess, well-traveled themselves as well?
Well, that's the thing. This is a well-traveled area in terms of roads. Like 218th, 212th Street, yes, 270th Avenue. If you kind of want to think of it as like a back alleyway that goes behind Kunow, which creates kind of like a pie-shaped property. really nobody uses that gravel road very often, I would say. And then you also have Highway 61 there, which is also traveled a lot. So it's in a very centralized location in our county, but I bet people don't even know it's there for the most part.
The pond area, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
And again, you described the vegetation and how it changes throughout the year. If you're driving on 270th Avenue in the summer or even the fall, would you be able to even view that pond from 270th Avenue?
You'd be able to view it, but the only angle you could view it from, again, would be right about there, looking down into the southwest. When you're coming north and looking, you can't see that pond. The vegetation is just too thick.
Now, 270th Avenue, what type of road is that?
It's a gravel road.
And depending on the weather conditions, is it easy to drive on that road?
Yeah, I mean, it's a well-maintained gravel road. It's not like a B road, which would be more difficult. I would say it's easy to drive on. Any car could go down it.
Particularly on it's the west portion of 270th. Now, you've described it being sort of vertical going down to that pond. Is that consistent with the shoulder area then?
Yeah, so the shoulder area, in terms of like a car broke down, there would be nowhere to go but to actually park on the road. On the west side of 270th Avenue and also the east side, it's like a straight ditch, you know.
And is that area more dirt?
Yes, that area is dirt mixed in with rocks from the gravel.
After then you handed off the log to the Davenport Police Department, did you have any further involvement with this investigation?
No, like I said, that night I monitored the area for safety till midnight. After that, I was relieved.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Sir, I think you just indicated that one of your jobs or tasks was to keep a log of who came and went, right?
At the beginning, yes.
Okay, and that would be, any law enforcement personnel who was there, any other crime scene technician, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then after you were done keeping that log, you had to give it over to the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, who made that decision?
That was decided by my superiors. It would have been the sheriff or the sergeant that was on scene.
Do you have any clue why a body that was found in Clinton County, why your supervisor would give that log of personnel over to the Davenport Police Department?
I did not ask.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
No further questions?
You may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Kelly Cruz to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
My name is Kelly Cruz, Kellylykrusse.
What is your occupation?
I am an associate state medical examiner at the Iowa Office of the State Medical Examiner.
How long have you been employed with the State Medical Examiner's Office?
Since July 2018.
Okay. Are you considered a pathologist then?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
Certainly. And so would the title of doctor be appropriate when I talk with you, Dr. Cruz?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could please describe your educational background.
After I graduated from high school, I attended Tulane University and I earned a Bachelor of Science in Anthropology. I then attended St. George's University. There I earned a Master of Public Health degree and then my Doctor of Medicine degree. I graduated from medical school in 2013. I then attended an anatomic and clinical pathology residency program that was in New Jersey. I then completed a forensic pathology fellowship training program at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Maryland. After I graduated, I then came to Iowa to practice.
Okay. And is that when you began your formal career with the State Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
What is a pathologist?
A pathologist is a doctor who practices pathology, which is the study of disease processes and how they affect the human body. Forensic pathology goes a step further. They look at disease processes, but also injury and how those affect the body and ultimately lead to death.
All right. In your capacity as the State Medical Examiner's Office, or with the State Medical Examiner's Office, do you work hand in hand with law enforcement?
Yes, we work closely with law enforcement.
And describe the nature of the professional relationship that exists between your office and law enforcement agencies throughout the state of Iowa.
So our office serves the majority of the state of Iowa, usually with the exceptions of Johnson County and Muscatine. We work with all agencies then outside of those counties. Most times when a person comes to our office, they have a sudden and unexpected death. And in those cases, law enforcement investigation is warranted. So usually our interaction with law enforcement is receiving a report, and other times it may be talking on the phone, and other times it may be in person when they attend an autopsy.
Okay. And then so where there has been a body recovered, where there is an unknown cause of death, is the State Medical Examiner's Office requested to perform autopsies to determine what the cause of death would be for that individual?
We often are, and it is at the discretion of the county medical examiner who, in essence, orders the autopsy be performed by our office.
Now, describe the role of the county medical examiner's office in the context of criminal investigations and how that has bearing on any involvement that the state medical office would then engage in.
Each county has their own county medical examiner, and sometimes they have more than one. When someone has a sudden unexpected death, that medical examiner is called to the scene. They may respond, or they may have investigators who respond. Once they learn what they think they need about the person's death, they then determine if an autopsy is necessary. Once an autopsy is deemed necessary, they then send the individual to our office, and then we perform the autopsy and essentially take over the entire case. Then we are the ones interacting with family members, we are the ones interacting with law enforcement, we will certify the death certificate and so on.
Certainly. Now, if you could speak to the issue of chain of custody, where there are human remains or even skeletal remains that are submitted to the state medical examiner's office to perform an autopsy. How does that process work?
One of the more important duties of that county medical examiner or their investigators is to maintain chain of custody, especially with the body. And part of that is placing the body in a body bag, labeling the body itself, labeling the body bag and placing a lock with a number on the body bag, so that when we receive the lock and we see it sealed, that indicates to us that no one has had access to the body during transport to our office.
And then once you receive the human remains, whether or not they be a body or skeletal remains, where is that evidence stored until the autopsy is performed?
We have two what we call coolers in our office, and we have one main one. When someone is received, we place them in that cooler. It's much colder than the normal temperature in the office, and there they stay until the autopsy is ready to be performed.
At that point, then, is the body essentially checked out and then directed to a room where you'll perform the autopsy?
That's correct.
Dr. Cruz, were you involved in performing an autopsy on skeletal remains that were collected in the area of rural Clinton County near a farm implement business known as Kunow Implement?
Yes.
All right. Who was the county medical examiner that would have responded to the crime scene and assisted in placing those skeletal remains, or I should say even taking custody of those skeletal remains that would have been sent to the state medical examiner's office?
Dr. Mary Malcolm is the county medical examiner, and she would be in charge.
Can you spell Dr. Malcolm's last name so that we have a correct spelling for our record?
I hope I spell it correctly. I
Sure.
believe it's Malcolm.
Okay. And then who would have performed the transport of those skeletal remains to the state medical examiner's office?
Each county has their own process, and I'm not entirely sure who Dr. Malcolm would use. It's often a funeral home.
Certainly. Do you know what date then the state medical examiner's office received those skeletal remains?
Those remains were transported on March 23rd, 2021, which is the day before the autopsy.
All right. What date did you perform the autopsy?
March 24th, 2021.
How was the body presented to you?
The body was presented to me in that body bag as locked and tagged by the county medical examiner. And we have a photography process that documented that. And then once the bag was opened, I had the body and then a number of bags which contained smaller bone fragments and teeth.
Okay. Since you were dealing with skeletal remains as opposed to an individual who had just recently died and law enforcement was trying to determine the cause of death, how is the autopsy process going to differ?
So the autopsy process, we try and follow the same process for everyone. However, when someone is decomposed, we do utilize a number of additional steps. One of those additional steps is taking an x-ray of the body. We will do that when someone's not decomposed for various reasons, but when someone is skeletonized, we always do that. So that was something that was performed before the actual autopsy.
At the point of death, how quickly does a body start to decompose?
The decomposition process, it varies significantly depending on the person and depending on their environment. So really it's hard to say, but ultimately at a cellular level, you start decomposing right away. When we start to see it and appreciate it better, does depend on that environment.
If an individual is outside in a rural environment during the heat of the summer, is that body going to decompose much more quickly than, let's say, a body that may have been recovered in an outside environment in the middle of winter?
Yes, much more quickly.
Okay. And how does heat then facilitate the decomposition process?
The decomposition process has two components. It has autolysis, which is your body breaking itself down. Then it has putrefaction, which is bacteria breaking the body down. Heat provides a really nice nurturing environment for that bacteria. So they're able to essentially kind of take over the body and promote that decomposition process much more readily than they would in a cold environment that they really don't in essence, enjoy being in.
Certainly. Now, when a body is decomposing, at any point in time, is there the possibility that there will still remain tissue associated with skeletal remains?
Yes.
And how would you describe that type of tissue that would still be present on the recovered skeletal remains?
In this case, even with severe decomposition, so mostly skeletonized remains, there still was tissue, which I would describe as mummified. So the water component of the soft tissue no longer remained. It was leathery and firm, similar to what you would expect to see when you do think of a mummy.
Certainly. Now let's talk about who was present for the autopsy when you performed it.
We had 2 individuals. If I can look at my report from the Davenport Police Department, it's Jeffrey Pfeiffer and Evan Obert.
All right. And then were you assisted by technicians during this process?
Yes, I was.
As you perform an autopsy, are there photographs taken as you proceed through the various stages?
Yes.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes.
All right. So let's just start walking through it. When you received the body bag, what was the first step in that process?
Upon receipt of the body bag, the tag labeling the body bag and the lock with the lock number are photographed. Then that lock is broken, the tag is removed, and then the body, it's zippered. The zippers are opened, and then the contents of the body bag are appreciated. A photograph is taken immediately, regardless of what you can see at that time. And then if there's something like a blanket obscuring the body, then that is removed and the body is photographed again.
Were the tags appropriately secured when you received the body bag with those skeletal remains?
Yes.
All right. And then once you were able to open up the bag, just on your initial observation, what was your impression of whether you were dealing with an adult or a child?
It was difficult to tell, especially with skeletonized remains, but it was a small individual, at least with the components that we had.
Okay. Now, do you weigh those skeletal remains?
Yes.
Why?
It's part of our process, and also as extra information for our anthropologist.
Certainly. In this particular case, what all would be weighed?
Here, the skeletal remains, that mummified tissue, and there was hair and teeth also.
Sure.
All of that was weighed.
And what was the total weight of those remains?
The total weight was 17 pounds.
Okay. Was there any clothing within the body bag amongst those skeletal remains?
Yes.
Could you please describe that?
So there were 3 clear items of clothing. One consisted of a large light colored shirt, potentially a white shirt that was tattered and torn. There were black perforated gym type shorts. And then there was a light colored kind of sports type bra.
When you were able to view those items, were they significantly soiled by virtue of having been outdoors?
Yes.
Were you able to observe a tag on the shirt itself to identify the size?
Yes.
And then what was the size for the shirt?
4XL.
Now, relative to the hair, did you examine the hair?
Yes.
What did you note about the hair just upon first glance? Could it give you any indication of the ancestral background for this individual?
Yes, it was black hair, and it was affixed into dreadlocks. And there are also some seashells within it.
All right. Would you have combed through the hair itself?
Not with a comb itself, but looked very carefully through the hair for any objects that would be of importance.
Okay. In doing that, did you find anything within the hair beyond just the seashells that were attached to the hair?
Yes.
Describe what you found.
A bullet was found within the hair.
Okay. When you discovered that bullet, describe the chain of custody that you maintained for that item of evidence.
Once that bullet was identified, it was photographed within the hair. Then it was removed and photographed again alone. Then it was placed into evidence packaging and sealed by our investigator in our office.
Okay. What was the import to finding a bullet within the hair as you go through, examine the body, and then later make a determination about cause of death?
The importance here, especially since I did not know a potential cause of death, it alerted me to the possibility of there being signs of gunshot wounds. While I looked for everything else, it definitely alerted me to a higher possibility at that point.
Certainly. All right, then did you start the process of examining the entire body?
Yes.
How does that process begin?
With skeletal remains, once everything is photographed as received and things of importance like the bullet are removed, then the bones are laid out according to anatomic position in an attempt to identify what bones we do have, what we don't have, and look for injury. I utilized Dr. Garvin, a forensic anthropologist, and relied on her expertise pretty heavily. So really my job was to find things that were more particular to my area of expertise, like the bullet, and looking with, the amount of experience and expertise I have for any injury I could appreciate before she did her job.
Okay. When you perform autopsies on bodies that have been shot with a living individual, as the bullet enters the body, what are we going to see relative to the entry wound in its appearance as compared to an exit wound if the bullet actually did exit the body?
The difference between entrance and exit wounds on skin is usually pretty clear. Entrance wounds tend to be quite round. There's a lot of energy and force that comes behind that bullet, as it's usually just traveling through air before it makes contact with the skin. Other things you can see with an entrance wound as well are findings associated with close range discharge of a firearm, like soot or stippling, which are little abrasions on the skin from gunpowder. Once that bullet enters the body, it goes through organs and more soft tissue, potentially bone. It's losing a lot of energy. So once it exits the body, it more pushes through the skin in order to exit. So we don't have a round wound, we have more of a slit-like lacerated exit wound.
Okay. Dr. Cruz, given the bony structures within a body, with a bullet entering the body, does it present a good likelihood that a bullet could strike bony structure that would leave evidence behind?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, since you're dealing with skeletal remains, were you looking at the bony structures to see if you could determine a potential point of impact by bullets striking the skeletal structures within the body?
Yes.
Okay. What did you know?
So at autopsy, there was a clear gunshot wound that was evident as I was laying at all the bones. That one was in the mandible or the jawbone. There was a clear gunshot wound there. It was round and it has what we call beveling, where on one side of the bone, the opening is larger than the other side of the bone. There's also a clear gunshot wound in one of the scapula, which are bones in the top of the back, the right scapula.
All right. Now, staying with the topic of the mandible and that gunshot wound, were you able to discern a path of travel and where that bullet may have gone after it traveled through the mandible?
Yes.
Explain.
So in the mandible, the way the beveling showed the pathway, the bullet traveled from the front of her body to the back of her body. When I do directions of wound paths, it's relative to anatomic position, with the person standing straight up, looking forward, their hands by their sides with their palms forward. So from her front to her back. Other injuries that were appreciated by me and even further characterized by Dr. Garvin were injuries to cervical vertebra or some of her neck bones, which were right in the pathway of that injury to that mandible. So the pathway for for that was front to back and left to right.
Certainly. Did it appear then that the bullet got stuck within the cervical region of the child's neck?
There was injury to that cervical region. It is possible that that bullet recovered from the hair, which is right in that same area, could represent that bullet that created that wound.
Thank you for that. And can you please explain what the presence of having been shot in the mandible and having traveled through the cervix region, what's significant about that type of injury relative to human life and causing death?
So the mandible itself and the cervical vertebra, injury to those may not necessarily be immediately life-threatening. However, there are a lot of structures surrounding them that could quickly produce death. There are a number of very large vessels in the neck in between those two that when injured could cause pretty rapid death or significant bleeding. Also, the spinal cord is next to those bones in the neck, and that could have been injured in the process as well. And that can have significant effects on the human body.
Okay. If a bullet strikes the spinal cord, what happens?
So the spinal cord relays information from your brain to the rest of the body. Depending on where your spinal cord is injured, leads to certain sorts of disabilities. An injury high up in the spinal cord could have devastating effects on a person.
And then how does that type of injury impact the body's ability to relay messages to various organs or even the brain to keep that body functioning?
It inhibits that process. And
Okay.
so it's depending on how significant the injury is, but it definitely could stop that communication completely.
All right. From there then, let's talk about the physical structure of the body, back first, so that we've got some understanding of that for your descriptions of other areas of injury. All right, so if we start at the top of the back in the area of the neck, that area of the spine, what is that known as?
In the back of the spine, so the spinous processes?
Or no, just this area. What do we describe that?
The back of the neck or the spine,
Yeah.
cervical vertebra.
Okay, and then if we move down from the cervical region, going down the back, what would be the next region?
So once you're out of that neck region and down into the chest, it's the thoracic region.
Okay, and then how far does the thoracic region extend from the base of the neck and down the back?
It goes down, so your entire chest cavity and down into your abdominal cavity when it then transitions into the lumbar region.
Okay, and then what area of the human body does the lumbar region encompass?
The lumbar region is that lower back area, and then if you're looking from the front, in the abdomen.
All right, and then in the area of the lumbar, when we talk about the lumbar region, in the tailbone area, can you explain just the various locations there and what is at play?
So just throughout this whole area, the spinal cord is there. The lumbar region then moves into the sacrum, kind of overlying that tailbone region as well. There you're not getting those vital structures, but you have a lot of blood vessels, and it's, a pretty significant bone in the body.
Okay. Before we talk about the other injuries that you noted, there's a thought that I had I want to go back to. When you were talking about the direction of travel of that bullet through the mandible, does that give you any indication of the placement of the individual shooting the gun at the time that the child was shot and that bullet traveled through the mandible?
In terms of placement of the person shooting them and the shooter, it's difficult, especially if it's the head, since there can be a lot of movement. What I can say is the bullet came from her front.
Thank you. All right. Now let's go to the other area that you noted injuries to. Again, what was that area?
The scapula.
What is scapula?
So you have two, and they're in your back in the upper portion, and it was the one on her right side that was injured.
Okay, so if we're looking at the human back, and we think about our arm and the rotation of our arm, and then there's that bony structure there up toward the shoulder region, is that the scapula?
Yes, the
All right.
shoulder blade.
The shoulder blade. Now, we've seen pictures of the scapula. We've got that broader point of the scapula that comes down more toward a point. The broader section of the scapula, where does that lie relative to the top portion of the shoulder versus the lower portion of the back as you're moving down the thoracic region and going toward the lumbar region?
So that top part of the scapula, you can think maybe where the clavicle is or that breastbone, and then it moves down into that point, and that whole area is called the blade.
Certainly. So does it get narrower as we go from the top of the back down?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, what did you note in the area of the scapula on the right side of the body?
In that right scapula, at autopsy, I was able to appreciate one obvious gunshot wound that was in the blade region. And then Dr. Garvin, upon her examination afterward, she appreciated that same gunshot wound and then an additional one that was in the area of the spine, so more in the top portion of that scapula.
When Dr. Garvin noted that second location involving a gunshot wound, did you have an opportunity to go back and look at that as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you agree with her findings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What's the significance of sustaining gunshot wounds to that area of the body?
So gunshot wounds to that area of the body, both of those had a front to back also direction. Due to their placement, they represented two separate gunshot wounds, different from that mandible and the cervical vertebra, which were paired. When someone is shot from the front and it injures part of their back, there are a lot of vital structures in between. You have your lungs, your heart's on the left side of your chest, and you have ribs, a lot of blood vessels. So there's potential for a lot of other organs and vital structures to be injured before that scapula gets injured.
Okay. And I want to make sure that I understand when you say it traveled from front to back. So were you talking about an entry point to the chest and then traveling toward the back itself?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is that type of injury significant relative to cause of death?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, beyond that, then, what else did you note when you were doing your autopsy?
On top of those three gunshot wounds, the projectile, the main thing that I noted was the severe decomposition of her body. And then I took on the task of identifying her body.
Certainly. Why was that something that really stuck out to you? You know, when you talk about the severe decomposition of her body.
That amount of decomposition tells you a story about timeline. Giving a firm timeline is incredibly difficult, but you know that some time at least has passed. It also says why I potentially didn't see other injuries. As we indicated, organs were likely injured, but no organs remained. And she may have had some other sort of injury, but those just weren't able to be appreciated due to the state of her body.
All right. Given the absence of any type of human skin, human tissue, or organs outside these gunshot wounds, can you even begin to speak about possible injuries that that child may have sustained?
I cannot. I did not see any.
All right. So just as far as the significant deterioration, did that speak to those remains having been out in a climate where she was found for a significant period of time before they were recovered?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, the fingernails. Did you examine her fingernails?
I did.
Okay. And of course, I mean, I've asked the question assuming that there were fingernails that came in with the body bag.
Correct.
There were. Describe why you would examine fingernails.
The fingernails were examined. I always look at fingernails, whether someone's decomposed or not. Sometimes they can be torn or irregular. Also, they can potentially provide DNA evidence if I'm looking for a way to identify a body.
Okay. Describe your examination of the fingernails.
The fingernails were devoid of any soft tissue. That would help with the DNA process. What was noteworthy with them is that they appeared to have been decorated with some white polish. They, in the very least, were quite white in color.
All right. Is that something that would be important if talking with family members to determine whether or not a lost family member did have those nails painted?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know of any discussions that happened with the mother about whether or not Breasia Terrell's nails had been painted?
I do not recall.
That's all right. All right. So there was no type of tissue there that you could utilize for purposes of DNA?
No, there was not.
But speak to the topic of DNA. Whose DNA?
Breasia's DNA.
Okay, all right. With the deterioration of the human body, when you were dealing with skeletal remains then, say, for example, the perpetrator's DNA would have been with that child's body, by virtue of the decomposition process, then is that DNA going to be destroyed?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And then with a body being out in an environment like this for an extended period of time, do environmental factors weigh into whether or not DNA evidence can be developed?
Yes, they
Explain.
do. As you indicated, DNA can be destroyed. If someone is in an environment where they're being rained on, it can be washed away and then just degraded over time. Animals can get involved, and there, as you indicated, there's a high likelihood that someone else's DNA is most likely not there.
Okay, so DNA does degrade.
Yes.
All right. And at the point that it's completely degraded, we would not be able to identify even the presence of DNA?
Depending on the environment.
Sure. Do you know of any products as well that would destroy DNA?
There are cleaning supplies that can degrade DNA or clean them so that when testing is performed, you can't identify any.
Can you speak to the subject of Clorox or bleach?
Bleach is one of those products that can do so.
Okay. In addition, just doing your physical examination of the body, what else was done?
So continuing on, I suppose, with the identification process,
Yeah.
The fingernails were examined to see if there's any of Breasia's DNA or tissue left on them. She did have some of that mummified tissue, and then ultimately bone was used, which contains DNA, to compare her DNA to her mother's DNA.
Okay. When the comparison was made between the DNA taken from the body to the DNA of Aisha Langford, what findings were made?
The findings from the laboratory was that they're very, very high likelihood that they were related.
Okay. Now, when you talk about DNA, is DNA unique to each individual?
Yes.
But who does a child get their DNA from?
Well, DNA comes from the parents. Okay. And depending on what type of DNA, mitochondrial might just be from the mom. So testing of a parent should be successful in determining if they're related or not.
Okay. Spell mitochondrial.
Mitochondrial is mitochondrial.
Okay. So does the mitochondrial DNA come from the mother?
Yes.
Now, in comparing the DNA taken from this body to that of the mother, were you definitively able to establish that these skeletal remains were a child of Aisha Langford?
Yes.
Okay. But in order to identify specifically who this child was, what additional steps had to be taken?
In addition to the DNA, the dental morphology, so the teeth of the individual that we had at the autopsy were compared to the teeth of Breasia. She had very clear photographs of her teeth before she died. So again, I used Dr. Garvin's expertise, and she compared the teeth that we had at autopsy, different characteristics of them to the teeth that Breasia had photographed. And in her opinion, they were a match, and reviewing her report, I am confident they are a match.
Okay, so then did you then make a definitive finding as to who these skeletal remains belonged to?
Yes.
And what identification was that?
They belong to Breasia Terrell.
Okay. Let me address just one variable relative to the development of the DNA. Did you receive assistance in developing that DNA profile?
Yes, we do not perform that analysis. It's sent to a DNA lab, and they provide me with a report, and I determine where to go with that report.
Do you work hand in hand with the DCI laboratory?
We are actually physically connected, and we submit evidence to them, and that's how we operate with them.
Okay, and that's one of the issues that Dr. Garvin had spoke to. She indicated that there had been a submission to the DCI so that what had been taken from the bones or the DNA from the bone could be identified.
Correct.
And that is a part of what occurred. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you determine a cause of death?
Yes.
What was the cause of death?
The cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds.
Okay, all right. Dr. Cruz, were there photographs taken throughout the course of this autopsy?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16-1 through 16-45. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16-1 through 16-45. I'd like for you to look at that group exhibit and tell me if you recognize that group exhibit.
These are the autopsy photographs that we took.
Okay, and do those accurately depict what it is that you observed as you performed the autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce this group exhibit.
That exhibit will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. Before I do that, Dr. Cruz, I want to go back and talk about one other issue. So you indicated the cause of death was attributable to
multiple gunshot wounds.
And then beyond cause of death, do you also author a professional opinion about manner of death?
Yes.
And what was the manner of death that you reported in your autopsy report?
Homicide.
All right. All right, I have before you State's Exhibit 16-1. Explain what we are seeing in State's Exhibit 16-1.
This photograph shows the body bag, which is the white for most of the photo. And then in the center is a tag indicating who is inside of the body bag. And then that lock that should be intact when it's received in our office. That lock also comes with a number that we document so we know it hasn't been changed out.
When the skeletal remains came into the state medical examiner's office, what identifier was used for these skeletal remains?
So this tag on the body bag and then a tag inside as well.
But what was the name given to the skeletal remains?
Adolescent doe.
And then does it indicate a date and time that essentially it was found or recovered?
Yes.
And what is that?
3/23/21 at 10:45.
In what county?
Clinton. And then of note, I also spelled Dr. Malcolm's name incorrectly. Doesn't have
Okay.
a second L,
That's all right.
according to what she wrote.
And does this particular body tag indicate who was responsible for tagging the body bag once the skeletal remains were placed inside?
Yes,
And who is that?
Dr. Malcolm.
All right. States Exhibit 16-2. What are we seeing here?
This is that photograph, which I call an as-is photo. So this is exactly how the remains are in the body bag as they were received once we opened the zippers.
Okay. Doctor, can you take the pointer, and I'm going to talk about the wooden pointer behind you, and show us what would represent the hair that had come in with that body bag?
The mass of hair that came with the body, and then here are the rest of the remains, and then in the bags are even more remains that are more fragmented.
Okay, as we look at this photograph too, is the clothing intertwined within that larger portion of skeletal remains?
Yes.
All right. States Exhibit 16-3. What are we seeing here?
This is essentially the same photograph, just making sure we have everything in the frame. Sometimes it's difficult to tell, so I'll take more photos than maybe are necessary.
In this photograph, are we focusing on the lower half of the body or the upper half of the body?
It appears to be more the lower half, but things are kind of jumbled.
Sure. Going to States Exhibit 16-4. What's the perspective of this?
This is that other end, so potentially more of the upper half of the body, including one of those bags, just to make sure we have everything included.
And as we look at this photograph, can we see the article of clothing that you've described as the shorts?
Yes, we can.
Where is that at?
That's to the, I guess, the mid right of the photograph, in between the hair and the brown paper bag.
All right. In this photograph, is there other clothing that's difficult to see? But as we look at the mass and we go through this, we will start to recognize that that's another article of clothing.
That's correct.
And then can you point that out for us?
Well, intermixed more so with here, where I'm able to take off that really tattered shirt. It was really jumbled in with everything.
Thank you. States Exhibit 16-5. What is happening at this point?
So these are the bones as I received them at autopsy. Once I took that clothing off, we were able to remove that mass of hair. And they're just sort of a loose representation of how they should be in the human body before Dr. Garvin made them essentially the way they absolutely should be.
Absolutely. Going to States Exhibit 16-6.
Here, more of those bones more laid out, and then that mass of hair here next to the ruler.
As we look at this photograph, can we see the seashells within the hair itself?
Yes, we can.
Can you point those out? All right. How many did you point out for purposes of our record?
Oh, I pointed out 2 as an example.
All right. States Exhibit 16-7.
Similar photograph as before.
Okay. 16-8.
Here we're looking at some of that mummified remaining tissue on one of the extremities, just to give an idea of how severely decomposed she was. So not quite a mummy, not quite a skeleton, but quite close.
All right. What bone is this mummified tissue attached to?
I'd have to go back and look. It's one of the long bones in the extremities.
Sure. States Exhibit 16-9.
This is a photograph of the top portion of the skull looking down.
16-10.
This is the skull as it was received before the teeth were put back in. I'm looking from the front.
All right, so in this photograph, how many teeth do we still see within the jawbone itself?
Here we can still see 2 very clear teeth in the upper portion of the mouth.
Okay. States Exhibit 16-11.
Here we're looking at the left side of the skull, and one of those teeth is clearly visible.
16-12.
This is the right side of the skull, and you can see those teeth again.
16-13.
skull.
All right. Dr. Cruz, can you speak to this? As we're looking at the back of the skull, there appears to be some type of compromise of the bony structure. Yes, can you talk to that topic and help us understand what we're seeing here?
Sure. So you have a number of what are called sutures in the skull. When you're a baby, we all have many bones in our skull. When you're a baby, they're not quite together. As you get older, those bones fuse together, but we still see remnants of them being separate. So here we call it suture line. So it's a squiggly line that shows the two bones connecting, and at the back of your skull, it's called a lambdoid suture.
Thank you. Going to States Exhibit 16-14. What are we seeing here?
This is looking at the top of the skull. We see more of those suture lines. Here going to the back, we have the sagittal suture, and then across the sides, the coronal suture. We can also see here the mandible or the jawbone, which contains some teeth. And then we also see a box containing multiple additional teeth.
All right. The mandible, would that be the lower jaw then?
Yes.
And then how many teeth were still intact in the lower jaw, which did not have to be replaced?
Looking at this photograph, I can clearly see 4 teeth.
Got it. Okay. Let's go to States Exhibit 16-15. What are we seeing here?
Here it's the underside of the skull. We see teeth and then a large hole in the middle of the skull, which is called the foramen magnum.
Certainly. 16-16.
Again, it's that same photograph, just a kind of a closer view, maybe better lighting.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can. Well, that's the best that we can do there. 16-17.
This is that mandible once some teeth have been replaced.
16-18.
And here's that mandible with the replaced teeth, this time from the left side.
And as you go through the process of replacing the teeth, then are x-rays taken and compared to the dental records of Breasia Terrell?
Yes, they can be. Here more so the gross morphology, just looking at the teeth with the eyes, that was most helpful given the records that we had.
Thank you. States Exhibit 16-20.
So part of the process doing the autopsy is the top of the skull cap is removed, usually to look at the brain, but really just to see any contents. So this is looking inside of the skull where the brain should be. Here we have like remnants of bugs, different stages of their life cycle.
16-21.
Here we're looking at the mandible again and appreciating the gunshot wound, which is to the right near the ruler.
16-22.
This is one of the cervical vertebra. Before it was cleaned a little more, but as part of the middle portion of the vertebra, as part of the injury from that gunshot wound that also injured the mandible.
16-23.
Here we have the cervical vertebra again from the side with some irregularity representing the gunshot wound and some discoloration and dirt.
16-24.
This is that right scapula. So this is one angle of it where irregularity can be seen representing one of the 2 gunshot wounds to the scapula.
All right. Let's go to the top right corner.
Ms. Cunningham, we're at our noon hour, and I think you're going to start another area of this examination. I think this would be a good time for our break.
I think so too, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be in adjournment until 1:30.
You wear a t-shirt outside?
Okay, we have lunch. So let's see what else do we have? We could do the hearing for what's her Alexi Treviso, which was taking place. We saw a little bit of it during a break yesterday. I'm not sure. Let me see what else we might have. I see Warlike Wrath is having a live later this afternoon about the possibility of Dylan being dissolved in acid. I don't know how realistic that is. I'd need to talk to a scientist. I've heard yes, it could happen. I've heard no, it couldn't happen. So I'm not sure which to believe. Let's see. Aowen has decided that she's going to weigh in. Oh, let's see. I remember there was a video which was talking about Murda last night that I spotted. So let's see, or the wee hours of this morning. Oh, I don't seem to have it. Let's see. I'm not seeing it. Okay, let's see what else we've got. We might have, I think that the Henry VIII trial was supposed to start earlier. Let me see. Oh, nope, that post was wrong. It says starts in 81 minutes, and we'll be done with lunch by then, in theory at least. Something about an active shooter near Pennsylvania Children's Hospital. Let's see what we can find on that. Yeah, that was a post on Ickadmel, but it doesn't sound like it's a current active shooter. It's because I see one at the Children's Hospital from 4 months ago. Let me take a quick look. I'm trying to see if I can find out. Don't really want to stream Ickadmel. Let's try doing a more general search. Okay, I'm seeing some. Here we go. No, that's Fox. Fox will get you demonetized. Okay, here, let's go for this, I think. Now, this is just a shot of the skyline.
Another one.
Oh,
Another one.
okay, it's police.
Flight detail 2's area, female with scissors threatening self-harm. Doesn't say that there's any medical needs at this time. Okay to hold it?
Sure, I popped up on my board that,
Flores Street.
aircraft. That's holding for that Aiken and Ellsworth, I believe I was on Detail 3, they were trying to find those. If they get any other comments on that?
Nothing on our side that was put in. Let me check and see if it was just put on the other side.
3633, out back from Middletown and Poplar.
Copy.
Engine on scene.
And in Shanley Gardens, you're going to be getting 317. Attention units on this channel, Zone 5 looking for 2 for PM. Zone 5 looking for 2 for PM. If interested, please contact the zone at 1312.
Spaceman 4.
4.
Head to Mercy, get my partner.
12.
Return call for 2nd Avenue Commons. This guy originally called for someone using drugs next to the porta potty across from the Commons. Now he's calling in and says he doesn't understand why police didn't remove the actor. Said something about a tent that's illegal. He doesn't have a good callback number and he wants to speak to an officer, but he's a block and a half away from the actor. Disregard it, base. That's copy, thank you. Need high reach. Let me look at the other one.
You want me to start a rescue truck as well from our services?
Yeah, that's good. High reach, that's fine.
502, or correction, 503, rescue 2.
Rescue 2.
503. It's going to be an E0 and 10s area, 4464 High Ridge Street off of Van Buren or Monville Street. 51-year-old male struck by a vehicle, said it rolled off a jack, broke his arm. He's not pinned. They are trying to control the bleeding.
The vehicle up on jacks. The vehicle rolled off, possibly breaking his arm. He is not pinned. It's 34 engine only for smaller detail. 4464 High Ridge Street up from Van Buren or Mountville. For a 51-year-old male that had his vehicle up on jacks. The vehicle fell, striking his arm, possibly broken. He is not pinned inside the vehicle. Time is 1313. 126 on Windhurst. 1314. Liberty Avenue,
This is auto on Aiken Place that was called in by a worker in the area. The ignition was punched out. I did run it through JNet. It is coming out of stolen out of Bellevue.
An EMS 1.
6 truck in service.
We're going to jump in and grab high ridge with rescue 2 and pilot 3. So we can count the issue on that one. Medic 3, then rescue 2 and pilot 3. So we'll need replay for Liberty.
2141, you can disregard.
2141, copy the disregard.
1315, thank you.
For the record, this is start of the standoff on Broad Street. I've been at North Millville and Broad, still here at this time.
Millville and Broad. 12 base.
12.
Treating the had. Am I reading this correctly that there's nobody on scene now?
Way. It's actually going to be on Charlotte Way for a truck that's illegally parked. It's a gray Ford F-150 truck.
What's up?
1316. $32.49.
249, code 4.
Received. You're going to be getting parked E-183.
Dispatch from 17, Angie. Maintenance on scene, reset the alarm suspect.
17, and that's received. Attention all companies, Zone 314 has been struck out. Zone 314 has been struck out. 17 engines now back in from Thomas Boulevard. Time is 3:17.
Engine 22's on scene, nothing showing. I do have a visual alarm. Go ahead and investigate.
Engine 22 out, visual alarm, investigating.
Dispatch from 23.
23.
Baldwin 512 has patient care. You can show us back.
That's received.
12 copies. Back in service. 3621, I'm back. 36 copies. Right back in. Going to on High Ridge. Dispatch engine 22.
22 engine.
This is workers replacing a sprinkler head. No hazards, no smoke, no fire. We're going to be in service returning.
22 engine, that's received. Attention all companies, Zone 42 has been struck out. Zone 42 has been struck out. 22 engine is now back in from Glass House Apartments, Station Square Drive.
You still have Rescue 2 on this?
Affirmative.
He's up and walking around and in his home. You can disregard them.
Rescue 2, you can disregard.
Rescue 2 has disregard. Show us back.
Read your copy.
503 copy. Put me back in. Seven.
You have a more precise location on this man. We're not seeing him anywhere.
He said it was by Family Court City County building. He was outside. I can haul him back.
That's copy. Thank you.
Uh, 722 Horning Street up in Maloli. Female's calling in said that the neighbor continues to record and harass the mother at that location. She doesn't want to speak to police, but she wants police to speak to them. I tried to do a call back. I got no answer. One.
Yeah, there's nothing found on that call. Hold on, let's see. Let's go check this door that just popped in. We can clear 47 from that.
47, did you copy?
That's copy.
Stand by for 1 second. We might have another one.
Medic 5 from 501. Medic 5 from 501. Dispatch 501.
501.
Right. I got 5 on the phone. There'll be a couple minutes delay. But put Butler Street on them. And then 47 for Allegheny Network.
Base ambulance 47.
Spain, coming on EMS 1 at 1323.
103 Kirk Avenue up at Churchview Avenue. Caller can see a male that's completely naked outside, possibly a psych patient, sitting just staring at things. It's a black male, about 6 feet.
We copy that from 27th and Sarah.
1323.
Standby. I'm on the phone with that 3418 with the security company. 1 second.
3475.
Okay. Pull myself in 314 out at 3418 Beechwood Boulevard on this burglar alarm. I believe that's the one that 3400's on the phone with right now.
Late here. Can I get my on-scene time?
So you called on scene at 12:54.
Thank you.
1. It's a commercial van.
370, we copy from Browser Road.
1325.
635, you can show me in badge, website, debit, and invite.
That's copied as 1325.
Good.
Issue at 501.
3126, what's code for Windhurst?
Copy that. Go for Windhurst at 1326.
Kirk Avenue is like detail for a person with no clothes on in the area. No medical needs. Okay to hold? I can't reach 501. Absolutely, we can hold that. Can I disregard fire as well? Affirmative. Copy, thanks.
All companies, 34 engines now back in, 34 engines now back in.
475, the key holder is on scene.
Copy that to 1326.
MC2 index.
Gentleman at Ross Street, Forbes Avenue, we were unable to locate him. He's calling back now saying he's on the corner with construction workers, that he was dizzy. It's recommending mutual aid. I also now have a fall at Southwest Retirements residence recommending mutual aid.
Male in traffic on the Birmingham Bridge if you didn't see that. Interesting.
For fires report on the Southwest Retirement.
501 from 46.
Yeah, 505, bed 46.
505, we can clear Mercy and take the dizzy. 46, I threw it up on your CAD. We were down there looking for him earlier. 47 wasn't able to find him. We did multiple callbacks. He didn't answer. Now he's saying he's at Ross Street at Forbes Avenue near the construction. Supposed to be a white male, gray hat, blue shirt, and tan shorts with a cane.
That's copy. Thanks for the description. I'll get him.
Copy that. Base medic 12. Oh. Back into Mercy. Where are we going? Now, only unit if you could stay central. And we'll be central then.
There's medic 183 on scene at 3910 Liberty Ave.
1329.
As received, I'll head up to EMS 1. Thank you.
To help out with Troop B major case team. So you might see some other units from D, E, A, and et cetera coming in right now to assist our CERT team and other members throughout the city with this investigation. Yeah, Trooper Rocco Gagliardi. That's ROCCOGAGLIARDI. I will head back down there and I will update you guys as best as I can.
Okay, you just heard from State Police PIO Trooper Rocco Gagliardi. He said that State Police is taking over this investigation. He told us that the gunfire you just heard while we were interviewing him is most likely back and forth shooting with the suspect and State Police. They have drones in the air. If we can, I don't see it right now, but we have drones up there that's giving them a bird's eye view of what exactly is taking place there in addition to the boots on the ground. As he said, he's going to check back in with us. He doesn't have much information that he is able to relay to us and to our viewers at this time, but we're going to stay around and make sure that we continue to get updates from him, and then we will bring those to you live. Thank you.
Did I miss it? Like, I started shooting the video. Our phone's hot.
Hi, Matt. Okay, I found a story here. Let's look at that to see more about the specific situation. Okay, let's see. Here we go.
Happening in the city of Pittsburgh right now, an active shooter situation in the Garfield neighborhood. This is happening at the intersection of North Mathilda Street and Broad Street. That is the southeastern edge of St. Mary Catholic Cemetery, the other side of the cemetery from Children's Hospital. Now, the initial reports we're hearing came in around 10:55 this morning. Then Pittsburgh Public Safety sent out an alert at around 11:01. They are asking people to avoid that area again because of an active shooter situation. This is in the Garfield neighborhood, the southeastern edge of the cemetery there, not far from Children's Hospital. We want to bring in KDK lead investigator Andy Sheehan now. Andy, you have just been on the phone, so tell us what you are learning.
Well, these are initial reports, Erica, but we're finding out that sheriff deputies this morning were executing an eviction warrant on a house on Broad Street. And when they approached the house, the suspect or the occupant there apparently opened fire. And this resulted in a gunfight between the sheriff deputies and this person that's in this house. I am told that there have been hundreds of rounds of fire that have been shot off in this confrontation, so much so that some of the sheriff deputies have actually run out of ammunition. These are initial reports. Pittsburgh SWAT has just arrived on the scene. They will be taking over the scene from the sheriff deputies, some of whom are pinned down at this point. And this will be apparently a sort of a barricaded a standoff situation between the occupant and the SWAT team. So this could be a long and drawn out process.
And we were just looking live over the scene there from News Chopper 2. Now, what actually we are hearing that SWAT told Chopper to leave, so making sure that the situation is safe at this point. But what have you heard about injuries? Anything yet?
I have heard that none of the sheriff deputies are having conflicting reports, maybe 4, maybe as many as 6 sheriff deputies. When they execute a warrant, generally they come with more than 2 because this can be an explosive or an emotional situation, sometimes dangerous. I'm told that none of those sheriff deputies have been hit, but some of them have been injured, broken glass, shrapnel, this kind of thing. No gunshot wounds, but some of them may have been injured, certainly not life-threatening at this point.
Okay, we are keeping posted on that. And again, this is a live look at the scene now from the ground. We have a KDK crew on scene there. You can see that this is a very active situation, an ambulance just moving away from the scene there, and also active police cruisers arriving and going to and from the scene.
You're seeing St. Mary's Cemetery, which is basically part of the Allegheny Cemetery that's in Bloomfield and the other part of Lawrenceville. This is not far from Children's Hospital. Beyond the cemetery is where the residential area is, back from Penn Avenue. Broad Street would be about 1 block back from Penn Avenue, runs the length of Garfield.
And again, police are asking people to avoid this area if at all possible. Now, you said that, again, this started as deputies were serving an eviction notice. Is that correct?
That's correct. An eviction notice, the sheriff's office is in charge of sheriff sales, non-payment of taxes over time. Landlords can request that people be evicted. The sheriff deputies, this is part of their domain. They go and serve these eviction notices. These can be volatile situations because people are being removed from their homes, and they came somewhat prepared, but not prepared for what happened, which was the suspect opened up gunfire, is what we're told.
Do we know if there is just one weapon in the house with that barricaded suspect?
No, these are, this is kind of fog of war at this point. I'm getting reports from sheriff deputies on the scene.
Okay. And as far as we know, is it only that barricaded suspect in the house? Do we know if there's anyone else in there?
We do not know that.
Okay. So again, this is a very fluid situation. We are taking a live look at the scene now in the Garfield neighborhood, an active shooting situation. Again, this is in the area of Broad Street, North Mathilda Street. This is close to Penn Avenue, which we know is a busy street throughout Pittsburgh. And this is also close to Children's Hospital in Lawrenceville. You can see that officers are arriving on scene, putting on their gear for this situation.
We're looking at Pittsburgh SWAT officers that are getting ready. They would be called from the SWAT officers are located, some of them centrally, others in different zones. When they have this situation, sometimes called a red ball, they're all told to mass and descend on this scene, and they are on the scene right now.
About how many officers, whenever they show up, do you usually see arrive at these scenes?
About a dozen.
About a dozen.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, I'm sure they're bringing more ammunition. As we know, so many shots were fired earlier that, in fact, you said that some deputies actually ran out of ammunition.
We're told that hundreds of rounds of fire have been fired.
Quite a situation there. You are looking live at what is unfolding right now. We do have a reporter on scene gathering information and letting us know what is happening there. But just to recap, this is an active shooter situation in Pittsburgh's Garfield neighborhood, happening at the intersection of North Mathilda Street and Broad Street. This is near the St. Mary Catholic Cemetery, which is not far from Children's Hospital. As far as we know right now, a suspect is barricaded inside of a home there after an eviction notice was served. No major injuries at this point, no gunshot wounds, I should say, at this point, but some deputies we are hearing were injured from some debris in the process. Of course, we are going to continue to monitor this situation for you. As I mentioned, we do have a crew on scene gathering more information. And of course, our lead investigator, Andy Sheehan, will be working the phones to learn as much as possible. Stay with us throughout the day here on air and online as we continue to follow this developing story. All right, here we are. Everyone is still purring away. Let's go back to the image of what's going on in the street. Looks like a nice area. Not sure if this here is grass or I guess it's got to be grass because it's hilly. It wouldn't be a river unless that's flat. This could be a hill and that could be flat. Let's see. I'm going to look and see if we got any other videos on what's going on in Pittsburgh. We could go back to the trial for the three guys who plotted to kidnap the governor. Can't remember what state, maybe Wisconsin. Let's see. Okay, here's another video. Let's look at this one. We're breaking into programming to let you know that we are following some breaking news happening in the city of Pittsburgh right now. An active shooter situation in the Garfield neighborhood. This is happening at the intersection of North Mathilda Street and Broad Street. That is the southeastern edge of St. Mary Catholic Cemetery, the other side of the cemetery from Children's Hospital. Now, the initial reports we're hearing came in around 10:55 this morning. Then Pittsburgh Public Safety sent out an alert at around 11:01. They are asking people to avoid that area again because of an active shooter situation. This is in the Garfield neighborhood, the southeastern edge of the cemetery there, not far from Children's Hospital. We want to bring in KDK lead investigator Andy Sheehan now. Andy, you have just been on the phone, so tell us what you are learning.
Well, these are initial reports, Erica, but we're finding out that sheriff deputies this morning were executing an eviction warrant on a house on Broad Street. And when they approached the house, the suspect or the occupant there apparently opened fire. And this resulted in a gunfight between the sheriff deputies and this person that's in this house. I am told that there have been hundreds of rounds of fire that have been shot off in this confrontation, so much so that some of the sheriff deputies have actually run out of ammunition. These are initial reports. Pittsburgh SWAT has just arrived on the scene. They will be taking over the scene from the sheriff deputies, some of whom are pinned down at this point. And this will be apparently a sort of a barricaded standoff situation between the occupant and the SWAT team. So this could be a long and drawn out process.
And we were just looking live over the scene there from News Chopper 2. Now, actually, we are hearing that SWAT told Chopper to leave, so making sure that the situation is safe at this point. But what have you heard about injuries? Anything yet?
I have heard that none of the sheriff deputies are having conflicting reports, maybe 4, maybe as many as 6 sheriff deputies. When they execute a warrant, generally they come with more than 2 because this can be an explosive or an emotional situation, sometimes dangerous. I'm told that none of those sheriff deputies have been hit, but some of them have been injured, broken glass, shrapnel, this kind of thing. No gunshot wounds, but some of them may have been injured, certainly not life-threatening at this point.
Okay, we are keeping posted on that. And again, this is a live look at the scene now from the ground. We have a KDK crew on scene there. You can see that this is a very active situation. An ambulance just moving away from the scene there, and also active police cruisers arriving and going to and from the scene.
You're seeing St. Mary's Cemetery, which is basically part of the Allegheny Cemetery that's in Bloomfield and the other part of Lawrenceville. This is not far from Children's Hospital. Beyond the cemetery is where the residential area is. Back from Penn Avenue, Broad Street would be about 1 block back from Penn Avenue, and runs the length of Garfield.
And again, police are asking people to avoid this area if at all possible. Now, you said that, again, this started as deputies were serving an eviction notice. Is that correct?
That's correct. An eviction notice, that the sheriff's office is in charge of sheriff sales, non-payment of taxes over time. Landlords can request that people be evicted. The sheriff deputies, this is part of their domain. They go and serve these eviction notices. These can be volatile situations because people are being removed from their homes, and they came somewhat prepared, but not prepared for what happened, which was the suspect opened up gunfire, is what we're told.
Do we know if there is just one weapon in the house with that barricaded suspect?
No, these are, this is kind of fog of war at this point. I'm getting reports from sheriff deputies on the scene.
Okay. And as far as we know, is it only that barricaded suspect in the house? Do we know if there's anyone else in there?
We do not know that.
Okay. So again, this is a very fluid situation. We are taking a live look at the scene now in the Garfield neighborhood, an active shooting situation. Again, this is in the area of Broad Street, North Mathilda Street. This is close to Penn Avenue, which we know is a busy street throughout Pittsburgh. And this is also close to Children's Hospital in Lawrenceville. You can see that officers are arriving on scene, putting on their gear for this situation.
We're looking at Pittsburgh SWAT officers that are getting ready. They would be called from the SWAT officers are located, some of them centrally, others in different zones. When they have this situation, sometimes called a red ball, they're all told to mass and descend on this scene, and they are on the scene right now.
About how many officers, whenever they show up, do you usually see arrive at these scenes?
About a dozen.
About a dozen.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, I'm sure they're bringing more ammunition. As we know, so many shots were fired earlier that, in fact, you said that some deputies actually ran out of ammunition.
We're told that hundreds of rounds of fire have been fired.
Quite a situation there. You are looking live at what is unfolding right now. We do have a reporter on scene gathering information and letting us know what is happening there. But just to recap, this is an active shooter situation in Pittsburgh's Garfield neighborhood, happening at the intersection of North Mathilda Street and Broad Street. This is near the St. Mary Catholic Cemetery, which is not far from Children's Hospital. As far as we know right now, a suspect is barricaded inside of a home there after an eviction notice was served. No major injuries at this point, no gunshot wounds, I should say, at this point, but some deputies we are hearing were injured from some debris in the process. Of course, we are going to continue to monitor this situation for you. As I mentioned, we do have a crew on scene gathering more information. And of course, our lead investigator, Andy Sheehan, will be working the phones to learn as much as possible. Stay with us throughout the day here on air and online as we continue to follow this developing story.
We've had some rainfall here in Utah from Hillary. Not much at my place, enough to get things pretty wet. But my sister-in-law up in just north of the Utah-Idaho border said that they had rain coming sideways, so it got pretty crazy north of me from it. So we have a town near Zion National Park called Hurricane, not Hurricane. The locals pronounce it Hurricane, so you can always tell if somebody is not from Utah by how they pronounce that. And Eureka is not Eureka, it's Eureka. So let's see. Looks like we have maybe something going on with the reporter on this. Let's see, it's a little bit behind.
Said about ammunition, they brought the Rook in. They're down there. It's like a battering ram. So he's saying that I'm going to step out of the way here, but he said that what's going to happen more than likely is that they're just going to have to go barge their way into that home and take this suspect into custody. You're looking live right now. Again, we zoomed in. You can see we're a block away. We're standing here on North Mathilda Street and Penn Avenue, where we have been since this unfolded. You can see that there are dozens upon dozens of law enforcement officers from agencies across our area helping out. But again, Pittsburgh police and state police are in charge of this investigation. Trooper Gagliardi said that they are still trying to evacuate people that live in the 4800 block of Broad Street. Not everyone has evacuated. You know that we spoke with a few people who shared their terrifying story with us about what they heard, what they saw this morning, and then relieved that they were brought to safety from police. But again, Trooper Gagliardi says that there are still a lot of people that are stuck, is the words he used, stuck inside their home. And if that is one of you, you are urged to call 911. so police can get to you and bring you to safety. Again, that's the 4800 block of Broad Street. So again, you're taking a look, you see a state police car is driving down there now. We're just told that, it's kind of a wait and see. You heard shots maybe within the last 10, 15 minutes. We haven't heard anything recently. We're hoping that that's a good sign that, law enforcement has this under control and possibly they're getting ready to get in there and bring the suspect out, and this will end peacefully. We are going to be out here all day until this ends, and we will bring you the very latest. If we get any more information, Erica, we will touch base and you can bring it back out to us. But for now, back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, we've got about 25 minutes left here. Let's see if we've got anything else on the situation.
No, the other one.
Oh,
you have it.
Everything here. Take this one too. Let me turn that mic. Yeah, text Kathy about our battery situation. She said she's working on it.
Working on what? I mean,
a battery. Yeah, I mean, like bringing out another jetpack. I mean, this jetpack is going down.
Okay, let's see.
Now to Megan Schiller, who is also on scene for us. Megan, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I've just been talking to some neighbors who have lived out here for decades, and they say that they feel like this is such a safe area, quiet, family-oriented part of Bloomfield, technically where we're standing, and a lot of them have just come out of their homes. They're on this side of Penn, so consider it the safer area, shall we say. So they've come out here just to watch what is unfolding. I've talked to some of them, and a couple of them said that they have seen this man, and that's all they would say. I've seen him. They didn't want to elaborate. They said they hadn't really interacted with him. We did know, obviously, we did confirm with the sheriff's deputies that they were out there for whatever reason serving that eviction notice, and that is when everything went off the rails. Right now, you can hear some sirens behind me. Police still walking around with weapons drawn, and it does seem as if they are going to be bringing through some sort of emergency vehicle coming up Penn. So just again to orient you, I'm up a little bit here in the media staging area. Seems as if they're bringing an ambulance through right now. SWAT, actually. Sorry, they're bringing SWAT through right now here at the scene. So still, as you can see, very active. We know right now that those people have been evacuated. You heard Shelley interview one of them just moments ago. Just really excited to be reunited with family members. That woman was down in her basement, just waiting for the all clear. Here you can see state police coming through in this green armored vehicle. Another state police cruiser going through. This is coming down Penn. It appears they're going to be making that left on Matilda, headed up toward Broad. They've come to a stop right now. Looks like there's a SWAT officer that's talking with the Pittsburgh police officer that is on the motorcycle that is leading them. Oh, looks like they're stopping right here. State police opening this armored vehicle here. It looks like they're staying put. Oh, fake out, just kidding. They're going to keep going. It looks like they might turn down here and head down towards the scene where this was, up Matilda toward Broad. So that's exactly where they're going right now. Trying to see who else is here. Pittsburgh State Police in that vehicle. And then also down here at the end of this, we just have another vehicle with Pittsburgh Emergency Management. So many law enforcement still out here on the scene. But a lot of people that were evacuated are just so happy to be out of the literal path of the bullets. The one woman that we talked to, she then went on the air and was interviewed by Shelley, and she said that she has so many bullets that riddled her whole front of her house, through her door. I asked her if she has any kids. She said no. She's there with her partner, but she works from home. So imagine, she said, just trying to do her work, and this is what unfolds. And then she finds herself hiding in her own basement. We're going to keep talking to people and following out here. We're going to toss it back to you in the studio as they begin.
That was probably about 10 minutes ago. That's whenever we heard that volley of gunfire. Have you heard anything else since then as far as gunfire or negotiations, anything like that?
Yeah, I would say we heard one small, short little burst after that. But since then, though, it has been silent, which is good, which is very promising. I would say, though, that significant volley that started before I came back on the air, I mean, that lasted for, I'd say, roughly 2 minutes. I mean, it felt like a really long time out here in the field. And it was a volley. I mean, it was not just one person from what it sounded like from this distance. A lot of rapid gunfire that went on for quite some time. And definitely made the people standing here, even though we are back at a safe distance, very fearful. Everyone was looking at each other thinking, are we okay where we're at? So yeah, again, right now on the scene, to some repositioning, it appears, of these first responders, of their vehicles, as they get some of these state police tactical vehicles a little closer up to Broad.
All right, Megan, you'll
So that's
keep
what's
us
happening
posted.
right now. I'm going to send it back to you, Erica.
All right, you'll keep us posted, and please be safe.
Okay, let's see if we've got anything else, but let's go back to our live shot while I take a look. It certainly makes for an interesting lunchtime because we don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully it'll get resolved. But you never know, because some of these people got major psychological issues. Oh, interesting. Let's go to some Ukraine news for a moment.
Breaking news just into CNN. That is, the Wagner mercenary group chief, Yevgeny Prigozhin, has been listed among passengers on board a plane that crashed just north of Moscow. This, according to Russian state media. You may remember that Prigozhin and his Wagner group led an attempted mutiny coup against the Russian president 2 months ago to the day, on June 23rd. He made his way close to Moscow before turning around. And now 2 months later, CNN is reporting that the chief listed among those on the passengers of this plane that crashed north of Moscow. Our Fred Pleitkin covers Russia extensively for us. He joins us now from Berlin. Fred, I don't need to say that this is shocking news. It comes just 2 months after this attempted coup. Prigozhin had enormous power inside Russia as head of the Wagner military group. Tell me what you're hearing about this and the significance.
Hi there, Jim. And obviously, we are still in the very early stages of this, but you're absolutely right. This could be potentially huge news with Yevgeny Prigozhin on that passenger list. We are hearing some of this from Russian state media, some of it also from the Russian Federal Aviation Administration. I want to read you some of what Russian media is quoting from the Federal Russian Aviation Administration. They're saying, quote, "An investigation has been launched into the crash of the Embraer aircraft, which occurred tonight in the Tver region." That's a region that's sort of north of Moscow, south of St. Petersburg. We, of course, know that Yevgeny Prigozhin has essentially his headquarters in St. Petersburg, even though large parts of his organization have moved to Belarus. In the Tver region, according to the list of passengers, among them is the surname of Yevgeny Prigozhin, it says. There, we're also hearing that possibly 10 people in total were on board that aircraft, that aircraft is an Embraer 160, an aircraft like that owned by Yevgeny Prigozhin's company, by Yevgeny Prigozhin himself. So possibly this could be very big news, as the Russians are treating this very much as possibly Yevgeny Prigozhin being on that aircraft. Obviously right now, his whereabouts very much unknown. One of the things that's really interesting about this is that we do know that Yevgeny Prigozhin was traveling abroad, Jim. We do know that he was in Africa at least a couple of days ago. There was a video that he released saying that his forces, his Wagner forces, were now working in Africa, that it was very hot there, but he was on the ground there as well, claiming that those forces were fighting against ISIS. Of course, as you very correctly stated, Yevgeny Prigozhin started that mutiny on June 24th, about 2 months ago, which failed, which was then called back, obviously a big threat to Vladimir Putin. And there were many people who were wondering about Yevgeny Prigozhin's safety and whether or not there could be payback from Vladimir Putin or from the Russian security services. Again, still very much unclear what exactly is going on, what exactly happened there, but certainly this potentially could be very, very big news coming out of Russia, Jim.
That's right. You mentioned that video from 2 days ago. I believe we were playing just a clip of it. We could play it again, in which he spoke about Wagner's exploits in Africa as making, in his words, Africa freer. We should note Prigozhin's Wagner group is operated as really a private military for the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Prigozhin, close to the Russian president. He was known for a time as Putin's chef, although his role much greater than that. He also played a role in the 2016 Russian interference in the U.S. election, leading the group that helped interfere and spread false news here in the U.S. And to Fred's point, you cannot mention today's events as Russian state media reporting that he was on the list of passengers of this plane that went down. You cannot mention those events without mentioning events from 2 months ago when Prigozhin was the man who unsuccessfully led a coup against the Russian president, Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, and I think one of the big questions, obviously, at that time was, what is the fate going to be of Yevgeny Prigozhin? And so there are going to be a lot of questions about, obviously, what has happened here.
Absolutely.
And about certainly how this is going to maybe affect the dynamics of a war that we are seeing fought in Ukraine by Russia. I do want to bring in Nick Payton-Walsh. He is there in Ukraine for us. Nick, this is quite a bombshell that we are learning that Yevgeny Prigozhin listed among these passengers on board this plane that has crashed north of Moscow.
Yeah, it's important to remind people, though, that him being on the list of passengers doesn't automatically equate to him having been on that plane. It does appear from the images we're seeing and the reports we're hearing from Russian state media that those on board have indeed perished. Remember, Russian state media is not Yevgeny Prigozhin's friend, frankly, at the moment. He's the man who led that unsuccessful coup and then disappeared for a number of days. And it's fair to say he's a man who's good at hiding his whereabouts. The fact he's listed on this very rare aircraft, you don't see many of them flying around, frankly, Russia at all, doesn't immediately suggest that he had to have been on the aircraft, though we are dealing with an extraordinary moment potentially, which is the question that so many had asked: how does this man, Yevgeny Prigozhin, who appeared to have led that coup and then changed his mind radically on the way to Moscow, how did he stay alive this long? Though those who've even half upset Vladimir Putin as much in the past have met a grisly end, fallen from windows, some critics, some poisoned as well. Prigozhin essentially led an armed rebellion against the Kremlin head, yet lived. And as you said, Jim, was seen in Africa a matter of days ago. And so many Kremlin watchers were wondering, how precisely did he manage to survive? Was a deal cut? We know of the public deal arranged by a man who Putin had scorn for, frankly, the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, that essentially appeared to have turned Wagner's troops round on the way to Moscow. But what happened to Prigozhin next was going to be an exceptionally difficult question to answer. We've heard from today from Russian officials the suggestion that one of the Russian generals who were thought to have been close to the Wagner head, Prigozhin, have suddenly been removed quietly from their post after suggestions they've been under house arrest for some time, General Surovikin. And so this fate potentially comes at a similar time as that. But it's important to point out to people we know little at this time. This is a moment potentially where people might suggest that Yevgeny Prigozhin now disappears for a while. We don't know if he's been listed on that plane. Does he emerge shortly and say to everybody he's actually fine? Did he get back from Africa suddenly very quickly and find himself on this private jet? A lot of questions to be answered here, but it's important to point out these are state media channels, and the state agency, Rosaviatsia, telling us that he's indeed on that private jet. That may not have happened by accident. We're still, I think, trying to work out what's really happened here. But if state messages are this clear, there may be a bid to suggest that Prigozhin was indeed on that plane, the fate of which is now clear, Jim.
No question. It's important to inject that question because we don't know for certain he was on the plane. We do know, as you say, that state media is reporting he was listed on the passengers on board, and this was a plane that he was known to use. We should also note, as a matter of context, that the Russian president has not hesitated to kill his opponents in a number of ways. He used radioactive materials to kill Litvinenko in London. He attempted to kill Alexei Navalny using a nerve agent. As Nick referenced, there were a lot of officials who stood up to the Russian president who've fallen out of windows accidentally or otherwise.
Many of them.
Another one was famously shot quite close to the Kremlin.
Okay. Well, let's go back to our live camera here. And we've got, looks like she's getting ready to talk again. Waiting for our live shot.
They don't have no choice but to go give it back.
Let's see.
Well, what if it goes out while we're in it? Not much to say. Pretty much, she says.
Okay.
Well, they don't listen to me. Hello, hello.
Okay. After your shot, you get it back.
No, I don't.
looking to see if there's anything else. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Let's get this set up. Or how would it be to be hanging out of your house window watching? I think I would possibly want to be further away, but I suppose the shooter isn't going to be aiming up at the window because he's angry at law enforcement for wanting to kick him out.
Oh, she's with the police officer. My adrenaline is rushing. I want to get her out of there, exit this area, and get to safety. This is one of the craziest things that's ever happened on this side of town, besides that shooting up here with the 3 officers in Stan Heights. This is literally probably the most insane thing that's ever happened. I mean, you can see, look around. We've never seen nothing like this before, so it's a pretty crazy world we're living in.
We had a police standoff at a house, must be 4th Street south of me. You know, maybe 3 blocks away, and it was right across the street and over one from my best friend from childhood's sister, and they were circling with helicopters and had street blocked off and everything for hours and hours. This was going on, and it turns out the guy shot himself, and so the police were having a standoff with a dead body, but they didn't know that. And I guess eventually they went in the house, and I remember seeing when the house was up for sale after that, and I bet somebody got it cheap. So let's see. Oops. Okay, the video from Street Corner has ended. So let's see. We've almost got it's almost time to go back to the court, so let's check the flagpole and see if they're still. Yep, we still have the flagpole, so let's look at the flagpole and see if we find any more videos on on the situation in Pennsylvania. Okay, let's take a look at this one here.
I want to show you the police presence behind me. This is still, as Pittsburgh police say, an active shooting situation. Take a look behind me. You can see dozens of Pittsburgh police cars. We know the Allegheny County, their SWAT team is here as well. I have heard officers calling for more ammunition, and I've been told they've called in the state police to assist with that as well. My sources say that gunfire you heard is the suspect shooting at police, and according to my source, he shot down 2 drones in the area as well. Now, we were here as those shots were fired. There were dozens at a time, people ducking behind police cars. We moved for cover, of course, as well. And so what my sources are telling me is that the sheriff's deputies came here to the Garfield neighborhood this morning. They came here to serve an eviction notice, and that's when the shooting started. I am told from a source that a sheriff's deputy was injured, but conscious and alert. It's unclear how that sheriff's deputy was injured. But showing you the scene here, you can see it is an extremely active situation. We see dozens of police. In fact, they have moved us back from where we were when you heard those gunshots. So once again, Pittsburgh police calling this an active shooting situation. They are warning everybody to stay away from the Garfield neighborhood. Again, I am at Broad and North Wine Biddle. This, according to my sources, taking place at Broad near North Matilda. So please do stay away from this area. We will remain here live, bringing you the updated information on this. Again, gunshots continue in this area, so you are warned to stay away. Reporting live in Garfield, Marcy Cipriani.
Yes, I'm standing here with State Police PIO Trooper Rocco Gagliardi. Trooper, what can you tell us is going on right now?
Yeah, right now, we would just pause to talk to you guys. This is still a very active and ongoing scene, as you just heard multiple gunshots being run off. Right now, we have our state police team here. The Rook just showed up with our CERT team, right? So right now, we're going to work with Allegheny Emergency Services Centers, the city SWAT, and et cetera, to focus on how we're going to best handle the situation. But the Troop B major case team will be taking over this investigation. So that's the state police. And I will try to update you guys as best I can up here.
I have a quick question. I just wonder, people want to know why, it's taking so long for, you guys to get him out of there.
Right. Well, this turns right into an active shooter situation, right? And then it proceeds into a barricaded aspect inside a house. So first, officers on scene arrived very quickly. And now that incident is always developing. As we just heard, about 30 to 40 gunshots go back and forth. So we're actively working with all emergency crews here on scene to make sure we end this in the safest way possible.
I was going to say number one priority is to keep the people in this area safe.
Right now, all of our crews with state police, city, and all the other agencies, including the sheriffs, our number one goal right now is to make sure everyone evacuates this area, right? Especially those maybe still stuck inside houses like they were this morning.
Do you have a number how many people have been evacuated thus far?
I don't right now. Like I said, right now, we're trying to evacuate. You can hear it behind me. Our CERT team will be handling what they need to handle. So.
Why is taking over this investigation in the middle of the city of Pittsburgh?
Yeah, right now there's a lot of different variables that are actively ongoing right now. So we thought it was best case what happened all the way through this morning that we are going to take over this incident.
Any idea how many officers are down there? I mean, it just looks like people from all across Western PA.
Yeah, I don't want to give you a number right now because I will undershoot that, right? Right now we have a lot of different agencies all working together right now, and we want to resolve this in the best way possible.
Rocker, we're hearing this gunfire. Is it coming from police or is it coming from the suspect or back and forth?
Right. I think we just sent up a couple more drones Was not the first time. The suspect did shoot at earlier previous drones, right? So right now it's an active gunfire situation right now. With that, I will leave you with that and update you guys as best as I possibly can. Be checking on our Troop B PIO Twitter account for up-to-date information, okay?
Okay.
Before you go, we're hearing that they're calling for more ammunition. Is there a concern that there's so much rounds fired? You guys need more ammunition brought in?
Right, that's always a thought. That's a really good question, actually. But right now, we're focusing on any and all troops in the area to help out with Troop B major case team. So you might see some other units from D, E, A, and et cetera coming in right now to assist our CERT team and other members throughout the city with this investigation.
Okay, let's see. What else have we got? Let's see. I'm taking a look at this to see if it looks suitable. Okay, here we go. Let's do this one.
City of Pittsburgh right now, an active shooter situation in the Garfield neighborhood. This is happening at the intersection of North Mathilda Street and Broad Street. That is the southeastern edge of St. Mary Catholic Cemetery, the other side of the cemetery from Children's Hospital. Now, the initial reports we're hearing came in around 10:55 this morning. Then Pittsburgh Public Safety sent out an alert at around 11:01. They are asking people to avoid that area again because of an active shooter situation. This is in the Garfield neighborhood, the southeastern edge of the cemetery there, not far from Children's Hospital. We want to bring in KDK lead investigator Andy Sheehan now. Andy, you have just been on the phone, so tell us what you are learning.
Well, these are initial reports, Erica, but we're finding out that sheriff deputies this morning were executing an eviction warrant on a house on Broad Street. And when they approached the house, the suspect or the occupant there apparently opened fire. And this resulted in a gunfight between the sheriff deputies and this person that's in this house. I am told that there have been hundreds of rounds of fire that have been shot off in this confrontation, so much so that some of the sheriff deputies have actually run out of ammunition. These are initial reports. Pittsburgh SWAT.
Okay, we're going to go over here, as it looks like the judge is in his chair. That was really an interesting lunch. As a person who works in property management on eviction cases a lot, that was really interesting. We've never had.
Is everyone ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. Dr. Cruz, can you please describe what's depicted in State's Exhibit 16-24?
Yes, this is a photograph of Breasia's right scapula. At the bottom left corner of the bone is a defect corresponding to a gunshot wound.
All right. And then if you could, just so that we've got some perspective right there, certainly. And then let's go to the upper right corner, that dark portion there on the scapula. What is that attributable to?
And so that's most likely attributable to the postmortem interval being outside or some animal scavenging, just the process of the bony breakdown being out there, which is one of the reasons why Dr. Garvin is so helpful in interpreting those.
Certainly. Let's go to State's Exhibit 16-25. What are we seeing in this particular photograph?
So here it's the other side of that bone. So where the bone was protruding, on the other side here, you can see the actual hole that was created by that bullet.
Absolutely. And then just go ahead and point to that again so that the judge can see what area you're referencing. But for the bullet impact, would that have been solid bone there?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 16-26, what are we seeing in this image?
This is the right scapula again, so turn to the side and we see that bullet hole again. From different angles, you can appreciate more of the jagged bone around it a little bit better.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 16-27.
This is a similar photograph, more from an inferior angle, again showing the hole that the bullet created.
Okay, does this give us probably the best perspective of the hole created by the bullet?
I think so, yes.
Certainly. State's Exhibit 16-28.
This again is showing that bullet hole, which I guess not as nice because you don't have the blue behind it, but the hole can be appreciated and the irregularity of the bone around it.
16-29.
This is a photograph of the tag that was inside the body bag and attached to the body itself. It's attached to a rib here. And here it's labeled with adolescent doe, the same name on the outside of the bag and the same identifying information with Dr. Malcolm's name.
And at this point, are we going to start to examine the hair that came in with the body?
I believe that might be next, yes.
State's Exhibit 16-30.
So this is a photograph of the hair that was received with the body. It's dark in color, affixed into dreadlocks, and there are seashells.
That we can see throughout. Okay.
Yeah.
16-31.
This is another photograph of the hair showing the seashells. Sometimes I like to take multiple photos to see which one shows up best on the computer.
Certainly. 16-32. As we look at this particular photograph, are we now going to start to see where the bullet was located at?
Yes, near the center of the photograph is where the bullet was recovered.
All right. And just going back in your testimony earlier, is that consistent with the possibility of that bullet having traveled through the mandible, through the C3, C4, and out and got caught in the hair?
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 16-33.
And this is just a closer view of that bullet when it's still in the hair.
16-34.
Another view of the hair with the bullet.
16-35.
Even closer view of the hair with the bullet.
16-36.
This is a photograph with the hair. In addition to the seashells and the bullet, a tooth was recovered from the hair, which can be seen here. Many of the teeth, as we had seen prior, were not within the skull.
All right, thank you. Then did you take photographs of that bullet that had been removed from the hair?
Yes, I did.
16-37.
This is a photograph of the bullet after it had been removed, showing it has significant color discoloration and still has hair attached to it.
16-38.
This is that same bullet just flipped over, showing it still has hair and looks like some other debris attached to it.
16-39.
So this is the photograph of that tattered light colored shirt that was recovered with the body and intermixed with the bones and the mummified tissue.
Now, as we look at this photograph, is there more than one article of clothing that is depicted?
It's hard for me to say if there should be just the shirt.
Just
there
the shirt?
was a bra that was received that was a similar color, but there's a separate photograph of that.
All right. Thank you. And as we look at this T-shirt, can we see what the color of the T-shirt would have been but for its exposure to the elements?
Most likely, I think the color of this T-shirt is probably best represented by the center of the photograph, white or a very, very light color.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 16-40.
This is a photograph of the tag on that T-shirt, which is clearly imprinted with the brand Cotton Zone and the size 4XL.
And when we consider the size 4XL, would you attribute that to being a child's shirt or an adult shirt?
An adult.
A man's shirt or a female shirt?
Could be either, but it could be a large adult male is probably most likely.
Certainly. Going to States Exhibit 16-41.
And this is that light colored sports bra that was also received with the body.
16-42.
This is the other side of that sports bra, and here the tag is also visible. It shows a size 36 and Fruit of the Loom brand.
All right. States Exhibit 1643.
These are the perforated black shorts that were also received with the body.
Give me a moment, Dr. Cruz. We're all struggling with colds, so. As we look at this photograph, do you show areas or do we see areas of discoloration on these shorts?
Yes.
Explain.
The bottom part of the short, similar to the shirt, probably represents the true color, which is a black color. And then there's discoloration up near the band of the shorts, the whitish sort of discoloration.
And does that seem to extend across toward the center portion of that shorts?
Yes.
States Exhibit 16-44.
This is the back. We were looking at the front earlier. This is the back part of the shorts.
Is the same discoloration present on portions of the fabric on the back side of the shorts as well?
Yes, it is.
States Exhibit 16-45.
This is a close-up of the tag. The tag did not have any writing that I could make out.
Certainly. But as we're looking at the waistband, with this close-up, do we get a really good perspective of the discoloration that was present in the fabric?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Cruz, let me throw a question out there. I don't know that this is something that you can speak to, but I'll throw the question out. With bullets being out in an environment like this, do you have any training experience as to how the elements would impact the bullet itself?
As part of my training, I was always told that we're often trained with tissue, human tissue. So any sort of human tissue or blood can degrade a bullet. And similarly, being exposed to elements, rain, dirt can also degrade a projectile. But further defining that would take someone who has greater expertise.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
I will first just ask, your profession would involve or include detecting possible deaths by either sharp force trauma or blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Just briefly, can you describe what those two things are?
Sharp force trauma involves injury with any object that essentially has a sharp surface. We commonly think of a knife. It can be glass or something similar. So when that object makes contact with the skin, it cuts and divides that skin and cuts and divides soft tissue and everything underneath it. Blunt force injury involves the impact of an object that has a flat surface. You have a lot more options there. Once that object with a flat surface makes contact with the skin, it has more of a crushing sort of injury. It can cause abrasions or scrape off the surface of the skin. It can cause contusions or tearing of the blood vessels under the skin. It can cause lacerations, which is actually just tearing of tissue, which is in contrast to a cutting wound, which is a nice, neatly cut and divided area of tissue. And it can also cause fractures of bone.
So you mentioned a lot about tissue right there. What I'm wondering then is, can you detect either sharp force or blunt force trauma just in bone, like the mummified remains we just discussed?
Yes, so sharp force injuries, for example, with a knife, if that knife comes into contact with bone, there are defects or cutting wounds that can be appreciated. Same thing with blunt force, where you would get more of a fracture, so breaking of the bone. That's very difficult when it's a long post-mortem interval and the body's been outside. So that's when I employ a forensic anthropologist like Dr. Garvin, and she has expertise in identifying those injuries.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but with the remains of Breasia Terrell, you didn't identify or detect any sharp force or blunt force trauma in that bone, did you?
Correct.
Okay. And then you did mention Heather Garvin, who was the forensic anthropologist. She didn't report to you that she found any sharp force or blunt force trauma, right?
That's correct. No acute trauma would account for the person's death.
Can you describe to me what that means?
As she does mention in her report, there are some areas of healing, I believe on the skull, which may have represented a previous injury, but nothing in the general time of when Breasia died.
Okay, so we couldn't know any one way or the other.
In her expertise, they were old.
Okay. And then, so the manner of death, I think you indicated was homicide, right?
Correct.
And then it would have been defined or explained by 3 gunshot wounds, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so can you indicate through your expertise and training the distance that those 3 bullets were fired from?
No.
Can you indicate how many assailants fired those bullets?
No.
And because that homicide was the determination or the manner of death, I think you alluded to this a little bit during direct examination with Ms. Cunningham, but you couldn't tell me how long Breasia Terrell was dead, right?
Correct.
And specifically, you couldn't tell me an exact date of when Breasia Terrell had died.
Correct.
And the reason is, I'm imagining, but correct if I'm wrong, animals could have gotten to the body, rain, sunlight, worms, insects, that sort of thing, correct?
Correct. It was a long time.
Sure. So it could be July 2020, it could be August 2020, it could be September 2020, all the way up until March of 2021 when she was found.
Correct.
Okay. And then you were asked a little bit about the coloration of those shorts. In your experience, what could cause that discoloration?
Different sort of chemicals like bleach, but also with a garment that's exposed to the environment, sure, the sun, other environmental factors. I didn't do any sort of testing to say what caused the discoloration.
Okay, didn't test for bleach?
I did not.
Okay. Are you aware whether it was those shorts were tested for bleach?
No.
And then, so in your training and expertise, you couldn't tell me one way or another whether it was bleach or the sunlight or the elements?
That's correct.
Okay, and then just from my knowledge, how many bones are in the human body?
Oh my goodness. Off the top of my head, I actually can't think of exactly how many.
206 or 207?
A lot,
That sound
yeah.
right?
Sounds about right.
Okay, did you, as you were performing this autopsy, did you find any, is it a practice of yours to keep a log of how many bones you found?
That's where I defer to Dr. Garvin, and she logs them, and she knows exactly how many bones are in the body.
Sure. And then obviously you would be relying off her report, right?
Correct.
Okay, but then your job is to receive this information and essentially just define what the manner of death was.
I define both cause and manner using the information she provides. I think of it similar to a toxicology report where I would have to use someone else's expertise, but ultimately the decision is mine.
Sure, so the cause was then 3 gunshot wounds and the manner was homicide.
Yep, multiple gunshot wounds, yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Dr. Cruz, in speaking to the issue of the discoloration in the fabric on the shorts, you had mentioned that that can be caused by chemicals?
Yes.
As well as environmental exposure, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. For fabric that's out in the sun for an extended period of time, would we expect to see some fading?
Yes.
All right. But relative to fabric that's been out in the sun for a significant period of time, wouldn't you expect there to be consistent fading across the entire surface of that fabric versus what we're seeing on these shorts?
I think you would expect to see consistent fading in all the exposed parts of that fabric.
And then let's speak further to that. If a body has been disposed of in an area that is heavily wooded, as well as a significant amount of vegetation that's present, would you agree with me that there's going to be a limited ability for that fabric to be exposed to sun to create that sun fading?
Yeah, I think there might be a lower likelihood that it were exposed to the sun.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Okay. I'm going to put up before you what was previously introduced as State's Exhibit 43. And I'm going to direct you, if you could give me this pointer, to an area down this access road and right about here. Just as you look at that aerial view, does there seem to be a significant treetop surface up above the ground there?
Yes.
All right. And so just looking at that from an aerial view, does that appear to be a location that it would be difficult for sun to get through to fabric lying on the ground below there and cause that fading?
With the looking like that, yes.
All right. Relative to sharp force trauma, does human skin and the presence of tissue really give us an opportunity to discern whether or not there was sharp force trauma?
Yes, tissue would be desirable for interpreting that type of wound.
Okay. And even if there were organs, would that also make it easier to determine whether or not there was sharp force trauma?
Yes.
Was there an absence of organs with these skeletal remains?
Correct, there were no organs.
And then other than the mummified tissue that we observed, was there a total absence of skin and human tissue?
Yes.
And then when we talk about blunt force trauma, can I safely assume that there is some type of blunt force trauma that if there is enough force used, it could actually break a human bone?
Yes.
All right. But the issue of force, is that really the determinative factor? How much force was used before you might see a fracture to a human bone?
It's force and location of the actual blow.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
May I call your next witness?
The state calls Joseph Adams.
Sir, if you'd raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Joseph Adams, Joseph, ADAMS.
And what city do you live in?
I live outside of DeWitt, Iowa.
How long have you lived outside of DeWitt?
23 years.
And are you familiar with an individual named Jared Brink?
Yes.
How did you know Mr. Brink?
Oh, through work at one time.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
We were pretty good buddies.
Unfortunately, has Mr. Brink passed?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
2 months ago.
Now, back on March 22nd or 23rd of 2021, at some point, was Mr. Brink over at your residence during that time period?
I don't know the date for sure, but yes.
Can you describe why Mr. Brink was over at your house that day?
Well, he was just stopping in to say hi, just, had a beer with him and, kind of talking back and forth.
And at some point, did the topic turn to the discovery of a body near Kunal Implement?
Yes.
Do you recall how that came up in conversation?
I think we were just saying we know. I heard that they found a body up by Kunal's, and that's how that started.
And prior to that day where Mr. Brink was over at your house and you were discussing this body, had you had an occasion where Mr. Brink had told you about pulling somebody out of the ditch?
Before that time?
Yes.
No.
Okay. While you were discussing the body that was found around Kunal Implement, did Mr. Brink bring up the topic of pulling somebody out of the ditch?
Yes.
And describe how that came up in the conversation.
Well, he said he was in that area. He was going to work early in the morning, and he pulled a guy out that was stuck. And I says, well, they're looking for a vehicle that was up in that area, or could have been up in that area.
And did he describe the vehicle that he had pulled out of the ditch at that time?
No, I said that they have a flyer on the phone that they've been kind of circulating. And I asked my wife to come out and show Brink the picture. And he goes, yeah, that's the car I pulled out.
And so your wife showed him the flyer?
Right. It was on a cell phone.
On her cell phone?
Mm-hmm.
And what was his reaction to seeing that flyer?
He said, yes, that's the car that he pulled out.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 105. Does this exhibit contain the photograph that your wife would have pulled up on her phone and shown to Mr. Brink?
Yes.
Which of these photographs? Okay. May I publish this, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, Mr. Adams, there's a pointer there right next to you. Could you again point to the vehicle that Mr. Brink identified?
Right here.
And you're pointing to the middle photograph that appears to show a maroon Chevy Impala.
That's correct.
Did he describe the individual that he saw with the vehicle that night?
He said it was a black male. And he didn't mention anybody else that was there. Just that fella.
So he just indicated it was a black male.
Right.
After this topic got brought up in conversation. Did you encourage Mr. Brink to call law enforcement to report this information?
Yeah, I said that they're looking for people that have information or have seen this car to call I think it was the Davenport Police Department, or it could have been the Clinton County. I don't recall which.
And was that something you encouraged him to do?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he follow through with that?
Yeah, I think he did.
And at some point then, were you contacted as well by law enforcement to?
Yeah, it was a while before they contacted me because we were up in Wisconsin, and the Davenport Police Department, I think, called me, and I didn't know at the time it was them because I didn't recognize the number, so I never answered it. And then when I got back home, they called again and left a message on my phone that time, so then I called them back.
And when you were able to make contact with them, did you relay the same information that you shared here today with us?
Yeah, I did.
Right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Mr. Waters?
Mr. Adams,
yes.
Right? So essentially what you've testified to is that you and Mr. Brink were having beers one night, right?
Yeah, we could have been. I don't recall having.
Well, regardless, you were hanging out with them.
Yeah, we're together working on a project.
Do you remember when that was?
The date?
An estimation.
I couldn't say for sure, no.
You know if it was after March of 2021?
I can't recall.
Okay, and then was it you that showed him the picture of this flyer that we've discussed?
Actually, my wife showed me that picture a day or so earlier.
Okay, and then you showed him that picture.
Then I had my wife show him off her phone that flyer.
Okay, and then he looks at this Impala and says that that's the car?
Yeah.
Now, when he said that, did he tell you that it was a maroon Impala, or did he say that's the car?
No, I believe I told him it was a maroon Impala.
Okay.
He didn't tell me. He knew it was a GM vehicle, and he knew what make and model because he is a mechanic or a gearhead. And I think I showed him that flyer, and then he says, yeah, that's the car I pulled out right there.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Just briefly, Your Honor. When Mr. Brink said that's the car I pulled out, he seemed pretty confident about that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he did to me.
No further questions.
Mr. Waters?
I don't have anything further.
You may step down.
Okay.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Mike Tate.
Your Honor, may I step out? I'll take some moments too.
If you come forward, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please state and spell your name for a record?
My name is Michael Tate, spelled Michaeltate.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a criminalist with the Iowa Department of Public Safety, Division of Criminal Investigation, Criminalistics Laboratory.
In you said criminalistics laboratory?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you work with a certain department within the DCI crime laboratory?
I'm assigned to the firearms and tool mark section of the laboratory.
And how long have you worked in the firearm and tool mark section of the DCI crime lab?
Unofficially, I started working with them late 2007. Officially, I transferred in April of 2015.
How long in total have you worked for the DCI crime lab?
Next month will be finish up my 34 years.
And you've alluded to this, but have you worked in different departments throughout your almost 34 years there?
Yes, I have.
Where all have you worked within the DCI crime lab?
Well, I was originally hired in as a drug chemist. That lasted about a month, simply because I have a background in toxicology. And they had one gentleman and only one gentleman doing toxicology cases. So the lab director shifted me out of the drug chemistry section into toxicology. Fairly soon during that time, I took on learning to work with and work on the breath alcohol instruments, so I'm mechanically inclined. And I worked with both sections for quite a few years. In 2001, I was moved out of toxicology into the breath alcohol section because the gentleman there had passed away. And I was there until 2015 officially. In 2007, a gentleman who was in charge of the reference collection and the Guns for Destruction program retired, and they needed help. And I didn't have a lot to do when I was at the laboratory. So I offered, and that's what I was doing in my spare time. I don't like to be idle.
So in 2007, then you unofficially started assisting the firearms and tool marks division. In what different ways were you assisting them?
Well, the primary way was to take in guns that had made it through the system, as in the case had been adjudicated. And by the code, as I understand it, the guns have to come through the laboratory first before they're destroyed to see if they can be used in the reference collection or used by other departments for their use, their law enforcement use, and then get funneled out the road to be destroyed. That I looked after the reference collection to make sure that was kept up. I also was trained in the use of the NIBIN system, which is a ballistics identification system that basically takes a picture of the head stamp area of a fired cartridge case, and uses that picture and compares it against computerized photographs and sees if there's a lead, and that lead gets passed back to the law enforcement.
You've mentioned the reference collection a couple of times. What is that?
That is a collection of firearms that have been, most of which have come from cases here in Iowa turned in by law enforcement over the years.
And what is the purpose of having a reference collection?
It gives us an ability to, well, let me back up for a moment. There's a reason for it. They wanted it initially so you could find parts to make things work. The gentleman who left that I took over for him back in 2007 had instructed his examiners that if you have a gun that comes in non-functioning, you can't just say it doesn't work. You need to find out why and see if you can make it work. Well, those guns that are in the collection are used for spare parts quite often. Otherwise, they can be used as reference material if somebody wants to, they think they have an idea what kind of gun this was, so it can be presented to them and say, did it look like this? Or it can be used to demonstrate in court.
And do you have any idea how many guns you have in the DCI reference collection?
Roughly 4,500.
Then it sounds like in April of 2015, you officially would have moved into the firearms and tool mark section. How did your role change at that point?
Well, I stepped away from everything else and I began my training in firearms and tool mark examination. It comprised a year-long schooling with the ATF and followed by a year of 100% casework review by our lead examiner, after which, and I'm going through a number of proficiencies and such, they said I was good to go, and I was on a firearms examiner now.
And are you a certified firearms examiner?
No, ma'am. Not by anything. There's no certification here in this state.
That was my next question. Is there such thing as a certified firearms examiner?
There's a certification process that's put on by an outfit known as the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, AFTE for short. I have chosen at this point in time not to go through that process, only because I was told that you should have at least 5 years under your belt before you do it. And quite honestly, I have about a year left before I retire.
So you do have to engage in regular proficiency training?
Yes.
What does that entail?
An outside company provides us with a challenge, whether it's bullets or cartridge cases, or we also do tool marks. So it's something that was damaged by a tool of some sort, and we will go through and perform our examinations and comparisons on those items and prepare a report. And then that report gets sent into the company that we purchased the product from.
Just to go back briefly, can you describe your educational background for us?
Yes, I have 2 bachelor's degrees. One is in the administration of justice from the Pennsylvania State University. The other is in forensic and toxicological chemistry from Westchester University, which also happens to be in Pennsylvania. Fairly soon after that, I joined the laboratory here in Iowa. Since that time, I've taken classes and attended seminars and such that have been put on by the FBI, ATF, the DEA, other instrument manufacturers, equipment manufacturers, and then most notably, I am a 2016 graduate from the National Firearms Examiner Academy that ATF puts on.
Now, turning to this particular case, were you provided items regarding the investigation into the death of Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
Did you author any reports regarding any examination or findings that you may have made in this case?
2.
2 reports. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you State's Exhibits 55 and 54. Starting with State's Exhibit 55, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, State's Exhibit 55 is a copy of my report dated April 16th, 2021. It's our report number 2 as our sequence goes.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the report you would have authored on April 16th, 2021?
Yes.
Then handing you State's Exhibit 54, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, State's Exhibit 54 is a copy of the second report, report 4 as the sequence goes, dated 4/30/2021.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the report you would have authored on April 30th, I believe you said, on 2021?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibits 54 and 55 into evidence.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
At this time, the state would ask to publish.
You may.
Starting here at the top of State's Exhibit 55. Now you indicated this was report number 2 in the lab sequence reports. What does that mean?
It's simply the number that came up when the report was generated.
So there's a number here at the top, this 202016859. Is that the lab number that the DCI crime lab would have assigned to this particular case?
Yes.
And so any criminalist doing a report would have tagged in their reports under that same number.
Yes.
And so, for example, there may be a DNA report that would have been tagged under this case number, and that would have been report number 1 or 3 or something along those lines.
Yes.
Okay. So report number 2 just simply means you were this second report authored under this particular case number.
Yes.
So moving on then to this section under firearms, tool marks, and examination report. Can you describe how many items we're talking about in reference to this report?
3.
And what were those items?
3 recovered bullets.
So starting then with lab number 4, what is the description provided for that particular item?
This is a box containing projectile from hair.
And right above that, does your report indicate that that item would have come from the state medical examiner?
Yes, it does.
And then moving down to the next 2 items, lab numbers 17 and 18, what were those items referring to?
Those were 2 bullets that were recovered, and Jennifer Pullen from our laboratory would have submitted those.
Was your understanding then that the items number 17 and 18, would those items been collected from the actual scene where the remains were recovered?
Since it didn't come from the medical examiner, I have to say yes.
Versus the item number 4, which came from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were handed these 3 items, which appear to be bullets, how do you first begin your examination of those types of items?
Well, I would have requested the items from the evidence room, gotten control of them, and taken them back to my work area and gotten out the appropriate paperwork. We have worksheets for all the different items that we happen to look, whether it's a bullet, a cartridge case, a gun, something that created a tool mark, that sort of thing. We've gotten out the worksheet and checked, make sure everything was sealed, broke the seals, and then went about making notes about what I found.
And what types of things are you looking for when you're examining bullets?
I'm looking for the makeup of the bullet, what sort of shape it's in. By makeup, does it happen to have a copper or a brass jacket? Does it have a steel core or a lead core? What sort of shape is it in? Has it been smashed into anything? Has it picked up debris that I can see? And then ultimately what I'm looking for is does it have any use for me in making comparisons to a test fire, say, if it was provided to me later on. And in this case, I made some measurements that would give me an idea. What I did then, it's called general rifling characteristics, and there's a list on this next page that I believe I used the FBI's listing for, and provided that as part of my report.
So when you're referring to general rifling or class characteristics, what exactly does that mean?
Well, what it means is what I've done is gone and measured the bullet to see what the diameter was, measured its weight, and then when a bullet is fired out of a rifled barrel, which most of the things we have these days are, with the exception of shotguns, the rifling actually will leave marks behind on the bullet jacket or the outside of the bullet. It can have enough detail to allow us to make an identification of a bullet back to a test fire from a particular gun. But in the least ways, it gives us ideas by the widths of the impressions on what we call the bearing surfaces. We can plug that into a database, which is that list on the second page, and get an idea of what the possible guns were that could have done it. It's not an all-inclusive list, but it gives us a start, and it's an investigative item for departments.
So essentially, you're trying to look at the different marks, the weight, the things that you can visibly see on these bullets to try to determine if you can determine what type of firearm this bullet would have been fired from.
Yes.
Now, are you able to make that determination by just looking at a bullet itself?
There is one particular type of firearm that's currently being made. That is the Generation 5 Glocks that do happen to make they have a land and groove impressions that I have not seen in any other firearm. And if I were to see that, I could tell you, we would narrow it down to that kind of firearm, a Glock Generation 5. But that's about the only one I can tell you about.
So
So definitively.
for all other bullets then that don't show the same class characteristics consistent with being fired from a Gen 5 Glock, what would you need in order to actually make a determination about what type of firearm those bullets came from?
The weight gives me an idea. The diameter also adds to that. And then the width of the land and groove impressions are the final components. And the number of them, I'm sorry.
Would you need a known gun in order to make some of those comparisons as well?
Well, if you want to make an identification to it, yes.
Okay. So how does that then work when you have a potentially known firearm?
Well, I'm assuming you're meaning that somebody has presented me with a firearm as well to work with. In that case, once I go through checking it through, I can test fire it, collect the bullets and the cartridge cases that have come to me as part of the test firing, and use them to compare against the unknowns. Say, for instance, I was presented with a revolver. I could compare them against, as I recall, 17 and 18 on this list. 4 had no useful information for me. I could have tried to use 17 or 18, but unfortunately, corrosion had done its dirty work and damaged it beyond my ability to make an identification.
So let's talk about then the results from just your visual examination of these particular bullets. And again, referring to your report, what were you able to determine about just their general class characteristics?
From experience, it looked like those bullets had probably been fired from a .38 caliber, which includes .357 Magnum, .38 Smith & Wesson, 9mm. That's all under the .38 caliber. But from its bullet weight, it was fairly typical for a .38 special. The land and groove impressions, it was 6 right, if I recall. That's fairly common. That doesn't help at all, really, when it comes right down to it. But had there been individual detail that was visible in those impressions, then they would have been useful for going back and making a comparison and possibly an identification to an unknown or to a turned-in firearm.
Now, just in comparing the bullets to each other, did you make any observations about whether the markings were consistent with just each other?
Yes, the 3 of them looked like they probably came from the same firearm.
And what were your findings in regards to that?
Well, I didn't have anything to identify them definitely to each other. However, the weights and the land impressions, the widths and such, as I had mentioned, were very similar.
So they all contain roughly the same weight, the same, did you say land impressions?
Yes.
And the width of each of those bullets all appeared consistent with one another.
Number 4 I couldn't get a measurement on it because the damage was so severe. But from appearances, that looks to be very similar to 17 and 18.
And as you included here in your report, then, because of those consistencies within the same bullets, did they appear to all be fired from the same firearm?
That was my conclusion, yes.
Referring then to the bottom paragraph of page 1 of your report on State's Exhibit 55, you indicated that these were fired copper-jacketed bullets. What significance is there to the fact that these are copper-jacketed bullets?
It's just what the loading was for that particular cartridge.
Okay. And all 3 of them contained that same type of copper-jacketed bullet?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you've indicated, they were all determined to be consistent in size, design, and weight with either a .38 Special, a .357 Magnum, or a 9mm Luger cartridge. Are those all different types of ammunition?
Yes.
Okay. Now, items number 17 and 18, you indicated reflected 6 lands and grooves with a right-hand twist. What does that mean?
The rifling within the barrel would have, when a bullet is fired down a barrel, it's going to expand and seal itself, if you will, to the inside of the barrel. The pressures are going to push it down the length of the barrel. But as it seals itself against it, it's pushing against, in this case, 6 raised areas. And part of it's pushed into 6 grooves. The pressures that are going on that are pushing, both expanding the bullet and pushing it down the barrel, are forcing the bullet jacket, in this case copper, to take on the form that they've been forced into.
Now, I do believe you testified that based on the weight of these bullets, you thought they were probably most consistent with a .38 special type of ammunition. Is that fair?
That's my experience, yes.
Now, referring then to page 2 of your report, what is it that you've listed here?
What I have done here is taken all that information I mentioned earlier, the bullet weight, well, not so much the bullet weight, but the land impressions, the number of them, the widths of the land impressions and groove impressions, the number of them, and placed them into a database that, in this case, we have one the FBI puts together. I believe that's what this one's from. We also have one that AFTI puts together. And these are the names that the database spit out based on the information I gave to it.
And so then turning to the next page in this exhibit here, what are all these that are listed?
Well, this one happens to be, I recognize this style. This happens to be an AFTI search. They set theirs up a little bit differently than the FBI. And what you have is the search results, the manufacturer, model, and the firearm type.
And so essentially are the remaining pages of exhibit 55, again, just all of the different types of either ammunition or firearms that were consistent with the general rifling characteristics that you observed on these, at least the 2 bullets, items 17 and 18.
Yes.
So turning then to page 54, I'm sorry, exhibit 54. This would have been the report you authored on April 30th that you've labeled report number 4. At some point then were you provided with a firearm to attempt to do some sort of comparisons with?
Yes.
Is that listed here as item 20 in your report?
Yes.
And the description here is a stainless steel revolver with a serial number of 184998. Do you recall, is that an accurate serial number for that gun?
The serial number is accurate. The description is not.
Okay. And why is the description not accurate?
Well, what I noted, the gun came to me in a bucket. The bucket was full of water, which is how we asked that any submerged firearm is submitted to us. It prevents rust from taking over and destroying whatever we could have worked with. Once I got it out of the water, cleaned up, I noted that the bluing, or which is effectively rusting of the metal, but it's done in a controlled environment and deliberate, was worn away down to what I know as it's a condition called the white. That is a unfinished surface of a barrel or of a piece of metal. I was told it was called being in the white before it actually has a painted or a bluing or whatnot applied to it. So stainless steel, I can understand why you could see it like that when you first pull it out, but to me it looked more like a barrel that had lost its bluing, a firearm that had lost its bluing.
The stainless steel description, is that perhaps because there appears to be some silver elements to the gun in color?
It does when you don't have the bluing, yes.
And so when the bluing kind of wears away or kind of fades away, then what's underneath there appears to have some silver color to it.
Yes, it gives that impression, yes.
Okay. Now you've already talked about then the appearance of this firearm when it first was presented to you. You mentioned that it was in a bucket and still in the water that it had been found in. How do you proceed with that firearm, especially one that had been in some sort of water, in order to examine it?
Well, I got it out of the water, rinsed it off as much as I could, tried to remove any debris that I could so I could see if it would function. And then, quite frankly, I covered it with WD-40 to coat the surfaces so I didn't have to worry about rusting right away. And then went about my normal collection of information, making notes of what the appearance of the gun, what I saw as far as manufacturer, serial number, that sort of thing. And then got it to a point where I could test fire it. And I test fired it, and that's the end of that.
So turning to the results portion of your report, you have listed here the Llama Model Comanche 2 .38 Special Revolver. When you're referring to this item as a Llama Model Comanche 2, what does that mean?
Llama is what I know it as a trade name. The manufacturer is something else. It's a long name, La Sierra or something or other. I really don't remember the whole thing. It's built in Argentina, but Llama is what I know it to be called as a trade name, and the model is the Comanche 2.
So just for example, if you're talking about a vehicle, we heard testimony in this case about a Chevy Impala. Chevy Impala would be the trade name of that vehicle, but the actual manufacturer would be General Motors. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So is that kind of similar to what you've done here, where you've listed the trade name, the Llama model, even though it does come from a different manufacturer, the La Sierra or some, whatever you said?
Yes.
Okay. And again, as you indicated, it had that serial number of 184998.
Yes.
You've indicated you had to remove any debris and dirt before test firing. And when you first would have opened this revolver, could you see if there were any either cartridges inside or bullets inside of that?
All I noted was cartridge cases, which is a fired component of a piece of ammunition.
And how many cartridge cases were inside of that revolver?
6.
Are you able to determine then the type of ammunition that had been in that firearm based on the cartridges that are left?
The head stamp provides me the information of the original manufacturing of that ammunition.
And what did the head stamp indicate in this case?
It was a Winchester .38 Special Plus P cartridge.
And so you were able to determine then that the ammunition had been fired from this firearm was 38 special plus P.
Yes.
What does the plus P mean?
Extra power.
So would you have then removed those cartridges in order to test fire?
The cartridge cases, yes.
Okay. So then once you test fire, what does it mean to test fire a gun, first of all?
Well, after having collected all the information, as I'm looking over the firearm, I will look to make sure that it's in a condition that I would consider it safe for me to handle and subsequently test fire. That is, I'm going to look for cartridges that are, in this case, we have an ammunition collection as well. Pull 38 Winchester 38 Special plus P cartridges from a box of that same ammunition and use that when I do the test fire. We try to test fire like for like if we can.
Once you test fire the firearm, do you then make those same type of observations with the test fired bullets that you did with the previous bullets that had been provided to you?
Yes.
And once you do that, do you attempt to try to compare the test fired bullets to the other bullets that had been provided?
What I would have done first is to look at the test fired bullets and look for anything that might have been useful in, number one, orienting them one to another, and then two, looking for points that would allow me to identify a test fire to the unknown. In this case, the damage to the unknowns was to the point that I would not have been able to make an identification.
So the bullets from the test fired rounds, were you able to observe sort of those general rifling class characteristics on those particular bullets?
Yes, I was.
But you weren't able to do that necessarily with items 17 and 18, those unknown bullets. Is that fair to say?
No, that's not. What I was fair to say would be I wasn't able to find individual detail on 17 and 18 that would have assisted me in determining whether or not they had been fired from the same gun that just produced those test fires.
And what type of factors affect the individual details on bullets?
Initially, it's the manufacturing, the tooling that goes into cutting the rifling, producing the back portion of we're talking about bullets, all right?
Correct.
Okay. What cuts the rifling? And then from there, it would be how is the firearm cared for? Has it been cleaned regularly or has it been misused or thrown in the river or thrown in water? That's going to start affecting the surfaces because they're going to rust.
Are there environmental factors that can affect the individual detailing on a bullet?
Yes.
Explain.
Nature in general. If a bullet comes in contact with chemicals or just passes through something or into dirt, commonly what I see is something that passes through wood or drywall. Those two surfaces, if you will, tend to damage the bearing surface where the land impressions and the groove impressions are, to the point that it makes it very difficult to identify a bullet back to a firearm. Another chemical portion is if the bullets happen to have passed or been caught up in human or animal tissue, the chemistry of the body acts on the surface of the bullet and can erode or corrode the surfaces to the point that it makes identification difficult, if not impossible.
And in this particular case, again, when you're talking about the individual details on items 17 and 18, had you been provided any information that those bullets had been outside for a period of time?
Being outside would definitely cause corrosion.
And again, if these particular bullets had also been at one point inside a human body, would that have also led to additional corrosion?
Yes.
That could have affected your ability to see those individual details.
Yes.
Now, while you weren't able to make an exact identification in this particular case, your report does indicate that the test fire bullets still had similarities with items 17 and 18. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And what were those similarities?
The general bullet weight, the 17 and 18 were lighter than the ones I test fired, but that's a natural point of things. If something passing through and it impacting something, you'll lose some of the weight. The land impressions, the measurements I made, the land and groove impressions were all similar to each other. But again, this is not the only firearm it could have been, given that, and that's why I provide you the list on report 2.
So while you can't make an exact identification, you also can't rule out this firearm. Again, based on the similarities you saw with the test fired bullets and the similarities on the items 17 and 18.
That's correct.
In fact, were the land and groove impressions, in your opinion, very similar to the unknown
Objection
bullets?
as to the term very similar is vague and ambiguous.
If you can answer the question.
One moment. Sustained, please rephrase.
What similarities did you note? You mentioned the weight already. Did you note additional similarities between the test-fired bullets and items 17 and 18?
In particular, the width of the land impressions and the groove impressions are very similar.
So I want to go back quickly then to your first report, item number 55. The page number 3, that first page of the AFTI results that lists out the different types of manufacturers. Do you see a 38 special Lasser SA Comanche 2 listed as a potential firearm for the type of general rifling characteristics for that you noted on items 17 and 18?
Yes, it's there.
Now, included in this report is several pages of potential firearms regarding 9mm Lugers. Is that also fair to say?
Yes, it's part of our practice, my practice, to, if it's a 38 caliber, I'm going to try and cover everything when I don't have a, at the time when I created this, I did not have a cartridge case to go with it. Otherwise, I could have narrowed it down very quickly and say, if I had just a 38 special cartridge case, I would not have included 9mm in the database search.
And why not?
The likelihood, if it would have told me that you've got a 9mm cartridge case, it may have come from that 9mm. Now, if I still have any question of it because of the bullet weight, because in my experience, 38 specials, a lot of them are roughly 130 grain weights, 130 grains. That's the bullet weight. I don't see that a lot in 9mm. However, there is a 124, in which case I probably would have included it anyway, the 9mm.
Okay. And then specifically from this list here, and realizing that this was created before you knew what the cartridge cases were, does this list include a 9mm SCCY pistol?
No, it doesn't.
And so, again, could those bullets have been fired from a 9mm SCCY pistol?
No.
Now, once you finished your examination of the revolver, what do you do with it?
Pack everything up, put it back in the box and seal it and return it to the evidence room.
And when you return it, in this case, back to the container it was in, do you include any ammunition or cartridges or anything like that inside of it?
The unknowns, if in this case, because the unknowns were already in the gun, I would have included it, and I would have included the test fires as well.
But the gun itself is not actually loaded?
No.
Okay.
I didn't leave it loaded.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what we've marked here as State's Exhibit 108. Does this appear, or do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is the bucket that the revolver came into the laboratory in.
And is this what you would have returned the firearm to when you were done with your testing?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know that this is the same bucket and the same firearm that you would have examined?
Now I'm looking around and I'm seeing my handwriting on some of the seals. And I would have put the seals, I would not have put a seal on this until I actually opened it. Well, I would have opened it, done my work, put the lid back on and put the seal on it.
And so based then on your recognition of the bucket and the fact that you have signed on some of the seals, typically this is the same revolver that we've been talking about here in terms of your examination in items, exhibits 54 and 55.
Yeah, if it's still hiding in here.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibit 108 into evidence.
I think the witness just said if it's still hiding in here, so you probably should open it.
Do you want some gloves?
There are some scissors over here.
Sorry, I did not bring scissors myself.
Do you have scissors? Thank you.
The reason I made a point is because that's not my seal on there. do you mind if I stand up for a moment?
You may. Not a problem.
Don't work with the conditions for things in.
Do you want gloves? Or do you
No,
want?
I'm okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. May I?
You may.
Yeah, this is the gun.
Okay. Go ahead and put it back in there.
You asked for these. This is the box with my test fires.
Okay.
And this envelope contains the cartridge cases that I recovered from the gun when I first examined it.
So all of that would be then included in this bucket.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I see 6 envelopes in there.
Right. At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 108 into evidence.
No objection.
That exhibit will be admitted.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Mr. Tate, just so I'm clear, you can't tell us to any degree of scientific certainty that the 3 projectiles you were asked to test were fired from that firearm, right?
That's correct.
You're not representing that those are 38 special projectiles either, are you?
They're consistent with what I've experienced in my time, but they could be, again, from a different particular, from a 9mm or a 357 Magnum.
It could be from a long, that long list of manufacturers as well, correct?
Fired from, as far as fired from a firearm?
Yes.
From that long list? Yes, sir.
And when you were talking to the state about bullet weight, things of that nature, that's kind of specific to the ammunition as well, correct?
Yes.
And how many millions of rounds of Winchester plus P38 special do you estimate are out there on the market today?
I have no idea, sir.
It'd be a lot, right?
Yes.
And each one of those is going to have the same bullet weight, basically, right?
Yes.
And each one of those is going to have the same grains of powder in them for the most part, correct?
For whatever the manufacturer cares to do, yes.
True. And they're also going to leave, if their manufacturing standards are consistent, lands and grooves pretty similar no matter what firearm they're shot from, correct?
Yes.
So the fact is this is a 38 special plus P Winchester bullet doesn't really help us much in this particular case, does it?
That's not up to me to decide, but.
You didn't draw much inference from the fact that these bullets were Winchester 38 special plus P, did you?
I wouldn't even have known that. I fired what cartridges that were similar to.
And the 38 caliber firearm could be 357, 38 special, or 9mm. I think we need to explain to the court exactly how close those calibers are to one another. They're minute in difference, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And just exactly how small is that difference, sir?
Oh, approximately 2 1/1000ths of an inch.
Okay. In fact, I get this wrong all the time, but the 357 can be shot out of the 38 special or vice versa?
Vice versa.
Okay, so if I have a 38 special, I can shoot 357 through it, right? Or did I get it wrong again?
You got it backwards.
Okay. So
let me help you out for a moment. The 357 Magnum is physically longer than the 38 Special.
Okay.
If you remember it like that, you know that the 38 Special can be fired in a 357, but not the other way around.
Thank you. Now, you talked about this particular firearm and the trade name Llama. Llama's sold a lot of firearms in the United States, right?
Yes.
And when you buy a llama firearm, they stamp their name right on it, right?
They may, yeah.
It's not particularly a high-end firearm, correct?
That is my experience, yes.
Okay. You inspected this firearm and got the serial number on it and wrote it down, right?
Yes.
Did you look for the trade name on there?
No. I don't remember seeing it on there. I was actually looking at my notes and I didn't have it in my notes.
Okay.
So my practice in that case would have been to do an internet search based on the model name.
Okay.
And that's where llama came up.
Because in evidence already is the fact that on the barrel is the name Lasser. Is Lasser the manufacturer of that firearm?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay, because that list you provided in exhibit, I believe, 55, Lasser makes a Comanche 2,
Yes.
and Llama makes a Comanche 3, right?
Yes, there is a difference there.
What's the difference?
As I understand it, the Comanche 2 is a 38 special, specific to fire. The cylinder, the chambers within the cylinder will only handle a 38 special cartridge. A Comanche 3 is one that's, the cylinder is large enough to hold and withstand the pressures from a 357 Magnum.
So there is a difference between a Llama and a Lasser in this particular circumstance.
I couldn't tell you what it is.
Okay. But your testimony is after physically examining the firearm, you couldn't tell the manufacturer or the trade name.
Oh, I could tell you what the manufacturer was. The trade name I got from the internet search.
Okay. But looking at the firearm without going to the internet, you could tell me the manufacturer?
Yes.
Okay. And that was Lasser?
Yes.
And you were given 3 fired projectiles, but there's been 6 fired from that firearm. That's your testimony?
Well, there were 6 fired casings.
Right. The indentations on the primer from the firing pin, can that tell us anything about this particular firearm? Can that help you identify?
If there's a firing pin impression on a primer, it will usually fire the cartridge.
But can you then look at that cartridge and then do a test fire and compare the cartridges to say these 2 cartridges were fired from the same firearm?
Yes.
Did you do that here?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Why not?
I found the cartridge casings in the gun. I didn't have any reason to believe they hadn't been fired in that gun.
Typically, do people put fired casings into a revolver or leftover cartridge cases into a revolver?
I can only speak to myself, and the answer to that is no.
Hey, approach that Elmo. I'm showing you here, we have as states exhibits 20-8. I'm going to zoom in here. This appears to be one of the markings on this firearm. Are you able to read what that says?
Yes.
And what does it say?
It was a Comanche 2.
And states exhibit 20-10. What are we looking at here?
That would be with the location of the serial number, and that's the serial number that I would have written down.
Then this is State's Exhibit 20-11. What is written there on the side of the gun?
That's the manufacturer.
And that, again, is that Lasser SA, something else that's written there as well.
Yes.
And then showing you State's Exhibit 2013. What are we looking at there?
That is the edges of two of the cartridges inside of their own individual chambers in a cylinder.
And are you able to see there what type of cartridges those are?
Well, I can see enough information to say they're probably Winchester. And I see 38 and looks like an SP on the lower one. But the cylinder shroud at the back here blocks the rest of it.
So if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, this particular firearm, the Comanche 38 Special Revolver, cannot fire 357 cartridges.
If it would be able to chamber one, it could probably fire it. But in my practice is to actually use a cartridge. Since it was a marked 38 Special, I will take a 357 Magnum cartridge and insert it in the chamber and see if I can actually close the cylinder up into the gun. It's easy enough for me to tell whether or not I'll be able to, because if the bullet tip is protruding from the chamber, outside the cylinder itself, it's not going to be able to close, because the gap between the cylinder and the forcing cone where the bullet first passes into the barrel is too small. So if it's sticking out, you're not going to be able to fire it in there.
Okay.
Wrap it up closely.
And can a 38 Special Revolver fire 9mm Lugers?
I believe you could probably use what they call a half moon or full moon clip and fire one in there.
So it's possible, but you're not really sure. It would depend on the specific type of bullet.
Well, a 9mm cartridge is not meant to sit in a revolver. It's meant to be used because of the design of the cartridge case itself. It's meant to be fired in a semi-auto or a single shot.
And so typically then a 38 Special Revolver is going to use 38 ammunition.
You would think so.
And that's what you found when you opened up the revolver and saw the cartridge cases.
Yes.
And then the bullets that were provided to you were consistent with the weight and land and groove impressions of the test fired bullets that you used that were also 38 Specials, correct?
Yes.
All right, no further questions.
Mr. Freeze. Any further?
You may step down.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll take our afternoon break. We'll reconvene at approximately 3:25, 3:30.
Okay, well, yeah, the defense counsel can get a little annoying, but if they don't do it, then they might get the case overturned on ineffective assistance of counsel. So I always thought that I wouldn't be able to do much on a prosecution. I mean, not prosecution, but a defense. But one of my teachers in paralegal school was a public defender, and so the material he would present would be some of the stuff from some of his cases, and we were always coming up with novel arguments for why the guy shouldn't get off. And it's common that I can't remember if you can't identify somebody as easily who is from a different race, and then it's also an issue if they're a different gender than you are. And so I remember I'd found an article on that from a law review in Australia, and the teacher was very impressed and wanted a copy of the article because he wanted to use it. So that was interesting. Okay, we've got just over an hour to go till they usually wrap up for the day. So I think that I'm going to try to stay put and not run off, as Indiana suggested, and get my diet due and maybe a pizza, because maybe I'll go out and do a little bit of shopping instead if I wait until we're done. So, hi, Indiana. Let's go back to, we've got somebody talking here about the standoff.
She said she didn't know what to do. She said that she was dodging bullets in her living room to get to the basement to safety. Take a listen to what else she said. Tom, cue me.
Are they going to this other person, or are we just sticking with the person who's...
Yeah, you can imagine how terrifying that was. And also for her husband, as I said, she was home alone working. Her husband was out of the home working when he got what was happening. He said his first thought was to get to her side to help her. He said when he got here to the scene, he was not able to get to their home. As you can imagine, this whole perimeter has been blocked off since this morning. So he was describing that scary situation for us, saying that he felt helpless. He said he was able to get in touch with her by cell phone, and he was able to calm her down, which in turn calmed him down. He said once police got to her and was able to bring her to him to safety, he had the hugest smile on his face. He said that reunion was a gift from God, he said. But another quick story I want to tell you, there was a man out here in the cemetery. Now, Allegheny Cemetery is just across the street from where we're standing. He lives about a block away. He said that he went to the cemetery this morning to visit his grandparents' grave when the fire broke out. He said he didn't know what to do. He said he dropped to the ground, literally got on his stomach and lay there until he heard a lull in the gunfire when he thought it was safe, and he got up and ran to safety. So those are just some of the stories that folks out here have been sharing with us. And as you can imagine, just very terrifying. And we're not through this yet. You know, people are still out here. A lot of these folks have been out here as long as we have been, since early this morning. And we're all just hoping and praying and waiting for word from officials that this situation has ended peacefully. And when we get that information, we will, of course, bring that to you right away. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, the video was running about a minute behind, so I sped it up for a bit. But since we are having a shot of what's going on right now, let it be. Now, it looks like this is just the camera for on site, and she was referring to an interview. But since this isn't the feed from the newsroom, we didn't get that, or else they're setting it up for the news later. And she's talking as though it's aired. I wouldn't expect the city would have the resources to do that. What they might do is have the Red Cross bring a bunch of cots down to the local church or gymnasium or something and set up a place for people to go. We had a power outage one summer, which was really bad, and they set up a place for people who were terribly affected by the heat to go over at the church. And during the winter, they've had power outages caused by heavy snowfall knocking out power lines, and they would set up over at the church or the community center and have a place where people can get a hot meal and be there for a while. So let me take a look and see if, let's see, we could go back to the story we were watching last break. Looks like they've shut down a 1 or 2 block area. We've got a canine officer on scene. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't gone in with gas at this point. I mean, about now I'd be looking at tear gas, I think. But they didn't do that to the guy in Texas. They just opened up a hole in the side of the wall. Okay, let's go to the thing we were watching earlier.
Has just arrived on the scene. They will be taking over the scene from the sheriff deputies, some of whom are pinned down at this point. And this will be apparently a sort of a barricaded standoff situation between the occupant and the SWAT team. So this could be a long and drawn out process.
And we were just looking live over the scene there from News Chopper 2. Now, actually, we are hearing that SWAT told Chopper to leave, so making sure that the situation is safe at this point. But what have you heard about injuries? Anything yet?
I have heard that none of the sheriff deputies are having conflicting reports, maybe 4, maybe as many as 6 sheriff deputies. When they execute a warrant, generally they come with more than 2 because this can be an explosive or an emotional situation, sometimes dangerous. I'm told that none of those sheriff deputies have been hit, but some of them have been injured, broken glass, shrapnel, this kind of thing. No gunshot wounds, but some of them may have been injured, certainly not life-threatening at this point.
Okay, we are keeping posted on that. And again, this is a live look at the scene now from the ground. We have a KDK crew on scene there. You can see that this is a very active situation. An ambulance just moving away from the scene there, and also active police cruisers arriving and going to and from the scene.
You're seeing St. Mary's Cemetery, which is basically part of the Allegheny Cemetery that's in Bloomfield and the other part of Lawrenceville. This is not far from Children's Hospital. Beyond the cemetery is where the residential area is. Back from Penn Avenue, Broad Street would be about 1 block back from Penn Avenue, and runs the length of Garfield.
And again, police are asking people to avoid this area if at all possible. Now, you said that, again, this started as deputies were serving an eviction notice. Is that correct?
That's correct. An eviction notice, the sheriff's office is in charge of sheriff sales, non-payment of taxes.
Okay, I found a little bit here from a news article. Let me read. Says, Action News investigates identified the suspect as William Hardison. Court records showed Wednesday morning that an eviction for Hardison was scheduled at the address of Broad Street in Garfield, which is the epicenter of the active shooter situation. Action News Investigates learns that the home was owned by William Hardison's father, who sold the house to a company called 907 East Street. In May, the company filed a complaint to evict Hardison, but say he refused to leave and also refused to pay rent for the past 5 months. Last week, a judge granted a request by the property owner to evict Hardison and lock his belongings inside the house. Hardison does not have a criminal history, Action News Investigate learned, but he entered a guilty plea to carrying a firearm without a license. He got 2 years probation. Sounds like he is still guilty on that count. He also entered a guilty plea for forgery or altering a title or registration, where he received 3 years probation. And there's a photo saying suspect's son pleads with father to surrender to police. Okay, I thought it was the other way around. Back in 2005, Hardison entered a guilty plea to an accident involving death or injury and got 2 years probation. And in 2001, he entered a guilty plea to fleeing or attempting to elude and disorderly conduct. He received 6 months probation. I don't think it's going to be probation this time around. Action News Investigates spoke exclusively with the suspect's son, who is also named William Hardison, who pleaded with his father to end the situation. Dad, please surrender. Please give up, the suspect's son said. You have children and grandchildren that love you dearly. Please stand down. Action News Investigate revealed that police radio show the initial shots on Broad Street were fired just after 10:30 a.m. and that the exact time of was the exact time the eviction was scheduled. So it sounds like he was prepared for it. So that was interesting. Let's see if there's anything else we can learn about it. Gunfire in neighborhood prompts evacuations, draws large police response. Let's see if we got anything more here. Says the sergeant leading the eviction notice detail suffered an injury unrelated to gunfire and is okay. The sheriff's office spokesman Mike Binko said that drones are being used. A large number of police and first responders were at the scene. This is a couple of hours old, so And that sounds like that's that. Let's take a look. Well, I'm confused because it sounded like the father sold it, so maybe there's 3 generations here, and it's the middle generation, which is the one who is having the standoff, and that one who was probably a senior citizen, and they were talking about taxes, unpaid taxes, and so it sounds to me like might have been forced to sell because of that before being foreclosed. So let's go start this.
Is over time, landlords can request that people be evicted. The sheriff deputies, this is part of their domain. They go and serve these eviction notices. These can be volatile situations because people are being removed from their homes, and they came somewhat prepared, but not prepared for what happened, which was the suspect opened up gunfire, is what we're told.
Do we know if there is just one weapon in the house with that barricaded suspect?
Now, these are, this is kind of fog of war at this point. I'm getting reports from sheriff deputies on the scene.
Okay. And as far as we know, is it only that barricaded suspect in the house? Do we know if there's anyone else in there?
We do not know that.
Okay. So again, this is a very fluid situation. We are taking a live look at the scene now in the Garfield neighborhood, an active shooting situation. Again, this is in the area of Broad Street, North Mathilda Street. This is close to Penn Avenue, which we know is a busy street throughout Pittsburgh. And this is also close to Children's Hospital in Lawrenceville. You can see that officers are arriving on scene, putting on their gear for this situation.
We're looking at Pittsburgh SWAT officers that are getting ready. They would be called from the SWAT officers are located, some of them centrally, others in different zones. When they have this situation, sometimes called a red ball, they're all told to mass and descend on this scene, and they are on the scene right now.
About how many officers, whenever they show up, do you usually see arrive at these scenes?
About a dozen.
About a dozen.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, I'm sure they're bringing more ammunition. As we know, so many shots were fired earlier that, in fact, you said that some deputies actually ran out of ammunition.
We're told that hundreds of rounds of fire have been fired.
Quite a situation there. You are looking live at what is unfolding right now. We do have a reporter on scene gathering information and letting us know what is happening there. But just to recap, this is an active shooter situation in Pittsburgh's Garfield neighborhood, happening at the intersection of North Mathilda Street and Broad Street. This is near the St. Mary Catholic Cemetery, which is not far from Children's Hospital. As far as we know right now, a suspect is barricaded inside of a home there after an eviction notice was served. No major injuries at this point, no gunshot wounds, I should say, at this point, but some deputies we are hearing were injured from some debris in the process. Of course, we are going to continue to monitor this situation for you. As I mentioned, we do have a crew on scene gathering more information. And of course, our lead investigator, Andy Sheehan, will be working the phones to learn as much as possible. Stay with us throughout the day here on air and online as we continue to follow this developing story.
We are cutting into programming to bring you major breaking news. Allegheny County Sheriff's deputies are involved in an active shootout with a suspect.
And this is happening in a very busy area right now at the intersection of Jordan Way and North Mathilda Street in Garfield. That's right by Allegheny Cemetery, not far from Children's Hospital. Lots of businesses in the area. Chopper 11 did get over that scene. We're going to bring you that image shortly. Meanwhile, we want to send it out to Nicole Ford. She's live right now near Penn and Mathilda. Again, very busy intersection. And Nicole, you're seeing roads shut down, very active scene out there.
Very active is an understatement. I want you to take a look behind us right now. SWAT just pulled up with Allegheny County Police. We also saw a number of officers armed with long guns, their vests saying FBI, jumping out of their car and going down Matilda Street, which is right in front of us. I'd say about less than 10 minutes ago, we heard active gunfire down the street. We are currently at a safe distance from that scene. We will move if police want us to back up any further. But right now, a lot transpiring. I did talk to someone here on the scene who says that they heard down this road on Matilda Street, the sheriff's office actively banging on a door, shouting, "Sheriff's office, open up, open up." They said once they broke that door down with a sledgehammer, that's when active gunfire started coming from inside that home. One person telling me they heard almost 100 shots. That's when all of the police officers started coming to the scene. Currently, right now, I would say just from where we can see, there's probably at least 50 police cars. Again, county police, SWAT just pulling up to the scene right now. I can see SWAT officers getting geared up to move down this street. As soon as we know more information, we'll be sure to bring it to you. I'll send it back to you now.
All right, Nicole, we're going to stay with these pictures here. We want to let you know that Chopper 11 was over the scene just a few minutes ago, but had to clear that area because of those reports of active gunfire. Again, you're taking a live look here at pictures from Garfield right now as police say they are involved in an active shooter situation. They were involved, sheriff's deputies were involved in an eviction notice this morning at about 11 a.m. when apparently these gunshots began. This is in Garfield, just a few blocks off of Penn Avenue where that camera is stationed right there. This is North Matilda and Jordan Way. This is right near Allegheny Cemetery. It's just a couple of blocks from Children's Hospital. There's also an elementary school nearby, and we're working to find out right now if any lockdown procedures are in place at any of those locations.
Yeah, and again, so this is a live look right now, area of Penn Avenue and Matilda, which is several blocks away from where we understand deputies were trying to serve that eviction notice. Our Nicole Ford is bringing you this live image. She said that she is at a safe space, but did herself hear active gunfire just a block or so down. And she spoke with a witness closer to where this unfolded, and that was area of North Broad Street, Matilda and Jordan Way at a home there. And that witness, you may have heard Nicole mention moments ago, said that she saw investigators trying to break a door down with a sledgehammer and ultimately heard 100 shots. Now, we do want to note we've been in touch with the sheriff's office, and they are saying right now, at last check, no deputies had been shot, and that is important to note right now. But this is, as you can see, still a very active situation. We have no word of anyone being in custody, and several roads here are blocked down there. You can see a SWAT vehicle, Allegheny County Police. This looks to be an all-hands-on-deck situation right now with several different departments.
And right now, we want to go to Channel 11 investigator Rick Earl on the breaking news desk. And Rick, I know you've been reaching out to your sources about this. Are you hearing any updates as far as any injuries?
Yeah, no update on any injuries as of yet. I did speak with the sheriff by phone about 15 minutes ago. He was obviously rather distressed at that point. He did answer my call, and he said, "Rick, we're involved in an active shooter situation right now. I can't talk." The call lasted a matter of 5 seconds, and of course I let him go and get back to what he was doing there on the scene in Garfield. But again, the sheriff confirming that this is an active shooter situation. Pittsburgh Public Safety just tweeted out 2 minutes ago, this is an extremely active situation with shots continuing to be fired. They're urging anyone in that area not to go near that scene there in Garfield. Technically, it's Garfield. It's right after, just off of Penn Avenue, as you mentioned, Gordon. Hospital as you're coming out of Lawrenceville, heading up to Bloomfield and into Garfield, just on the very edge of Garfield, right past the cemetery where this situation is going on. And I can tell you, when I was downtown a short time ago, probably 20 minutes ago, and I saw about 6 police cars just flying by me, going through downtown and up Bigelow Boulevard, responding to this scene. I can tell you there is a massive police response there. I got a number of calls from my sources in the Pittsburgh Police Department, and they tell me there there is a massive response to this shooting that, as you guys said, began when the Sheriff's Department was serving an eviction notice. This is a routine procedure that the Sheriff's Department is involved in. They typically serve these eviction notices without any incident. Of course, in this case, apparently shots were fired and, drew this massive police response as shots continue to be fired in that area. Again, the active shooter situation there in Garfield. Guys?
All right, Rick, thank you. And we're continuing to take a look at live pictures here. This is right at the corner of Penn Avenue and Matilda Way. You can see where SWAT team is moving in. They are setting up, and those forces are moving in right now, where we believe active shots in this active shooter station is continuing to take place.
Yeah, the big message here, avoid that area. Our crew there at the corner of Penn and Matilda did hear active gunfire. This is still very ongoing. Several roads blocked off in the area. We're going to continue to stay on top of this.
Yeah, we'll have the very latest coming up just ahead on Channel 11 News. Okay, we're going to stay with our coverage right now. Again, as you heard from our Nicole Ford, who was out there reporting, she actually heard some of these shots taking place and said that she talked to a witness who said that they thought they heard up to 100 shots. We do not know of any injuries at this point, but that entire area is locked down. A huge police presence out there. They're asking everybody to avoid that area, stay inside your home. A very busy area, obviously, with the hospital so close by. We're working to reach out to them to find out if they're taking any safety precautions. And we also know that there's an elementary school just a few blocks away. We're also reaching out to the school district to find out what actions they're taking. We are cutting into programming to bring you major breaking news. Allegheny County Sheriff's deputies are involved in an active shootout with a suspect.
And this is happening in a very busy area right now at the intersection of Jordan Way and North Matilda Street in Garfield. That's right by Allegheny Cemetery, not far from Children's Hospital. Lots of businesses in the area. Chopper 11 did get over that scene. We're going to bring you that image shortly. Meanwhile, we want to send it out to Nicole Ford. She's live right now near Penn and Matilda. Again, very busy intersection. And Nicole, you're seeing roads shut down, very active scene.
State's case in chief, where we're going to be presenting testimony related to Jared Brink. As the court is aware, Mr. Brink died of a massive heart attack in June of this year. He was deposed in May. These are issues that we had discussed in pretrial matters. And so at this juncture, we are going to put on testimony that was provided by Mr. Brink during a deposition that was conducted in May of this year. We have investigator Billy Thomas, who will play the role of Jared Brink. Then once we conclude with his deposition testimony, the state would then call Detective Sean Johnson, who the parties had agreed they would want his interview also introduced into evidence for completeness of the record.
Thank you. Mr. Freeze?
She's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, I would swear you in that you are going to correctly read the deposition as it has been transcribed.
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, for the purposes of our record, I would inquire whether the deposition will be introduced as an exhibit. If it is, then that would relieve my court reporter of the obligation to transcribe the testimony as it is presented in court.
Your Honor, we have marked it as State's Exhibit number 49. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. And so the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 49 into the record, and that would reflect the deposition of Jared Brink taken before Jane Fitzgerald, a certified shorthand reporter at the Scott County Attorney's Office at 11:15 a.m. on May 8th of 2023.
I have no objection to that.
All right. The Exhibit 49 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, for the record, we're going to read this into the record verbatims. I took the deposition, so I'll be reading first.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. State your name, please.
Jared Brink.
Mr. Brink, my name is Chad Freeze. I represent Mr. Dinkins. This is Mr. Waters. He also represents Mr. Dinkins. Have you ever had your deposition taken before?
No.
Have you ever testified before?
No.
Okay. Nothing tricky going on here, okay?
Okay, I had to think about it, but no, I've never testified.
Good for you. The purpose of this is to just get some information about what you know about the case, a little information about you. I'm not trying to pry, but I do need to know some basic information about you because we're set for a jury trial. And one of the things we have to ask the jurors is if they know witnesses. And of course, that would be you at some point. And just to get an idea of what your knowledge is and get a story from you under oath, okay? So the first thing I want to talk to you about is some ground rules. First one is that you are under oath. You understand that?
Yes.
And the oath you took today is no different than the oath you take from a judge in front of a jury or in front of a judge for a court hearing, okay? It's the same one. It has the same force, the same effect, okay? You understand?
Yes.
That brings us to rule number 2. We aren't recording anything here with a video camera or a digital tape recorder, anything like that. Everything is done by the lady sitting here to my right. So she's actually typing down everything we say. So you know in a few weeks, she'll kick back to me a transcript of everything we say. And she can't do that if we're doing head nods, head shakes, or using words that we do every day like uh-huh or uh-uh. I do that to her every time, so I make her type out something. So the answers here have to be audible, okay?
Correct. Very well.
The final thing really is that it's really important that she makes a good record for us. And I'm as guilty of this as anyone who sits in that chair. When we have conversations, we aren't always the best at letting someone finish and then start our answer. Sometimes we want to get that answer in as soon as we can, or start the next question before you've totally answered. That's just the nature of conversation. We have to refrain from that here because although she's the best at what she does, she can't take down 2 people talking at once. So please let me finish my question and then answer, and I'll try to afford you the same respect, okay?
Correct.
Very good.
I'll try to do my best.
There is no wrong answer, okay? Only if you guess. I don't want you to guess at my question. If you don't understand it, tell me you don't understand and ask me to rephrase, okay? I'm not trying to trick you here. I'm just trying to get information. So if I ask you a question that's a bad question, that you don't get, that's unclear, and I do that because sometimes I get ahead of myself and I'm thinking 2 or 3 questions ahead, that the one I just asked is absolutely horrible. Just tell me, I don't understand, and I'll reconfigure it into a question that you can. But don't guess because then we get in all kinds of trouble, okay?
Okay.
How old are you, sir?
48.
Okay, had to think about that?
My wife told me I was going to be 49, so I keep that in my head.
She wants you to be older?
Evidently.
You don't need to tell me your address, but generally, where do you live?
Northeast of DeWitt.
And you keep your address current with the county attorney, so if I need to get a hold of you,
Correct.
I can go through them, okay? Agreed?
Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
Shop supervisor at Linwood Mining.
How long have you worked there?
5 years.
And you're married?
Correct.
What's your wife's name?
Jessica.
Do you have children?
Yes.
How many?
2.
And you're 48. Are you talking about high schoolers or college age?
One just graduated high school. The other one is in elementary.
So you're getting into the expensive years.
She's pretty self-sufficient.
Okay. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes.
What's your understanding?
For being a witness.
As to what?
Pulling a gentleman out of the ditch.
So you live up in the DeWitt area, and there was a period of time where I understand you were going to work one morning, right?
Correct.
And somebody was in the ditch?
Yes.
Walk me through what was going on that morning. What's your typical morning? What's going on? How do you encounter this person in the ditch?
It was about 4:30 in the morning. I came off a gravel road behind Kunau Implement and got on Highway 61 South. And then after 3/4 of a mile, there was someone on the side of the road or on the white line on the left-hand lane of the southbound.
So on the passing lane,
Yes.
heading southbound on 61,
Yes.
there was a vehicle,
No.
a person.
A person.
Okay. Describe that person for me.
Black man wearing white shorts, white shoes.
Okay, describe his physical features. Was he tall, short, heavy set, thin?
Similar to my height.
How height? What's your height?
6'2", about 6 foot, little heavier build than me.
Okay.
I mean 250, 260.
This is 4:30 in the morning?
Real close.
And this guy is just walking down the highway?
No, he jumped out in the lane in front of me.
Okay, what did he do?
I stopped the truck. Good thing I was paying attention, or else could have had an accident.
Sure.
He come up to the driver window and asked me to pull him out of the ditch.
All right, so you're pretty close to this guy?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you roll your window down. He comes up to the driver's side window?
Correct.
Did you notice anything about his face? Could you describe his face for me?
Black man.
Was he wearing glasses?
I don't recall them. He had a mole right here.
You say right here. You're pointing to your left cheek.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right here.
Right cheek?
Yeah.
Okay. How about you can't recall glasses, right?
No.
Any facial hair?
I don't really recall.
Was it light out at this point in time?
No, it was dark.
What time of year was this?
I don't recall.
Did you notice anything about his teeth? Anything about his teeth that stuck out to you?
Nothing.
How long did you talk to him alongside the road there?
20 seconds.
So he asked you to pull him out, right?
Yeah.
What'd you do?
I said, go ahead and hop in.
Okay.
Then he drove down the road, then we drove down the road, probably another half a mile, and there was a turnaround in between the lanes, and I took that, and he directed me back.
So you drove back 61 north?
61 north, got off at Kunau Implement.
Got off at the implement store there?
Yeah, turned right.
Okay, took a right, and then you were going east?
East then on the old highway.
On?
On the old highway.
That kind of goes in front of Kunau?
Yeah.
What did you do then?
Then we went down the gravel road by the old quarry there.
There is an old quarry down there by the...
Yes.
Okay, is that where the car was?
Yes.
Down by the quarry, or is it on the gravel road?
Gravel road, not quite, right at the beginning of the quarry.
Okay. This quarry you talk about, to get down to the quarry, you kind of have to go down a deep or steep little...
No, we were on the gravel road.
But to get there, you have to go down a steep little driveway, right?
Further down the road.
So you were back from that?
We were towards the highway from that.
Okay. And kind of across from the driveway to get down into the quarry, there's kind of like some, I'm going to call it junk.
Yeah.
Construction junk and stuff.
Concrete, dirt, and stuff.
Yeah, were you near that?
We were to the south side of that, just to the very south side of it.
What kind of car was this?
Maroon Malibu.
Did you see any plates on it?
Don't recall.
How was the car positioned? Which direction was it pointed?
It was on the west side of the road facing east. The back end was facing west towards the Kunau Implement. The front was facing east.
Okay, and was it in the ditch or just off the shoulder a little ways?
No, it was sitting perpendicular to the road like he was doing a 3-point turnaround.
Okay.
I know the right rear tire fell off into the ditch, and that's why he couldn't pull up. The front tires were dug down in the gravel road a little bit.
How did you get him out?
I had a chain in the back of my pickup. I was lucky. It was a 4-foot chain. I crawled underneath the front of his car, hooked it up to the cross member, and drove my truck, and it just come out easy.
So when you jerked him out real quick, you unhooked the chains and drove away?
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Yes.
Did you ever get the guy's name?
No.
Was there anybody with the guy?
No.
Could you see inside his car?
Yes.
There wasn't a child with him?
No.
And was this time of day, this is your usual shift, like 5 o'clock a.m.?
Somewhere around there. I'm a supervisor, so I come and go as I see fit.
Was this springtime, summer, fall?
I thought it was odd to be wearing shorts. It was cooler that day. I don't remember the time frame.
And you said Malibu.
Yes.
Did you see the color of the interior?
It had bucket seats with a console shifter.
Okay.
And a tan with maybe some black highlights in the seat.
A tan, like a light tan or dark?
Light tan, lighter tan.
Did you notice any type of bumper stickers or stickers in the window or anything?
No, I was only by the car for maybe a minute, minute and a half. That included pulling him out.
Pretty easy pull out, it sounds like.
No, yeah, 3 people could have pushed it out.
So after you pulled it out, did you have a conversation with the guy? Did he say thank you and stuff or offer you any money?
He was very appreciative, and more than once he offered me $100, and I didn't accept it. I just said, do something nice for somebody else, and went on my way.
Had you ever seen this guy before?
No.
Have you ever seen him since?
No.
How did you become involved? How did you then become involved in this particular case?
It was after they found the body.
Okay.
I was at a friend's house having a beer, and that's when he said they found a body, and we were talking about it. And I just said to him, what's weird about that is that I pulled a guy out of the ditch there about a year ago around that area.
Okay, so you saw a picture.
No.
You just said you pulled a guy out.
A guy out. He asked me what kind of a car it was, and I remembered what kind of car it was. He had his wife send me a picture of the flyer that was posted around town or whatever, and that's when I decided I had to call the police department.
So the car looks similar.
Identical.
Pardon me?
Identical.
Did anybody ever have you look at a photograph or a photographic array and try to identify the person who was with the car?
I can't recall.
So no one had you look at a picture and say, is this the guy?
I can't recall, no.
But you recall it being a cool day, right?
It seemed cool for shorts.
That's all I have.
Mr. Brink, what time did your shift start at your employment?
At that time, I was going in at 5 a.m.
Okay, and then so when you leave your house, what do you need by way of drive time?
35, 40 minutes.
All right.
So it's probably closer to 4:15, 4:20.
All right, so 4:15, 4:20 in the morning. At that point in time, was it dark out?
Yes.
Were you up to the car where you could actually see inside and verify that there was not another individual inside the car itself?
Yes.
Okay.
I walked from the front of the car down the right side to see how it was stuck in the ditch.
Okay.
And I seen the right rear wheel was dropped off, and then I walked back up beside my car.
Now, during your testimony, you indicated that you'd observed something on the individual's cheek and had pointed toward the nose. I missed what you had said. What had you described?
Just a facial blemish.
Okay, all right. So the subject that you were dealing with, race?
Black.
Sex?
Male.
And then with the facial blemish that you described, where was it located?
On the right side of his nose.
And then additionally, as far as how you describe this individual's physical build, how would you describe his physical build?
6 foot tall, 250.
Okay, and when you were speaking with law enforcement, do you recall telling them that you didn't remember him being that bigly built, but they did have a big frame?
Yes.
Now, during your discussions with law enforcement, did they ask you whether or not you would be able to pick him out of a photo lineup? And you indicated that you didn't know if you would be able to do that?
Yeah, I don't remember that part of the conversation.
And I've got a report here of your interview with the officer. I don't know if it would help you if you would want to review that real quickly. That way.
I don't have my cheaters.
Oh, you don't have your cheaters? Okay, so I will do this.
He is 48.
Yeah, at 45, it went downhill bad.
All right. And the time frame then that you would have had contact with this individual, would that have been about what time?
That morning,
Right.
about 4:20, 4:15, and 4:30 somewhere.
Now, you gave a very specific description of clothing. Do you recall telling the detective that you remember him wearing some type of white denim shorts, and you were asked if there was any design on them, and you stated you could see there was some blue design on the shorts, like they were screen printed? Does this sound familiar?
Yes,
And then there was some discussion about a shirt that he was wearing, and you described it as a darker t-shirt. Does that sound familiar?
I think during that interview, I said I could not remember the shirt he was wearing.
Sure.
I think that's what I started at that time.
All right. And then did you describe him wearing some jewelry, but nothing really flashy?
I think I said he was wearing a necklace.
All right.
I think I stated that then.
Then let me get to the point where you had the discussions about your ability to be able to identify him. During the interview, did Detective Johnson ask you, if you were to see this guy again, would you be able to pick him out? And you stated you didn't know. Your response is, if you put 2 pictures of them there, he isn't sure if he'd be able to pick him out. Jared, you stated if you put 6 of them there, he still doesn't know. You did acknowledge that you observed a flyer with a black male on it prior to coming to the station to speak with him, but the officer didn't present those to you for purposes of doing a lineup. Would that be fair?
Yes,
All right, and then I know finally the last topic of conversation. During the interview, had the detective shown you an image that had been captured from a quick shot video at about 3:30 a.m. on July 10th of 2020?
yes.
And when you were shown that image, what did you advise Detective Johnson?
I said, that's the shirt he was wearing.
Okay, all right. And was it the shirt or the shorts that you told him that the guy was wearing?
No, I was very pleased. My memory served me correctly because I called the shorts out perfectly.
Okay, so did you call the shorts out perfectly? Yes, or perfectly?
Yes,
And what you saw on that?
and that's why I couldn't remember the shirt.
All right, absolutely. And then do you also remember telling the detective that you didn't remember her being that bigly built, but he did have a big frame?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Sean Johnson to the stand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record.
Sean Johnson,
Could you please spell both your first and your last name?
SeanJohnson,
Where are you employed?
City of Davenport,
How long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
approximately 9.5 years.
Could you describe your prior educational background and any training that you've received for the position you fill?
I have a master's degree in criminal justice from St. Ambrose University, and I graduated the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy, a 14-week program out in Johnston, Iowa.
Once you completed that training, did you start your career with the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Detective Johnson, can you describe for us the different capacities that you've worked for the Davenport Police Department?
I first started out as a patrol officer and a sworn evidence tech. Then I was promoted to the Detective Bureau, where I've worked 5 years in Special Victims Unit and then about a 9-month span in property crimes.
Okay. What was your assignment in July of 2020?
I was working in property crimes at the time.
Were you on duty on July 10th of 2020 when the initial report came in of Breasia Terrell missing?
Yes, I was.
And were you involved in a lot of aspects of the investigation as it was developing?
Yes, I was.
All right. We're going to be more targeted as to topics of discussion that I think we really want to focus on. But during those initial stages, let me ask you this. Were you tasked with completing various applications for search warrants as the day played out on July 10th of 2020?
Yes, I was.
And as the investigation was ongoing, did you continue in that role where you completed various applications for search warrants?
Yes, I did.
Okay. As to those applications for search warrants, at some point in time on July 10th, did you prepare, well, no, let me ask you this. At some point in time, did you prepare a search warrant, on July 14th of 2020 involving the maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-1. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-1. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 150-1?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 150-1?
This is one of the search warrants I wrote for the maroon Chevy Impala.
Okay. On what date was this application for search warrant prepared?
July 14th.
Of what year?
2020, sorry.
Whose name appears as the officer preparing this application?
Mine does.
Okay. What is the location to be searched?
The 2007 maroon Chevy Impala.
All right. And then relative to that application for search warrant, what specifically were you interested in trying to collect at that time?
DNA evidence, blood and biological evidence, and then collection of any and all forensic evidence.
Okay. Now, just for purposes of perspective, did the FBI actually become involved in this investigation?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And then did they respond to the Davenport area on or about July 14th of 2020 to process 3 vehicles that had been seized associated with the defendant?
Yes, they did.
And then, so had they applied for their own search warrant, which they utilized to go in and process all 3 vehicles?
I believe we wrote those search warrants, yes.
Oh, you believe you wrote those search warrants? And then, so then was this the search warrant that they would have utilized that would have allowed them access to that Chevy Impala?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Now, what I want to do is I want to go to Attachment A. Is there an Attachment A within this exhibit?
Yes, there is.
Very simply for our record, what does Attachment A encompass?
It's the affidavit for the search warrant.
Okay. We're interested in whether or not you had included within your Attachment A any observations noted by officers or an officer of the Davenport Police Department who had some initial contact with the vehicle on July 10th when it had been seized and brought down to the evidence bay of the Davenport Police Department to be photographed by civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster.
Yes.
Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, I am.
Could you speak to that issue?
As I was writing, as we're investigating this case, I believe I was writing a search warrant when Detective Beth Tharp came up to me and stated that she was just down by the vehicle and they were doing a cursory search. During that cursory search, the trunk was opened and she said that she got a smell of bleach coming from the trunk.
By virtue of that statement to you, did you then incorporate that information into Attachment A as a portion of the basis to establish probable cause for the issuance of the search warrant?
Yes, I did.
All right. And then attached thereto, is there the search warrant that was presented to a judge and signed and approved for the execution of that vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 150-1.
I'd object as hearsay, it's redundant and cumulative.
The objections overruled, it will be admitted.
Okay. Detective Johnson, I want to then fast forward to events of March 22nd of 2021. Were you aware of the discovery of the remains of Breasia Terrell?
Yes, I was.
How did you become aware of that?
I received a phone call, I believe that night, asking me to be out of the Kunau area the next morning to do scene security because of remains that were found in the area.
Okay, then did you respond out to that location on March 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
Were you present then throughout the day as that area was processed and skeletal remains were recovered?
Yes, I was.
All right. By virtue of the development of that circumstance, were there news stories that were going out over TV or even social media platforms identifying what had developed out there at Kunau Implement?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, because of that, then, were you tasked with interviewing a gentleman that had reached out to the Davenport Police Department with information that he felt was relevant to provide concerning that area where the body was recovered?
Yes.
Explain.
We actually got information from Major Cundiff of the Clinton County Sheriff's Department, who said that he had someone contact him in regards to information that might be pertinent to the investigation of Breasia Terrell. Major Cundiff was able to give us his name and information, phone number, who was later identified as Jared Brink. I contacted Mr. Brink via phone and set up an interview for him that day.
Did Mr. Brink then come down to the Davenport Police Department to be interviewed?
Yes, he did.
Do you know what date Mr. Brink was interviewed at the Davenport Police Department?
It would have been March 23rd or March 24th. If you give me a second, I can confirm that.
Sure. Would it help to refresh your recollection by reviewing a narrative that you prepared of that interview?
Yeah.
Could you please, Your Honor, may the witness do so?
You may. The exact date was March 24th.
And then what time did that interview start?
It happened around 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
The Davenport Police Department.
Where specifically within the department?
It happened in one of our criminal investigation division interview rooms on the second floor of the PD.
Okay. Are the interview rooms at the Davenport Police Department equipped with any video surveillance, well, not video surveillance equipment, but video recording equipment?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And whenever an individual is interviewed within those rooms, is that interview recorded?
Yes, it is.
In this particular instance, when you met with Mr. Brink, was there a recording made of your conversation with Mr. Brink?
Yes, there was.
Have you had an opportunity to review that recording?
Yes.
Is that recording a complete and accurate, complete and accurate as to the topics of conversations that you had with Mr. Brink?
Yes, it is.
All right. So let's just set forth a structure for the interview. And then once we've done that, we'll turn to the video itself. But explain to us how it was structured.
I asked Mr. Brink to start off and tell me everything that he remembers from the day in question, what he was there to talk about. He ran through everything that he could remember. And then I began asking him general questions, more detailed questions about things that he did and where he went and stuff like that.
Okay. Does Mr. Brink live in an area near Kunau Implement?
Yeah, I believe it would be to the northeast of where Kunau is.
All right. So let me direct your attention, if I could, to State's Exhibit 38. All right. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 38?
Yes.
As you look at that geographical map, do you see the location of where Kunau Implement is located?
Yes, I do.
Could you take the pointer and show us where on that particular exhibit it's located? And then Detective Johnson, in your conversations with Jared Brink, what was your understanding of where his residence would have been located relative to that area?
It would have been further up to the north and east of here, so probably somewhere up in, not pictured on this map.
Certainly, thank you. Go ahead and take your seat. In the course of your conversations with Mr. Brink, was there a discussion with him about where he was employed?
Yes, there was.
All right, now I'll give you a moment. It looks
Oh, you're
like
fine.
things fell off.
Yeah.
Where was Mr. Brink employed?
Linwood Mining here in Davenport.
Are you familiar with that particular entity?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What community is Linwood Mining actually located in?
I believe it's on the border of southwest Davenport and Buffalo, Iowa.
All right. As we look at that map, then, can you give us or show us where on the map Buffalo, Iowa is at?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and take your seat. Was there a discussion with Mr. Brink about what highway he would take to travel into Scott County?
He said he would take the 4-lane south, which is commonly known as Highway 61.
All right. And then if you come south on Highway 61, what would be the most obvious route of travel that an individual would take to get down there to the area of Buffalo where Linwood Mining is located?
Probably 80 to 280 and then back down to 61 to get down to Linwood Mining.
All right. And then if you're traveling on 61 going south, will that also take you down to the area of River Drive?
Yes, it would.
All right. Did you have an understanding of what time he would have to be at work
Yes, I did.
and what time?
Jared said that he usually has to be to work around 5 o'clock in the morning.
And so then by virtue of that, is there going to be a bit of a drive time from where he lived to get down to Linwood Mine?
Yes, there is.
All right. And what was your understanding of typically how much, what time he would leave his home?
Jared stated it was around 4:30 in the morning every morning.
All right. And so was that the path of travel that he would always take?
Yes.
Okay. By virtue of his traveling south on Highway 61 then, was there a discussion of him having an encounter with an individual?
Yes, there was.
How was that individual physically described?
He stated him as a big stocky black male.
All right. And then in the course of conversations that you had with him, did he describe a particular article of clothing?
Yes, the shorts.
All right. Was his description relative to shorts that subject was wearing something then that resonated with you based on other video surveillance footage or still image?
That the black male stopped him. He was stuck in a ditch and asked Jared.
Talk with Mr. Brink about the location where this subject had a vehicle that was stuck.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did that bear any relation to the location of where Breasia Terrell?
Location of where the car was stuck at was approximately 75 to 100 yards south of the entrance to the pond behind Kunow Implement.
Okay. During those discussions then, did you generate any type of aerial images of that area and have him mark on those images the location of where the subject's vehicle was stuck at?
Yes, I did.
And then did he provide you a description of that vehicle?
Yes, he did.
And what was the description of the vehicle that was provided?
He said it was a maroon Impala that was very clean inside. It had a tannish interior, and he did make a note of a white aux cord that was plugged into the cigarette lighter.
Okay. Did he also explain to you what had prompted him to reach out to law enforcement?
Yes, he did.
And basically, what's the nature of the discussion that we're going to hear about there?
It was a conversation that he had with a friend of his about telling him about pulling a guy out of that ditch area where the remains were found.
Okay. Does the name Joseph Adams sound familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
How?
I believe that is the subject who Mr. Brink was talking with.
Okay. And what was it during the nature of his contact with Joseph Adams that prompted this conversation?
I believe the news articles about finding the body down there. And then Mr. Brink was, I believe, shown a flyer of the maroon Impala.
Okay. One additional question that I want to ask you about before we watch this video. Did Mr. Brink describe for you anything that he noted as far as a feature on the face of the black male subject he had helped?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And is that something that we will hear about in the video?
I believe so, yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 123. And Your Honor, for purposes of the record, there is downtime before the officer comes in and meets with Jared Brink, and then Detective Johnson will leave and go get some items and come back in, and then he takes the phone and he leaves and he comes back in. So for purposes of our record, we're just going to focus on the time where there were those conversations. And here's what we have for a time stamp. We'll start at 27 minutes and play to 46 minutes and 22 seconds. We'll start at 59 minutes and 24 seconds and play until 1 hour and 5 minutes. And then we will start back up at 1 hour and 9 minutes, and we'll play until 1 hour and 10 minutes. Okay.
One moment, Miss.
Judge, we won't have enough time today, so it probably is a good time to break.
That's what I was wondering, Ms. Cunningham, and I apologize for that. I believe you all know, but I'm very cognizant
Yes.
of all of the people that helped me through the trial, and they, oftentimes have commitments outside the hours of the courthouse. And I do believe, based on the timing of this, it would be best to start this up at tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you. Your Honor, can I just continue to complete the laying of the foundation and then we could break? Thank you. All right. Detective Johnson, I placed an exhibit up there before you. What is the exhibit number again?
The exhibit number is 487.
Oh, no. The state exhibit.
Oh, sorry, 123.
All right. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 123?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 123?
This would be the DVD from my interview with Jared Brink.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to introduce State's Exhibit 123.
Exhibit 123 will be admitted. And we'll be in adjournment until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, they sure ended up abruptly. Let's see. Okay. Well, okay. This video should be interesting. You think that they got to be winding down. They keep coming up with more and more stuff, and it's just like that table in front of the judge is starting to get piled up with exhibits. So I'll continue to monitor what's going on with that standoff in Pittsburgh so that we can find out what the resolution was tomorrow. And see what else is going on that's of interest. So, I think that's going to be it for today. That police standoff in easy, what's it? Let's see. Take one last look here. It looks like most of the coverage is ended on it, and so I'll continue to look for news updates. So, I guess we'll do this again tomorrow in the morning. He says 9 a.m. I am not going to hold my breath. Oh, am I a cynic or what? But I'll be ready to go. So, and I'll set the alarm for the earlier time slots so that I can have my Mountain Dew. Okay. Well, thank you for joining me, and let's do this again tomorrow, and we'll find out what's in that video. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.